December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021. In-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. At Van City Clerk. I'd also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 9 items of business on today's agenda, 3 staff reports, 3 motions from the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of March 10th, 2021, and 3 motions that were referred from yesterday's Council meeting. There are no consent items on today's agenda. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by the reconvening in camera at 1 p.m. and we'll reconvene the Standing Committee meeting at 3 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene the Standing Committee meeting at 6 p.m. Should the business not be completed by the end of today, the backup date is Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 at 3 p.m. Finally, I'd like to remind Council members that their amendments must be submitted to the City Clerk in final writing form before the Council member introduces them. And please ensure the City Clerk has received your amendment before it's your turn to speak. Now, I just want to check and see, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on any of the agenda items today? Hearing none, we will continue on. So before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the speakers list of those who were not present when their name was originally called and provide them the opportunity to speak. This process is a pilot for the next few months. The first item is increasing priority for pedestrians in Vancouver's winter weather protocol and response. From Engineering Services, we have Lon Leclerc, General Manager, and Taryn Scollard, Deputy General Manager, along with staff on the line to answer questions. And there's no presentation today, Council, so if you have questions of staff related to this report, I'd ask that you put your name on the queue and we can ask staff those questions.
Chair Bligh, may I just make a few opening remarks?
Please, thank you.
I just wanted to mention that this report is in response to Council direction for staff to report back on how we improve our winter storm response for pedestrians. We had hoped to report back in advance of the 2020-21 storm season. However, the pandemic and some staffing changes has delayed our response until now. It's not to say that actually a lot of the changes that we implemented were operational in nature. And so we did change our practice during this winter, this storm season. The recommendations before you are the ones that that require Council direction for approval for us to kind of change our other work. I also did want to take this quick opportunity to actually introduce Taryn Scollard, because she's new in the role of the Deputy General Manager for Engineering Services, with her focus is on safety and operations. So Taryn, if you're there, you're able to wave. And Amy Sidwell has been our Manager of Street Operations, and she's taken over for Aaron, who is on mat leave, and so that's a bit of the turnover. So just wanted to provide a little bit of that context, and of course we're here to answer any questions you have.
Thanks very much, Lon, and welcome, Taryn, in your new role. Congratulations. So I see we do have Councillor Kirby Young on the line for questions, or on the queue for questions. So I'll Advance to Councillor Kirby Young. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks to staff for the report. I appreciate the report back. I've got a few questions, and I think the first one is just to be really clear for the public. The motion was focused on centering the pedestrian in the response, and so can you just sort of succinctly identify what is better for the pedestrian in this report and what is new? Is it simply the designation, for example, of the winter party sidewalks, the 255 kilometers? Is that new? Is it a higher designation? Can we just be really clear on what is different or better for the pedestrian here?
Yeah, I can summarize kind of briefly what's happened as a result of council's direction on this. Is that it's not that we're increasing the size of our storm response budget, but what we're doing is focusing our efforts on better pedestrian outcomes sooner in this winter storm event, and so treatments. For example, our staff, in terms of their operations, would have a plan of routes that had to be treated, both walking and cycling. But now we're directing them to actually clear the walking routes first before they do the cycling routes. It also focuses our efforts in terms of enforcement in areas where pedestrians are a real concern for us. And so that occurs around hospitals, it occurs around rapid transit stations. So people are switching to transit during a storm and not leaving their car at home. That's what we want to have happen. But we do want to make sure that those areas are treated first. And so what people will see is just a lot more attention in areas that matter for pedestrians. And so we think these are actually pretty significant improvements and outcomes for pedestrians during a storm response.
Thanks, Lynn. I think that is significant that we'd be treating the pedestrian ones first. I'm just wondering if that sort of explicitly clear, for example, in the appendix, in one component, and it talks about sort of the A, B, C, D, but it doesn't seem to be clear language that indicates that or refers to the transportation hierarchy with walking coming first. So I had some questions about that. I wonder if there's an opportunity for clarification.
Sure. Sorry. What was the question there?
Well, I guess I'm just saying it wasn't explicit to me in the report that those areas are being cleared first or in the appendix in sort of the adoption of the policy, which is one of the recommendations for council being asked. So I'm wondering if, the staff would be amenable to a clarification on that so it's clear to the public.
Amy, do you want to speak to that? Because a lot of what we've changed for this winter was actually in terms of our city practice, our operations and our practice, which doesn't require council approval. So there is a category there of our work, which is just changing our general practice.
Okay, I'll leave it there and move on because I've got another question and I'd like to focus on. And that is with the exploration of equipment that could be utilized, such as the park board uses the smaller machines for clearing sidewalks and that, there was commentary in the report that our sidewalks don't allow for that, either because of weight or all of the street furniture or whatever the case is. Help me understand why are ours different than any other Canadian city? Why are our sidewalks different? How are they able to use these machines in other cities, but we're not able to here because apparently our sidewalks wouldn't bear that weight or the design wouldn't?
Yes, so for winter cities where sidewalk clearing is done with mechanical equipment like that, of course, they've over time designed their sidewalks to be able to do that in a way that doesn't cause damage. For us, we have grass boulevards, we have parking meters, and things like that, which we wouldn't do in a scenario where if we were clearing our streets with that mechanical equipment on a regular basis, we wouldn't do that. And same with the on-street parking. So parking in a city where a winter storm response regularly uses sidewalk clearing equipment, that pushes the snow into what is the parking lane. If cars are parked there, of course, that means they wouldn't be able to open their door and things like that. And so even the parking regulations in those cities actually support their use of that equipment on sidewalks.
Well, I'm just to jump in, does the fact we're removing the parking meters in the city, does that open up the opportunity to use that equipment on our sidewalks?
It's not it's one of the factors. It's not the only factor that is causing an issue for us. Now, it's not to say that we don't use this equipment. We actually use this equipment in a number of locations, on bridges and seawall and special paths where those issues aren't a concern. So we do have that type of equipment. and we're able to use it in many locations, just not broadly on our sidewalks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, Amy, did you want to add anything to that?
Right at the 5 minutes, we do have questions from Councillor Weaves, so I'm going to start Councillor Weaves' timer.
Yes, I guess mine's in response to the answer, Lon, there. We have 255 kilometers of sidewalks that would be done prior to any bike lane. Is that what we're saying? Is that it's a priority, or how does that leveling work, recognizing that some of our bike routes are very, very well used and provide an opportunity for people with disabilities to get to and from work and shopping? So I'm just wondering how we are prioritizing and how we see that as a priority, as some of the bike routes are really critical infrastructure to get people moving in the city.
Yeah, sure. There's two parts to that answer. So in locations where we have an arterial bikeway, say for example on Hornby Street, that bike route is treated just like the roads would be. In circumstances like that, the actual sidewalk is the responsibility of the adjacent businesses. In many locations like the seawall, where we have a walking path and a cycling path, what we're saying is we'll actually, in this winter, we took that approach, treat the walking route first and then the cycling route second. And same with on the bridges like Burrard Bridge and locations like that, where we have a parallel walking and cycling route, the priority goes to the pedestrian service first. But
Okay.
In addition to that, we are still clearing priority bike routes, in particular, the ones that connect to the downtown. We have a small subset of bike routes that actually receive treatment. So we have a very, very large cycling network, but we only actually treat the highest use bike routes. And generally, those are the ones in and around the Metro Core.
And how is this information provided to the public so someone would know if they have an ability to make it to work or not? Yeah.
What the report also recommends to council is that we adopt a policy, and so a snow clearing policy or a winter storm treatment policy. And what this would do is allow us to kind of communicate to the public exactly what we're doing and what timeline they can expect that. And then also it lays out the expectations of the residents and the businesses in terms of their responsibility during the storm.
Okay,
So this is something that most cities have. Actually, it's kind of a little bit unusual that we don't have a council adopted winter storm response policy. And so this is something that is, I think it's good practice. And it's something we're hoping to get approval of today.
So I see that in the tier city comparison of winter weather response programs, it said that we're the only city without a snow policy. So is this moving towards a snow policy?
That's right. By adopting these recommendations, council would be adopting a policy.
Okay, and then second, the $750 is pretty substantial for a small business owner or a resident. I'm just wondering, looking at the comparisons, why 750 was chosen. And there's a lot of confusion on, is that to the business operator or is that to the property owner or the renter or the property owner?
Taryn, do you want to answer this one?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Weep. The 750 is a stepped enforcement, so that isn't the first mechanism. That is if we are seeing a problem property, and it allows us to do a second fine at a higher amount without having to go to the court through a process. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear your second question.
I didn't really understand that, so that's great to know because it was like 750 is a lot as the first one. It kind of reads as the first one 750 and anything after was 250, but I guess you're saying that's 250 for the first ticket, and then if there's a problem location, a $750 fine can be leveraged by the city.
That's correct. So
Yes.
we're finding that an escalating, so first it's a notice. So it's a reminder to the business or resident that their sidewalks will be cleared. Then it's a fine. And then if they're chronically not taking care of their property, then the kind of the higher price.
Okay, and then quickly, because I don't know much, the next one was on, is it the renter or the property owner? Is it the business owner or the building owner? Because I know there's been a lot of conversations where someone's closed for the Sunday, they live in Maple Ridge, and there's a battle between the property owner and the business tenant on whose role it is to clean this and who pays the fine.
The fine does go to the property owner, and it would be up to them to distribute that to their tenant if that exists different than the ownership.
Okay, and then our city-owned properties, people do complain that sometimes we're not as quick. Do we have a self fine that we would give ourselves, and what would that be? Is there, right? I guess the public wants to know that we're going to do everything we can to do our properties. I'm sure that's in our snow policy.
Yes, the city property is covered under the real estate and facilities management team, and they are responsible for those, and they have a contract to have those areas cleared by 8 a.m. So similarly, we could be in a position to fine ourselves should we choose to, should they not be cleared after the 10 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby Young, Councillor DeGenova is on the line for her first round of questions, or on the queues. Do you mind if Councillor DeGenova goes ahead?
Yeah, I was just going to move for another round of questions simply because I know that I still have more, and I know Councillor Weeb was afforded extra time, so I'm hoping we can have an extra round of questions.
Yeah, I did. You're right about that. So, and you do have
Point of privilege. I'm fine to wait for Councillor Kirby Young.
No, I'm fine to go
ask
after
questions.
Councillor DeGenova. I just wanted to move for a round.
We're just moving the round. So, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor of a second round of questions?
Yay.
Yay.
And all those opposed? Okay, great. And Councillor Kirby Young, it looks like Councillor DeGenova is happy for you to go ahead. So I'm going to advance you now for 5 minutes. Oh, actually, Councillor DeGenova, you are up. Councillor Kirby Young may have taken herself off the queue and added her after you.
Okay. All right. Well, so we don't delay any further. Just some questions to staff. I'm just wondering how many tickets were in fact issued to private property owners, and how much back and forth did we have with those property owners, if there were any, about their inability. I know we have the Snow Angels program, but also just wanted to know, sort of understand who that group was that received the fines.
Thank you. Through the chair to you, Councillor DeGenova. In Appendix F of the report, we do have an outline of how many inspections and notices and penalties were listed for the last 3 years. And so penalties issued, a rolling average of those 3 years was 223 per year, with increasing certainly over the last 3 as we get more information out to the public.
Thanks so much. I did see. Yes, I did see that, and I was hoping you might elaborate on it. Sorry, I should have mentioned that directly. I'm wondering how many people perhaps came back and sort of appealed the claim to the city and said they weren't able to do this, or there were extenuating circumstances as to why they couldn't. That's why I noted the Snow Angels program that we also have, and note that that's also mentioned to some extent in the report. But trying to really understand, I'm sure that there were even more complaints than this. These were the inspections that were done, but specifically, how did you choose who to inspect? If there were, did everyone who received a complaint get inspected?
Yes, definitely those that put in a complaint through whether it's Van Connect or 311 certainly do get an inspection. We also have inspectors proactively going out to high volume areas to inspect on their own accord. And so a combination of those two things plus reports in from staff through Van Connect help sum up where the inspections happen. And with this, the pedestrian priority routes, inspections will be prioritized to go to those locations first in the future.
Okay, thanks. And just another question that I had is, has there been any consideration given to using Van Connect or in some way using some type of media or communication service where, for instance, let's say there was someone who called 311 and they couldn't shovel their own walk, or the sidewalk in front of their home. Let's say they were elderly or injured or something had happened and they weren't able to do that for reasons of a disability or mobility issues. Could we put this up? So, like for instance, on my street, I mean, my neighbor, a couple of neighbors and I, will take turns. I'll notice he did it for me. I've done it for him, or my husband has. I'm just wondering, like, if I were to see that on a map and it was on my street and I was out there already with my shovel, I might be able to do that for my neighbor. Do we offer anything like that? Have we considered anything like that?
Yes, we do struggle with some privacy concerns, noting people's specific locations for requests on maps for general help. And so in our media messaging, we do try to encourage neighbors helping neighbors. Last year, we did have 66 residents request service and 101 volunteers. So we do internally have the locations of both volunteers and requesters. We just don't release that to the public, but we do try to link them behind the scenes as well as a general message of neighbors helping neighbors.
Sorry, that's good to know, and that's a question I've been asked by many. So I'll leave it there for now. Lots of questions about snow, but I do appreciate, Councillor Kirby Young bringing this matter forward. It's something that I was also, I remember when we had people lining up for salt years and years ago around fire halls. So
A great
thank
salt
you very
giveaway.
much. Really, yeah, no, it was fantastic. It brought a lot of people together too. So thanks so much. Really appreciate the work of staff on this.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Up next is Councillor Hardwick.
Good morning. Thank you. Has there been any thought given to snow, the absence of snow removal and empty homes? I'd had some inquiries come to me suggesting even having drones looking at areas that were not being shoveled as a potential indication of empty homes in the city. Has there been any exploration of that?
That's an interesting point. We have not done any investigation of that nature to date.
Well, you might make note of that. That has been an inquiry that's come into me, and it does beg the question when we see areas that are not being shoveled, whether there's anybody there. So just wanted to make note of that. Thank you for your answer.
Yes, thank you. We will make note of that and follow up this season.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Interesting point. Councillor Kirby Young, for second round of questions, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a couple of follow-up points, and I'm smiling at the reference to Saltageddon. I think it was affectionately termed at the time. I might be, it might be a bit of a euphemism now. But just two sort of follow-up questions. I think one is clarification, and I think, Lon, this was on your response. And I'm just looking for, in terms of getting that clarity for the public, where in the report would the public see that the pedestrian priority routes adjacent to bike lanes are going to be cleared first, or will they not? Because as you said, that's part of the city's operational procedure. I'm just trying to be explicit on that.
Yeah, I mean, Taryn, do you want to speak to that? I mean, we didn't feel the need to include it in the report because it is a change in our operations. But Taryn, is there going to be anything in terms of on the website or anything like that where we could communicate that to the public?
For the winter priority sidewalks, yes, we plan to do a splash media campaign for next round of snow season media. It is included in this report on a small map. While the city won't be clearing those areas that are the priority, we will be enforcing them on a priority basis.
Okay, that's helpful, because that's really the flashpoint that comes up oftentimes when people are frustrated and they can't get places and they feel that the pedestrians are not being prioritized. So I appreciate that that'll be communicated. And then my other final question was just looking at the inspections data and sort of, in any given snow year, you might have 1,000 or averaging in a particular snow instance. Is there any thought given to the cost of those inspections relative to putting equivalent amount of people resources or people power into additional clearing?
We haven't directly done that analysis, just because both staff do double duty, I would suggest. The inspection staff are reprioritized from their other construction inspection work that they normally wouldn't be doing. We do also sometimes triage parking enforcement officers to do similar inspection as well, which is a different work group than those shoveling that then they also perform construction in their non-snow clearing time, but that's certainly an analysis we could do over this season for sure. We have not done that to date though.
Okay, but given the fact, like, as you say, what I'm hearing is that you do staff are sort of multifunctional and multi-purpose depending on needs, that weight could be shifted potentially depending on situations and how it's playing out. Is that a fair kind of reflection?
Yes, yeah, we do have some flexibility certainly in both sides of the house in terms of staffing up and down for inspections as well as physically removing snow by crews. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. See no other councillors on the queue for questions. We will now hear from speakers on this report. All speakers will be heard by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. So our first speaker is Colleen McGuinness, Chair of the Advisory Committee. Colleen, are you on the line? We'll just give our speaker a second to come off of mute.
Chair Bligh, it is the clerk here, and I understand she is on the line. We just need to get the muting, unmuting sorted out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Am I off mute?
Yes, we can hear you, Colleen. Thank you very much for calling in. You do have 5 minutes, Council, and your time starts now.
Okay. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm here today in my role as chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, but I also am speaking with the approval of the Persons with Disability Committee, as our interests are very similar. First of all, I'd like to commend the staff for their effort to consult widely. The Seniors Committee was not short of opinions, and we appreciate that some were reflected in the policy document you have in front of you for consideration today. There remains areas of concern that I would like to address. A matter that continues to be problematic is the focus on making the rapid bus line stops a higher priority for snow removal than other stops. This makes the regular bus line a poor cousin that will not get the same snow removal attention. In this case, as we are addressing the times when the city is blanketed in snow, bus service for seniors and persons with disability is critical. The people we represent will more likely need local service for things like groceries or visits to the nearest commercial area. This policy statement makes bus riders and bike riders a higher priority than the groups that we want to have as your priority. Additionally, at some future opportunity, I think a policy on accessibility is necessary regarding the rapid bus line and the bus stop balancing program that is currently underway. Decisions are being made that affect individuals regardless of the additional impact of the occasional winter snowfall. In conclusion, I observe that the city always seems to put pedestrians at the bottom of the list of groups whose needs must be met. This is contrary to the Transportation 2040 principles, but occurs again and again. And for that, I reference Appendix I.4, Item 2, provide prudent motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians with a reasonable travel service during periods of snow accumulation. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to further conversations to raise the profile of pedestrians in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colleen. You do have questions from two councillors as of now, so I'm going to advance Councillor Kirby or Councillor DeGenova for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much, Colleen. Really appreciate hearing from you on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee, as well as the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, who you'd also noted. I've been liaisons to both of those committees, as you know, back from my time on Park Board. I'm just wondering, sort of, when we think about this from the context of seniors who might have mobility issues or might be concerned about being able to respond quickly to this, does the Seniors Advisory Committee, is there anything, is there any specific work that's been done or comments that you have heard that you could share on the anxiety or the concern that people feel if it snows, that they have to have their walk shoveled by a certain time the next morning? And do you think that in kind of having that sort of hard regulation, that in fact it could lead to injury if they didn't want to ask someone else or didn't have someone else to do that for them? I'm just wondering from their perspective. I'm not saying that it would lead to that. I've just heard angst from some seniors myself, but you definitely would have more information on that and how seniors feel around Vancouver.
Well, I think that in terms of responsiveness, the original staff proposal was that the sidewalks had to be cleaned by 9. And we explained to them that that was really quite difficult for seniors, but it was also going to be very difficult for many business owners who don't open particularly early or live out of the city and have to get their way into Vancouver. With regard to the matter of safety, it is a problem, and I think that oftentimes excessive exercise doing snow removal can bring on serious medical conditions. Thankfully, we mostly don't have that amount of snow, so it's not as onerous as it might be. I think that we need to look at the Snow Angels is a good example. In my neighborhood, a group of young people put together a list on Twitter, and they went out and cleaned the sidewalks for seniors that they knew were less able to do it themselves. So 10 o'clock is difficult, but not undoable. I also believe that the city, if there is continued snowfall, would recognize that perhaps somebody had the sidewalk cleaned by 10, but if by noon it's covered again, if there's signs that it had been cleaned, I would hope that there would be some leniency. It is a problem.
Much. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes. Questions to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. McGuinness. Thanks for always being such an active participant in these reports. It's good to have your voice at council. I know that you and I talked about sort of the priority on the pedestrian area, and you identified it with regards to both philosophically how it's stated in the report, but also the bus routes. There is reference in the report around sort of available resources. I'm wondering if the questions have been asked this morning around affirming for the areas that the city will be responsible for clearing, that pedestrian routes will come first, alleviates your concerns at all, given the fact that resource constraints apparently not providing sufficient budget to clear all of those bus routes.
Our concern is the rapid bus line stops are farther apart and are, for the most part, focused on moving people either downtown or to UBC. Those aren't the stops that necessarily would be used by people trying to get to their local shopping area for groceries. So I'm concerned that the rapid stops identify perhaps a more able-bodied group of individuals. And that's an issue. The other point that was raised by one of our committee people is that where there is a development underway, the developer is often not taking care of clearing what could be rather large stretches of the sidewalk. So there perhaps could be some enforcement on that.
Okay. And in terms of the Snow Angels program, how do you feel that have you had direct experience with that? I know you mentioned the Twitter example, but do you have any comments on how that program is working?
I'm not sure. I honestly can't comment. I don't know people who've used it, and I don't know people who've asked and have not been able to find an appropriate partner.
Okay, so just that there wasn't someone available to help them. Is that what you what you heard?
I have literally not had any contact with anybody who has had positive or negative experience. I don't think it's widely enough known or taken advantage of.
Okay, so there might be opportunity there in terms of the additional communications. Thanks very much again for being here.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young, and thank you very much, Colleen. Those are all your questions, but we appreciate you coming to speak to Council today.
Thank you.
So
I'm happy to move the report.
we do have one other speaker. Let me just check and see if they are on the line, but thank you very much. Do we have our second final speaker to the item on the line?
Chair Bligh, the second speaker, Matthew Stewart, is not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Given that Matthew is our final speaker and is not on the line and was emailed some time ago to let them know that it was their turn, I'm going to suggest that we move forward to debate and decision. And we do have a mover, Councillor Kirby-Young, has indicated that she wishes to move the motion, the recommendations. So we'll now go into debate and decision. So Councillor Kirby-Young, you do have the floor for debate and decision. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do have one amendment to propose at this time. I've emailed it in, and I'm hoping that it's a relatively simple one. And I think it just really speaks to clarity of communication to reflect to the public the intent of the policy and the work that has been done by staff. Because I get a lot of questions about this, and I think that it's really helpful when our language and reports are clear. And it's an amendment to D in the report.
So Councillor Kirby-Young, if I could just move us to an amendment queue, and then you can introduce your amendment.
Sure.
You wouldn't mind going back on the list there, and I can advance you and start your timer. Great. Okay, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So just hopefully the clerk will bring that up while I'm talking, but it's a simple language change to recommendation D, which and D relates to the adoption of Appendix I, which is our head of engineering indicated would be the first time the city is adopting a formal snow and ice treatment policy. And it's just simply a little language clarity in 4B in Appendix I to reflect the order of that hierarchy so that it doesn't read motorist and then cyclist first, but that it reads pedestrian, cyclist, and motorist, and then adds the words in keeping with the city's transportation hierarchy. So hopefully quite straightforward, and I think matches the intent, but I'm looking for clarity for the public here. And that's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So Councillor Boyle, speaking to the amendment, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Bligh, and I appreciate this. I just am hoping for a point of information I can hear from staff if this changes anything outlined, or if it just makes clear for the public, if this makes any tangible change in the plans and implementation.
Yeah, I mean, I can defer to, I see we've got Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt on the line, but we also have Lon still on the line, or Taryn, who would like to answer that question.
Lon, can you go ahead,
sure.
please?
Yeah, we have no concerns with that. Actually, that's it's additional clarification, and yeah, no concerns whatsoever.
Okay, great. Happy to support it then. Thanks. That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So seeing no other councillors on the queue, we can go to a vote on the amendment to the recommendations. Clerk, I will need a vote assist, please. So, clerks, I don't see the reflection of my vote, so you can go ahead and mark me in favor, and that amendment passes with unanimous support. So, and I'll just give the clerks a chance to display the vote results on the screen. Great, thank you very much. So going back to the main queue, we are dealing with the amended recommendations from staff. Are there any other speakers, councillors who wish to speak to this recommendation? And forgive me, my panel is a little slow today. So Councillor Boyle, that is a whole
yeah, I'll just say happy to support it and appreciate the feedback that we've gotten, particularly the significant work and advocacy that the Seniors Committee and People with Disabilities Committee have been putting into this, and all the work that staff have and continue to do on it.
Great, thank you very much. And Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to extend a wholehearted thank you to staff for the work and the report back. I know that we had COVID in the midst of this, and we're fortunate we didn't have a significant snow incident last year. So I am really glad to see the work come back. I think that when we have these snow events, it's an intense time operationally for staff, and probably one of the most interesting things that I've done as a councillor. I think call it part of our initial 30-day boot camp. We got to go out and sort of tour through and see, where all the salt is kept and the different equipment, and it gives you a real sense of what it takes operationally to boot up during these times. To address the snowfall and the snow issues. And I know that our staff work really hard there. It can also be an intense time for the public who, and especially for seniors and others that feel stranded, or people that rely on walking and rely on public transportation. And it's just quite difficult for them during that time, and that makes people react emotionally. And I think that this will go a long way to sort of calming down the level of emotion, and people feeling that pedestrians are prioritized, because I do think they felt like they were being left behind. So these sort of apparently simple but yet really meaningful changes do make a difference for folks to know that they are counted in, and that the city is walking the talk, so to speak. Oh, there's a pun, and I didn't intend it, but walking the talk in terms of our transportation hierarchy, because we do start with pedestrians, and it is the cheapest, the most affordable, the healthiest, and sort of the greenest way to get around from there. So I just wanted to sort of extend my gratitude to staff for the work, and I appreciate the progressive improvement. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Thank you for keeping track of your time there. We're having a little bit of delays with our panel, so if things aren't showing up in real time, forgive us for the time being. We'll get it sorted. So that actually brings us to the end of the debate portion of this report, and we can move us over to a vote to vote on the recommendations as amended. And clerks, if I can have a vote assist, please. And those recommendations pass. with unanimous support. So thank you very much, Council, and thank you to staff for the work on this report. So that concludes item 1 on the agenda. Next is item 2, report back on Council motion beyond 2010, consideration for the City of Vancouver to participate in a future Olympic Winter Games bid. We have Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, and Michelle Collins, Manager of Sport Hosting Vancouver, on the line to present and answer questions.
Chair Bligh, it's Karen Levitt here. Could I perhaps start with a few opening words here?
Absolutely. I just want to remind Council that as this report is for Council's information only, there are no speakers and no decision is required of Council, but you will have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff after the presentation. So yes, please go ahead, Karen.
Thanks very much. It's Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager. So this report responds to a council motion that came just as the pandemic was descending upon us, and there was a period of great uncertainty, at all levels of this question. We now have a lot more clarity about what's going on with a potential bid for the 2030 Winter Games. What's happened since 2010, when the city last hosted the Olympics, is that the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, has created a very different process for how cities and regions bid for the games. This is a COC, a Canadian Olympic Committee-led process now, with the opportunity to create a regional bid. There's a period of exploration before a city or a region or any kind of group of entities put in a bid. And one of the other big changes is that those that bid are able to use their existing facilities and venues, not expected to build a lot more new facilities and venues as has been done in the past. The timing of this is really that the Canadian Olympic Committee is very busy right now dealing with the near-term Olympic Games and getting our athletes to those games in the midst of the pandemic, and has expressed to us that they are not going to really entertain discussions around bid for about a year. So this is some time off. With that, I'll leave it for Council to ask any questions you have of staff. Michelle Collins is here, Manager of our Sport Hosting Vancouver, to respond to questions Council might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. I do have a note here that there is a PowerPoint presentation. Are you indicating that you'll be waiving the presentation?
Yeah, I think we will opt to waive it, Chair Bligh, unless Council, we hear from you, from Council through you, that you want to see it. It just summarizes the information in the report.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I would like to see it if possible.
Okay, that's great. We do have a practice that if one councillor wishes to see the presentation, we do that. So,
okay.
I can.
So Michelle Collins, Michelle, do you have access to share screen, or would you like me to share my screen?
Yeah, the function of share is not enabled on mine. So if you can, I will follow along.
Certainly. Okay, so you just tell me when to move it along and I will. You should be able to see it now, yes?
Excellent. Yes, I can see that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Bligh, Mayor, and Councillors. My name is Michelle Collins. I'm the Manager responsible for Sport Hosting Vancouver with the City of Vancouver, and I'll be providing the staff report back on the Beyond 2010 motion, consideration for the City of Vancouver to participate in a future Olympic Winter Games bid. I'd like to point out, though, at this time that this report back, both the Olympic and Paralympic Games are considered in relation to exploring the opportunity, as it is a condition of hosting the Winter Games that both events must take place in the city, in the host city or region. So just wanted to acknowledge the inclusiveness of both events. In summary, I'll cover the direction Council provided to staff, describe how we got here, what is currently happening, and I'll provide an overview of the research I have done on what a bid process is today, where the discussions regarding 2030 are at, and what the City of Vancouver can focus on in the short term. So the Council direction on November 4th, 2020, Council referred the motion Beyond 2010 consideration for the future of City of Vancouver to participate in the future Olympic Winter Games back to staff for consideration, and that's where we are here today in Q1 of 2021. How did we get here? Okay, so February 2020 marked the 10th year anniversary of hosting the games, and community celebrations were hosted in Vancouver, Richmond, Whistler, and within the sport community. The celebrations highlighted the legacies of the games that for which Vancouver 2010 is recognized as one of the most successful winter games in history. Along many of the accolades that are listed here, I will like to note out that in the report, it did not define, but it is definitely an oversight on my behalf. All my future bids now do include this amazing legacy of the games, and that we were also the first Pride House at an Olympic and Paralympic Games, meaning that the establishment of a hospitality house that was inclusive of the LGBTQ community was established at that Winter Games and is now seen as a best practice in all major events, in which we also hosted it for the Women's World Cup. And we do see this as a best practice happening around the world now. In addition to the network of new sport facilities that you do see, we do have those now as community facilities. There was an investment made by all levels of government and transit for the Canada Line, Sea to Sky Highway. We have an expanded public art program now that also we admire today. We had the increased tourism capacity and the capacity to host live events. So the games definitely projected to the world the opportunity of Vancouver, and we do see that visitation pre-pandemic that definitely benefited our local businesses. And of course, this was the first time in history Indigenous people were recognized as official partners of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, in which was established as the 4 host First Nations. Karen, to the next one. One of the key celebrations that the Games did have was also the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade had a breakfast open to its members and guests, where John Furlong, the CEO of the 2010 Games, was the keynote. And in his presentation, he introduced the idea that British Columbia should consider hosting the Games again, highlighting these reasons why. We have the sport-specific venues that can host again. So making recognition of the sliding center and the ski jumping, it is necessary that if you are to rebid and repurpose those venues, that it's done in a time frame where sports science still enables the use of those venues to the capacity. And so that would be a major savings in a sense of hosting the games. But also that we have that proven track record. We have the intelligence, we have the capacity of human experiences in order to reformulate the games and understand how we can address an event concept plan that would focus on now what would be a regional need against a regional event plan. Now, to give context, I think it's important, the timeline of the motion in which this came forward, looking at March 10th was when it was presented, the Beyond 2010 motion, and it was referred to April 1st to hear from speakers. Due to unforeseen circumstances, when council was transitioning from in-person meetings to the virtual, the meeting was canceled and the motion was rescheduled to be heard on November 4th, 2020. November 4th, we were still in a provincial state of emergency as it was just declared in early March, and it was still in effect even up to this week. And so the motion was referred back to staff for consideration and a preliminary report back to council, and that's where we are today. So a quick overview on the research that I've done regarding the new reformed bid process. It's really important for us to understand how we bid last time is not the same conditions of how we bid in the future if we are to consider a bid. The IOC recently announced the Olympic Agenda 2020, which has a number of reforms made to it that now, in hindsight, say it's no longer a global event telling hosts what to do, but now a global event allowing a community or a region to do what it needs to do. So very different expression of reducing the delivery expectations and now increasing the value and a true partnership between communities and a region as to what a games can do both physically and socially for the community. To be very specific, this now means that there is a more distributed model. That means the games are decentralized. What we were under the parameters of before when the last bid was declared, and that bid process started in 1998, and what we were awarded the games in 2003. And so that had different stipulations of which the venues had to be within so much distance of each other. That is no longer anymore the requirements. It is now a regional model is possible. So while no new venues need to be used, you can repurpose existing venues. If it is determined that curling should be in Victoria at their existing venue, that is a possibility. However, new venues can be built if it aligns with community objectives because they had the intention of building a facility already. So this is a much wider footprint, and as a result requires a much broader dialogue amongst the region and will not be a specific City of Vancouver discussion. In regards to that broader dialogue, it allows you now to also have communication with both the IOC and the COC to develop your event concept. This is a non-committal, continuous dialogue that the IOC does provide staff in order to help shape your bid. It is no longer, please submit by this time. These are all the requirements and which drove up the costs and the competition. There's no set date anymore as to when you must submit. The IOC is continuously open to review. Other countries might be interested in similar dates, but there's no set date in which you submit. Specific to the 2030 opportunity in Canada, the Canadian Olympic Committee with the Canadian Paralympic Committee will bring forward the concept of an event bid to the IOC. They will be the stewards of the Olympic movement and the Paralympic movement. What the COC has confirmed for us, pre-pandemic, it was determined by their board that Vancouver and the region, as British Columbia, would be the strongest candidate for a future Winter Olympic Games in Canada. So if they are to open the discussion, it will be directly with Vancouver and the province of British Columbia. The COC will lead and invest in the early phases of this Games concept, so they will bring consultants and people in together in order to manage the communication. They will bring the call of all levels of government, First Nations, invested stakeholders, regional municipalities. They will come to the table to be able to discuss the opportunity, and they will lead that invitation. This will happen at the appropriate time. It has been deemed that now is not the appropriate time as we respond to the public health crisis that is before us, and also that the COC is focused, and the CPC, on the mental and health well-being of their athletes and making sure that they can travel safely to the upcoming games in Tokyo 2021. They will also, there is consideration that Beijing is right after, so they will notify us as to what that right time is, in which staff will report back to council to be able to update the timeline, but now is not the time. It does not stop regional discussions happening from invested stakeholders, whether the sport community, the art community, the culture community. If there's inspirations, it does not stop local groups from having the dialogue, but it does mean that no official process, since they present to the IOC, will take place until that time. So what does that mean for the City of Vancouver, and what can we do? We are not leading the bid discussion. Staff will be available and accessible to participate in regional discussions with key stakeholders to further explore a concept. We still have to decide on what a concept is to be able to make an informed decision if this would be the right fit for the City of Vancouver to participate in. As more information becomes available, staff will report back to council with timelines and progress on a regional event concept. And if and when it is decided that Vancouver would participate, they will come back to council with a recommendation. Staff will come back to council with a recommendation as to what level of engagement that is and what participation would be or recommended in order for there to be a discussion amongst council. The event concept phase will not require funding from the City of Vancouver. We do recognize as staff that while the games are a long-term objective, and in media and in the discussion of the business community, it is being viewed also as a potential economic stimulus coming out of the pandemic and a rebuild. However, we do recognize that in order to be ready long-term, we do have to focus short-term on the capacity of our arts, culture, hospitality, and tourism industry, who have been some of the hardest hit sectors as a result of the pandemic. We do need to maintain our capacity, and the action needed is short-term in order for us to host today so that we can be ready to host in the future. So the City of Vancouver is committed, staff are committed to working with local stakeholders to identify these short-term actions and have taken direction from a previous council motion. And that's the recommendation from this report, or sorry, the advice from this report, that staff will work short-term to identify what we can do to support the arts, events, hospitality, and tourism industry coming out of the pandemic. And that's the motion that was presented on, Karen, if you can change it to the next slide, on March 9th, where opening up, enabling readiness for post-pandemic arts, events, hospitality. We're recognizing that there's a great opportunity to restart smart, and we'll be working with key stakeholders and the live events economy to come back and present some findings from expertise and advice from the industry as to what we can do to support our community in the rebuild, so that if there is an opportunity of a longer term major event hosting opportunity, such as an Olympic and Paralympic Games, we will be ready. We'll report back on this in early summer 2021.
Thanks very much, Michelle, for the presentation. You do have, there are a number of councillors on the queue for questions, so we'll start there. Councillor DiGenova, you're first on the queue. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff.
Thanks very much. And just as I'm going to do this, I wanted to make sure, do we have speakers to this, don't we? Just before you start.
We do not have speakers.
Oh, okay. All right. Just that's right, because speakers weren't able to sign up to speak to this. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. Sorry to put you on the spot, Michelle. Just wondered if you could maybe you've done a very good job in explaining sort of where things are at and where Vancouver sits in this equation, and understanding that this isn't a decision just about us, but just on working with the 3 nations. And maybe I'll ask a point of information just through the chair and the mayor after this, but just wondered, I mean, can you comment at all on where the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh sit on exploring this opportunity when the time comes? Is there any indication that they would like to move forward to explore this, as was noted in the first motion?
Michelle, can you answer that, please?
Yes, you bet. Councillor DiGenova, yes. Through this whole process of exploration and understanding the process, to be very clear, we have been in dialogue with the local nations, of which are unceded territory of Vancouver. The 4 Host First Nations as itself was a group that was formed from the Games and have since disbanded. Because this is now a regional approach to the Games, the broader conversation will be made with a number of local First Nations for which a future Games bid regional concept might come forward. But we have informed and continued the dialogue with our local nations, and they are interested in what their role might be in exploring, and are encouraged to have a seat at that table to learn more.
Thanks very much. And I think I'll also I have some more questions for you, but if I may, Chair, ask a point of information through you to the mayor, and it's because of the protocol and the way that we, the mayor to chief or mayor to spokesperson of nations relationship works. May I do that? If
Sure,
I'm not putting Mayor Stewart on the spot. Mayor Stewart, I'm just wondering if you might be able to offer any words towards that previous question I had about your conversations with the 4 nation, or with the 3 nations in this case, with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and if their councils have considered this or have given you any indication that they're interested in, at the very least, moving forward with work to consider this.
Yeah, so I do have regular dialogue with the chiefs and the coordinators at Squamish and Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, of course. And so this has been part of various agendas. Of course, we've been mostly focused on pandemic response and other shared areas of interest. I did really it was more a slight one-way conversation where I was kind of explaining where we were in the process and that their support would be absolutely critical from my perspective for any, any chance for the Olympics to come to Vancouver and the region. The thing that's valuable about this presentation is it shows that it'll be a slightly or quite a different process than the last time around. So I am happy to stay fully engaged with this, but am at this point, as you see, with emergency motions and COVID lockdowns and all those kind of things, that it's much more of a priority. And it does seem like the Olympic Committee is going to be taking the lead on this. So I am happy to talk with anybody at any point about this, but that's where we stand at the moment.
Okay, and also maybe I could ask you this, and maybe then I'll move for a second round of questions if I need to. But point of information through the chair to Mayor Stewart,
Just a second.
was it an indication though, important at all to to those who will be planning this, that Vancouver City Council has done this work? Is that helpful? Do you think that it all, the work of Michelle Collins and
Just
Karen
15
Levitt,
seconds.
do you feel that that's important, that we continue to work together in a partnership?
Just 10
Just a
seconds,
yes
Mayor.
or no question, really.
Yeah, I think any information we can provide at this point is useful since the parameters are changing. And I don't want to speak on behalf of nations because they're off making decisions that would inform us formally of what their opinions are. So,
Mayor, I don't want to cut you off, but that's over
yeah.
5 minutes. I think
Okay.
we'll
And I'd just like to move for a
Thanks.
second round of
You're out of time,
questions.
Councillor DeGenova, so
Oh.
we'll have to move to the next.
Maybe someone else will move for a
yeah,
second round of questions
that's
for me.
right.
I'll go back on.
Okay, great. Councillor Swanson, you're next.
Yeah, thank you for the report. It's a pretty raw report about the Olympics, and I'm concerned that there's actually quite a few downsides of having Olympics, like things about climate change, increasing property values, and housing, making housing less affordable. But the question I wanted to start with is, one of the reasons for having the Olympics is to help the hotel industry, but the hotels are actually using COVID to fire their mostly women workers. And I'm worried that because the hotels refuse to extend recall rights for their workers, that if we do have Olympics, that the actual workers who have built the hotel industry will have to go back to working at poverty wages without benefits because they're all being fired. So I'm wondering if staff is looking at this aspect of helping the tourism industry. Like, does the industry include the actual workers who do the work, or does it just include the hotels that are getting the COVID bailouts?
Councillor Swanson, it's Karen Levitt here. At this point in time, the staff has been really conscious of not investing too much time in this work. It's very preliminary, and the question at hand is really, do we want to recommend to council that we potentially entertain being involved in an eventual bid? So it's a very kind of qualified, high-level set of work we're doing right now. And given all the other demands on staff, we have not moved below that question at this point. If and when council were to direct staff to more seriously get involved in the discussions of a regional bid, we certainly be looking at a broad range of the pros and cons of benefits and potential disadvantages of hosting the Olympics or participating in hosting the Olympics, much like we did prior to the 2010
Okay.
games.
Okay, so a second question here is 2030 is the year that we're supposed to be have reduced our carbon emissions by 50%, the same year as the Olympics that this report is contemplating. So I think it would be really important and have staff investigated how we could meet our carbon reduction commitments if we have 600,000 visitors like we had last time, with probably half them flying in on carbon emitting planes.
Thank you very much. Again, through the chair, I guess I'd proffer the same answer. Is there is much work to be done along the way in considering the pros and cons and potential mitigation of risks and downsides for any games we were to host. So we'll table that as another question we'll be looking at.
Okay, and then the third one, I think it's really important when we make these decisions to look at the downsides too. So Bob Rennie, the condo king, and Adriane from SFU and our former mayor have all attributed the higher costs of housing to the 2010 Olympics. So is this something that staff are going to look at in terms of whether or not we should even keep working on getting the Olympics?
And again, sorry, same response to all three questions. We're really good considerations, and definitely one staff will be looking at as we bring forward our recommendations to council as this moves forward.
Okay, and fourth consideration, the last Olympics resulted in several surprise costs, like almost $1 billion for security, which would probably be double that by 2030. And we were 46 million over budget on the Olympic Village, which the city had to absorb. So, you know, are we looking at how we could use these huge expenditures on the Olympics for doing things like promoting Indigenous culture, helping solve climate change, helping make housing more affordable? I think those are more
Certainly
important considerations.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Certainly, any analysis staff will be doing going forward, if we are directed to by staff, will look very closely at costs and cost contingencies, and it will be ultimately up to City Council to decide on whether this is an appropriate investment for the city to make, given all the other potential areas of investment available to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Up next, Councillor Hardwick for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to build on Councillor Swanson's questions. My understanding was there has been no audit done of the Olympics by the Provincial Auditor General. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I do not know the answer to that offhand.
I believe it is correct. And tied to that, then, there has been no independent investigation of cost and benefit, full cost and benefit analysis of the 2010 Olympics.
I recall seeing after the 2010 Olympics an economic analysis of the games done by a third party. It was done by, I believe, PricewaterhouseCoopers at the time. But I don't know that there might be others that exist.
What's the status of all the documentation around VANOC? My understanding is that there is no public access to board minutes, financial records, or anything of the sort until 2025. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that offhand, but we could get that back to council.
Okay, I might suggest that it would be helpful for us to be at least able to see the records of the prior Olympics before we make decisions going forward. And to that extent, what would be the cost of conducting a referendum? My records showed that there was a referendum done, for example, in Calgary. They spent $6.9 million exploring an Olympic bid. What would be the status of a referendum in Vancouver?
I'm going to, through the chair, ask if perhaps the city clerk might have an estimate of that cost.
Through the chair,
Sure.
this is Rosemary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I would imagine if it was a standalone referendum, we're probably looking close to $2 million for this work.
Okay, well, we've heard about this being a regional effort. Would that mean that Whistler and Richmond and other municipalities that would be affected by this would be sharing in the cost of a referendum?
For a referendum that's going to include other municipalities, it would make sense for the province to hold that referendum. I think with our referendum, it would be applicable to only the residents or the voters in Vancouver, the residents in Vancouver. So I think we would maybe look at the province to conduct that for us and have the cost shared.
We've heard that we're not spending money on this, but is Sport Hosting Vancouver or any other city staff seeking funds to travel to Tokyo in July or Beijing next February to lobby the IOC?
Michelle, do you want to take that question, please?
Sure. No, there is no plan in order to travel. No spectators or outsider people are allowed to travel to Tokyo, and there would be no intention of our participation at either games.
Tied to that, will Vancouver seek an independent evaluation of the IOC and its financials? Looking at Tokyo is next, it was canceled because of another wave of the pandemic. And if Beijing is boycotted over human rights issues, then the IOC will be suffering financially, and viability may be in question. Would that be taken into consideration in our review?
I've certainly the staff will look at a broad range of the factors that would feed into the advisability of participating and hosting the games, and that the financial situation of the IOC would definitely be one of those.
We've talked about the existing facilities. Olympic Village was vacant and not occupied during the prior Olympics, and the False Creek Flats area, which was used for staging, is slated for the St. Paul's Hospital. Since those areas will no longer be available in the way that they were in 2010, where would the land be coming from that the city would see to stage these kinds of events?
Thanks. Through the chair, this is another one of the questions that the staff, if council directs us to look at the advisability and the costs and benefits and pros and cons of hosting the games. One of the other things we'll certainly be looking at is what venues and facilities we could use for sports and also for hosting, or sorry, for putting up athletes and spectators.
The decentralized model also allows for not a single site necessarily to have the same impact as an Olympic Village. It can now be spread and determined by the needs of the community. So that is something that could be shared amongst regions if it's determined as part of their alignment for need.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Over to Councillor Boyle for 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'm hoping just to sort of a follow-up from some of the questions that have been asked to get a clear sense of how much staff time has gone into this so far and how much staff time we anticipate might go into it before we would hit a point at which council actually weighs in on whether or not this is a direction we support going in.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Through the chair, the answer is there's been a minimal investment in staff time to date. The work has primarily been undertaken by Ms. Collins, and that she shared with you today, and that was just researching the new bid process and some preliminary outreach to some of our key partners in the region or potential key partners in the region. The answer to how much staff time it would take probably depends on what council direction is to us. Michelle, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, at this time, it's just been as part of my job and my experiences of identifying events of economic opportunity, both social and physical opportunity for the city, is that review, working in accessibility with our partners. That's been my role so far. I'd say moving forward until we're able to identify an event concept, the Canadian Sport Canada, along with the COC, will be hosting those meetings. And as it progresses, we'll be able to give you an update on what time would be needed depending on the City of Vancouver's participation in that concept.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get at is council, before significant additional staff time is invested in this, council would, if something would come back to council to actually give that direction?
We'll be able to update on a process once we have a timeline and identified what that roadmap looks like. And yes, we will come back to council with that information as it expands further beyond my department.
Okay, can I have one more clarifying question, which is, I'm wondering if
Point of privilege, Swanson.
Yes, Councillor Swanson.
Councillor Boyle is cutting out.
Yes, it's just some interference with your audio, Councillor Boyle. You may want to try turning off your video while you finish your comments, questions.
Okay, I just tried to reconnect.
Okay, I see Councillor Boyle is asking to go at the end of the list while tech issues are resolved, so I'll advance Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And actually, I think many of my questions have generally been answered. Although I suppose on just a kind of general clarification, moving forward, is it conceivable that with this new regional approach that we could see an Olympic bid go ahead whether Vancouver likes it or not, because it's a regional approach?
Shell?
Yes, it is possible that the rest of the region can decide forward on a games without the City of Vancouver's participation. It'd be up to them to leverage how they would like to engage, but yes, it is possible.
Yeah, and has there been any sense from other regional partners here in Metro, for instance? I know Whistler's very rah-rah on this idea. Have there been any hints from the rest of the region about thoughts on a future 2030?
I think the general concept that we've heard from people is that they're very encouraged to sit down at a table to identify what the opportunity is for them, you know, where the expansion could go. I know throughout the Lower Mainland, all communities are interested in learning more, where, especially where they're able to leverage it for infrastructure needs of their community.
Okay.
Councillor Fry, if I can just add that I have spoken to UBC in Surrey, for example, about this, just kind of answering questions in response to this motion, actually. So again, nothing committed, but just to know that those lines of communications are open.
Okay. Appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think there's a lot more work that has to come, and would like to see a bit more of a critical cost benefit analysis. So but I'll come back on later for that. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova, we didn't actually get a second round of questions.
That's okay. I don't need one. Actually, I was going to is
Oh,
count is
you're
it my
actually out
turn
of
to speak?
time. No,
I was gonna move us.
You're actually out of time. You went over time of 5 minutes, so I'm gonna have to move forward.
Oh, but I'm moving to debate now. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to move a motion to receive for information, which I understood there was discussion and debate, and I could do that.
What I would like, so right now, what we had was 5 minutes for questions. We're not debating a motion because there is no motion on the floor. The report is simply to receive for information. But I did let Councillor Boyle know that she could go ahead once she comes back on the queue because she had such difficult
Oh, of course. My
video.
apologies. I didn't mean to stop anyone's questions. May I move for a second round of questions, though?
You're actually out of time, Councillor DeGenova. So unless you're on the queue with time to move for a second round of questions, which gives you the ability to move the motion, unfortunately, as you mentioned, you had hoped somebody else would move for a second round, but that hasn't happened yet. So
well, if I may, under a point of parliamentary procedure, I don't want to have to roll everything back, but I did ask, you know, just before my questions, if I could move for a second. I said that I'd move for a second round of questions.
I heard you, Councillor DeGenova, but you were out of time.
That was in my 5 minutes that I did that, but I understand. Maybe Councillor John Minato will go back on and do that for me. I would hope I'd be able to move a motion, as that's customary here when we've brought something forward to council.
This has to be done within your allotted time. So, Councillor Swanson, we don't have a second round of questions, but you do have time left. So I will advance you.
Point of procedure, Chair?
Yes.
Thanks. It's Councillor Kirby. I understood that any councillor at any time can move for a second round of questions. It's not time dependent. It's like moving a motion. I think that's.
Let me check with the clerk. My understanding is that it was a motion and therefore had to be made within your allotted time. Clerk, if you could come on and just clarify.
Yes, it is the clerk here. Chair Bligh, if you'd just give me a second. Chair Bligh, it is the clerk, and my understanding is the council member could bring forward such motion.
Okay, outside of their time.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I stand corrected, and that is absolutely good for clarification. So, Councillor DeGenova, do have the ability to move that motion, and thank you, Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you. I will.
I'm just gonna hold on for 1 second. I'm getting conflicting messages from our clerks that you actually do need to have the floor to move a motion. I'm gonna.
I was on the
Okay,
queue.
I'm gonna move ahead as we've been advised by the clerk, but I just want to flag for the clerks that I'm getting conflicting notes from the clerks on what the actual rule is around needing the floor to move a motion. And in order to have the floor, just 1 second, please. In order to have the floor, you have to have time. You have to be within your 5 minutes, is my understanding. So if the clerks can just clarify amongst themselves and come back online, but we will move ahead in the spirit of the feedback we've gotten initially from the clerk. So, Councillor DeGenova, you have a point of procedure, or you can move for a second round. Go ahead. I see your video is.
Okay, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that. Thank you. Can I move for a second round?
Yes, I'm going to move us ahead, and we'll get clarification from the clerk.
So I can or cannot, because if we move ahead, Chair, I'm concerned that I can change the way things go here. So
okay, so
would you like me to discuss? I'm
Councillor
happy to do
DeGenova,
that. I had a procedure, but
Councillor DeGenova, if you can just stop just for a second. Your audio is cutting in and out, so I'm also not hearing what you're saying. And I have received clarification from the clerks that you need to have the floor to move a motion. So because you went over 5 minutes, you don't have the floor. So you can't move a motion for a second round of questions. And hopefully everyone on council will remember this moment that you need to have the floor to move for a second round of questions. So
can I also call my point of procedure now then?
To call a point of procedure.
It's a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm wondering how it was that when I was my turn for questions, Councillor Young was out of time. However, we both, Chair Bligh, I was fine to oblige and let Councillor Kirby Young move for a second round of questions, which she did. So I'm just wondering why I'm being treated differently.
Councillor Kirby Young had time left on her clock in the previous report. So it was kind of you to do that, but she actually did have time left on her clock. She finished just before 5 minutes.
Okay, well, maybe Councillor Swanson will be kind enough to do that.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to
hope
clear
that I could. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
I would like to move a main motion in place of receiving the report for info, and I send it to the clerk.
Okay. So we are in the question queue, so I'll ask the clerk to assist here. We'll be moving to an amendment queue, is that correct? Or we stay on this queue?
It is the clerk here, Chair Bligh, and this is a main motion, so you would move to the main motion.
To the main queue?
Yes.
Point of privilege?
Yes,
I've lost my connection to my remote desktop, and I would be putting myself on the queue, but obviously cannot do that now. It's interesting how it always happens right before I.
Okay, well, we're going to move over to.
I'm just wondering if you could you please add me to the queue? It's a point of privilege because I cannot access my remote desktop. Thank you.
Okay, so we've moved over to a main queue where Councillor Swanson, if you can go back on the queue, and you do have 5 minutes to introduce your motion. I see there are a couple of the councillors that are with you, but I'll ask the clerks to advance you so that you can introduce your motion.
Okay, so there's 4 reasons why I think we should stay away from the Olympics. We already have 2 crises in the city, which the Olympics in 2010 made worse, the climate crisis and the housing affordability crisis. So GHG emissions, the Suzuki Foundation has said that that we didn't meet our 2010 climate targets because of spectators flying into the Olympics. That's something that's really important. 2030 is the year of the Olympics. It's also the year that we're supposed to reduce our carbon emissions by 50%. Okay, the impact on the rise of property values that makes housing unaffordable. Bob Rennie said there's a marketing that that the real estate values were really pushed by the Olympics. Andy Yan attributes increasing property values to the 2010 Olympics. Even our former mayor did that. I spent a lot of time in 2010 organizing the Poverty Olympics, and the main message of the Poverty Olympics was that the amount of money that gets spent on the Olympics could actually end poverty and homelessness if it were put there. And I think that's what we should do. We should put it there, or we should put it into climate change, put it into one of our priorities that our citizens really want us to deal with. And then the last one is the hotel workers. I think Unite Here Local 40 has a campaign. It's called Unequal Women, End 19th Century Treatment of Women in the 21st Century. And the issue is, if the Olympics are supposed to be supporting the tourism industry, why isn't the tourism industry supporting its very own workers? Why should we help hotels recover when they're firing women? The Pan Pacific is firing women, the Fairmont Waterfront is firing women, the park, the Shangri-La. Who will be working in these hotels in 2030? Not the current workers who built the hotel industry. Until these hotels and their workers, until these hotels give their workers the right to recall, I can't really vote for something that's going to help the industry but not their workers. So I don't think the staff should do any more work on the Olympics. We've been hearing over and over again that our staff is slammed, that there's too much work for them to do. Let's let them do something else. Let's let them work on climate change. Let them work on housing affordability. Let them work on improving cultural access for Indigenous people, but not work on the Olympics when there are these huge major problems with it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I'm going to move us ahead with Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually have a point of procedure, and I'm wondering, with respect to this, what I heard very clearly from staff and was articulated in the report was that the COC was not going to entertain any dialogue or discussion on this for about a year until after they get through the current games and other situations, pandemic, there's Beijing games, there's other things that they have to prepare for, and that it would not be the City of Vancouver initiating this work, it would be the COC that would be leading and bringing those conversations forward to respective parties. And so, you know, what I heard very clearly in terms of roles was that, and that there isn't work to be done at this point. Our staff might receive or be requested to participate in conversations, but they're not actively going to be doing work on a games because we would not be responsible for developing a concept, for example, and nobody even knows what that might look like, nor would we be leading that discussion. It's something that would potentially be brought forward to us, but there isn't work to be done according to the report of the COC. So I'm wondering, Chair, pursuant to section 8.7F, specifically referencing the incorrect piece or G, failing to meet any characteristic or condition, if this is actually out of order, because I think staff were saying the report is quite clear that we're not looking to pursue work right now. Staff have indicated the priority is the pandemic and other response, and I think we've indicated that there's no work anticipated to happen in the next year. So I'm wondering if you could rule on that, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. I will just I'll stop your timer, and I'm going to call a recess for 3 minutes to confer. The motion is in order in terms of process related to the actual report coming forward, but in terms of the merit of the motion and the content of the report, I'm going to take a few minutes just to confer with city clerks and ensure that this is in fact in order. So
point of privilege, Chair?
Yes.
Councillor Nova, I've been disconnected and I've just gotten back on. But my remote desktop will not open up. Last time this happened to me was during the budget, and I was told my computer was off in chambers later. So I was hoping that during this recess, perhaps we could extend it a little longer. Could I move that we have a 10-minute recess so that I can try and get back online? Because my computer connection is great.
You need 10 minutes to get back online.
Well, I'm not sure how long it will take staff.
I'm going to say let's call a 5-minute recess and see how you make out. And if we need to adjust, we can. We've got a lot to do today, and I think we need to really be expediting this process right now. So 5 minutes, back at 11:15.
Maybe you could have the clerk
I
contact me.
believe the clerks have heard your request. So yeah, hopefully you can reach out to them for IT support. Okay, we're in recess. Okay, we're in council. understand Councillor DeGenova is reconnecting or perhaps reconnected, which is great. So I will rule on Councillor Kirby Young's point of order, and that is that the motion is in order, as there's no motion associated with the report, and the motion proposed by Councillor Swanson is in keeping with the topic of the report. And that being said, so I'm going to rule that that is the ruling on the point of order. Councillor Kirby Young, is there anything else that you would like to?
Can you just repeat that for me? I didn't quite hear or understand. You said you're ruling out of order because there's no motion. Could you just repeat that?
Just the report does not have a motion that would perhaps conflict with this motion itself. There's no associated motion with the report. That the motion proposed is in order because it is keeping in line with the topic of the report. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just want to make sure.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and Councillor Kirby, you still have the floor. So is there anything else you'd like to speak to?
No, I'll wait. Thank you.
Okay. So, Councillor Dominato, 5 minutes to the motion moved by Councillor Swanson.
Hi, Chair. I'll come back on at the end of the queue. Thanks.
Okay, and Councillor DeGenova, you have 5 minutes to speak to the motion.
Thanks. I'd like to, first of all, just 1 second. I'd like to move, can I ask a point of information through you to staff?
You could certainly pose your question and then we could direct it.
Okay, thanks so much. My understanding is receive for information, if that was moved forward as opposed to this motion, or this motion that is on the floor before us, that in fact there would be a lot of work that would be done by other organizations, but there's a possibility, what I'm reading in this report, that this could help to meet some of our affordability goals, and that if we were to make a Made in Vancouver approach to the Olympics, that's a possibility, that there's something very different than 2010 that could actually be in the works and that could come forward, that could honor and actually, be kind of co-led by the host First Nations. And I understand that that might be more than 4 nations. Is that correct? I just wanted to ask.
Yes, I'll allow that question to Karen to respond.
Sure. I guess the short answer is that staff will do a thorough evaluation of all potential upsides and all potential downsides and potential mitigations of the downsides at the point in time where council might be entertaining the decision to enter into any kind of bid partnership, regional bid partnership. That this is not that time. And so yes, there are potential upsides. Yes, there are potential downsides. And we don't believe, and we would not recommend to council, that this is the right moment to invest staff resources into understanding in detail what those are.
Okay, thanks very much. So what I'm hoping to do actually, Chair, is I'm just sending this over now, and it would be to strike the motion and to instead insert that council receive this report for information. And I've just sent that over to the media amendment. So if we could move to amendment queue, so I'm not using any more time, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, I'm just going to confirm that this amendment to motion is in order, because we don't technically need a motion to receive the report. Of course, that is what's before us. So let me just confirm. And, let me just check first. Yeah, so the motion's not in order, Councillor DeGenova, as we don't need a motion to receive. What we can do is simply, of course, vote down this motion, and it would achieve the same objective. So therefore, it's not in order. So I'm going to restart your timer and allow you to continue on the main queue here.
Okay, well, I won't be supporting this, and in fact, if you could stop my timer, I'd like to ask a point of procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
If we vote this down, could a motion be put on the floor after this to receive for information?
No, we do not need a motion to receive for information. By completing the item, if we vote this motion down, it fails, then we conclude this item, then we have received the report for information. We do not need a motion to do that.
Thanks very much. I just think it might be confusing to the public. So in moving forward, this is what I'd like to say. And perhaps I was rattled a little bit by my technical difficulties. My apologies. This past week, and apologies if I do get emotional, I know that we spoke about this in council yesterday, and there were some lovely words shared about Ian Waddell. Ian Waddell was planning to reach out to each caucus, and I'm not going to name names, but he had some great ideas, and I think that Mayor Stewart said it best when he talked about his energy, and that he would just fill a room with his positivity. Sorry, Mayor Stewart, if I'm misquoting you, but for him, it was very important that this was an opportunity that was considered. And in fact, to the points that were talked about him being a leader in the social justice community, he saw huge opportunities here for affordability, for an Olympics that could be done differently in Vancouver. And we were supposed to have a meeting this week, and he passed away on March 15th. I did have an opportunity actually to speak to him about this report coming forward. He wanted to come and speak to it. He didn't know if he'd be able to. I didn't know if he'd be able to. As we know, there aren't speakers allowed. But I just wanted to mention that because he was the minister who had secured this first opportunity and worked so hard on that. I don't think that this is just about him. It's about our 4 host nations. And I think making a decision like this without them, I can't do that. I really think that, in respecting our city of reconciliation, to stop all work on this. Councillor Swanson, I think you and I do want some of the same things here. We want to look at ways to make things more affordable. We want to look at the opportunities. And in my first motion, I outlined all of those. Some of the really good opportunities, the social enterprise, the job training, especially the people in the downtown east side.
To the
So
time.
I just wanted to note that. So that's all for me for now.
Thank you so much. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to speak in opposition to this motion as well. And the reason is that although you didn't rule it out of order, to me, it actually, because of incorrect statement, I did not hear staff tell us that they are working on the Olympic bid. I heard that staff have been working to provide information as a background to us having asked them to consider the motion put forward by Councillor DeGenova and report to us on their thoughts at the time, and that the work was very minimal on the part of staff, primarily by Michelle Collins in some of the outreach work that she already does. And I heard clearly that it would not be up to us to initiate this process, that it would be up to the Canadian Organizing Committee, our Olympic Committee, and that's not going to happen for a while. So for me, I'm not seeing that there is work intended, and clearly we've heard from staff they do not plan on any immediate line of work. So I don't think it's necessary at this point in time. There may be a point in time when the opportunity comes up because Canada reaches out to us or on a regional basis, at which point I would like the opportunity to be able to think through the pros and cons. It could be that the local regional benefits, including the benefits in our city, are to build a lot of housing that would house athletes and house guests, and that we could could then assume that housing at a much lower cost and rate than certainly the Olympic Village was itself in the last Olympics held here. But there may be an opportunity. There may be an opportunity around working with the host First Nations again, and we haven't surveyed them and know where they would be at if there was interest federally and regionally. There's so many unknowns at this point that to blanket say, no, we will not have staff working on it, and this as a motion would then carry into the future, that I cannot possibly support. It would limit, I think, any options that council has to reevaluate, to evaluate in a fresh way under different circumstances and a different bidding process than we've had experience with in the past. And I would want any council to be able to have that opportunity to evaluate fairly. So I'm not supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I first have a point of parliamentary procedure, and if it will take some time, I'd move a recess. And it's just to clarify from the clerks, subsidiary motions that enable receipt for information and would have not been appropriate in the last discussion we had for that as part of our procedure bylaws, or if they could just clarify that provision within our procedure bylaws.
So the provision, I can let you know, because I've asked this question, is in 5.16 of the procedure bylaw. And the recommendation in the report is to receive for information, no vote nor motion is necessary to complete the item.
Okay, and I'm referring to section 8 of the procedure bylaws related to motions at meetings. Would the clerks be able to speak to that?
I'll ask the clerks to come on. We did recess and deal with this, so if you'd like to hear from the clerks, I can certainly enable that to happen.
If I could move for a 5-minute recess to do so.
We don't need, I don't think we need a recess, Councillor Dominato, because we already spent 5 minutes in a recess discussing this, but what I can ask the clerks to do is come on and share their perspective of the ruling.
You know what, no, I'd rather use my time to speak to this amendment, and we can get that in writing, I think. So I'm going to speak to the motion that's been tabled by Councillor Swanson, to be really categorical in that I will not support this. I think Councillor Carr actually did an exceptional job in articulating some of the reservations and concerns that I have. But one of the things that was very clear in the staff presentation, and thank you to Michelle Collins and others who put that together, because I thought it was extremely clear in terms of the real shift here in terms of how the IOC is operating and planning to work with communities and countries. I got a strong sense that they're looking at a very different framework that's more equitable, more socially conscious, and really considers the landscape of our communities and the even possible impacts. And that this is not work that the city staff would be undertaking at this time, including doing cost benefit analysis or anything, because we're not at that stage, that this really sits and rests with the COC and the CPC, and that the opportunity for a regional approach, I think, is fantastic. And I think that it wasn't regional enough, actually, the last Olympics, and even though we did have venues in some of the other neighboring municipalities. But I personally think that this motion absolutely shuts the door. So if the region decides that they want to be the host of the 2030 Olympics, and Vancouver says no, all the other metro municipalities will benefit economically from the sporting culture, infrastructure, all the opportunities, and we will have said sorry, no. And frankly, in the context of while we often talk about Vancouver, Surrey is equally as large and growing, and I could see them jumping at this opportunity and seeing this as a fantastic opportunity to bring and be a host city. And so I think that we should leave that door open, and I think that's exactly what Councillor Carr was getting at. We can certainly look at the opportunities, the challenges, the benefits, the risks down the road if that is where this is headed. But I think this motion would basically stamp out any opportunity, even opportunities that might present potentially housing, which I think was brought up as a potential legacy benefit. And I know that's something that we all care about deeply. So those are my comments and my rationale for not supporting the motion on the floor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Over to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be really brief just to say I am comfortable supporting this. It feels pretty clear that council hasn't given direction on prioritizing this, and we hear time and time again that staff workloads across the board are too large. And so I think that this is a useful and helpful way to say the Olympics aren't our priority. Our priority is these other pieces of work, and that's where we would like staff to focus attention. And that certainly aligns with what I feel and what I hear from residents. So I'm comfortable supporting the language Councillor Swanson put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And I'll just note your audio is still quite challenging to hear, so I'm not sure. Yeah, you got it. Okay, great. Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, so Council, I do have meter requests of flooding in. We're not in a bubble here. We are being watched by the world on this. I am distressed that this has come forward the way it has. It really shouldn't have been through a member's motion. I think that the important consequences are here right now. The debate is underinformed. We all have opinions about Olympics, but something this big that has the potential of impacting the economy of British Columbia and Canada needs a much more I think, planned approach for discussion rather than kicking around amendments that are formed on the fly. Like it really is just making my stomach flip about what we're doing here. So I really wish this report had just been sent to us for information and not debated on the council floor, but here we are. And essentially, we can't make the Olympics happen, but we can certainly kill them, right? And you know, maybe that's what some councillors want, but I don't think that it doesn't respect the partners, the potential partners that we're already speaking with. And if you vote to kill staff work on this, then that leaves it all to me in my tiny little office, which is not great. So I will not be supporting this change to the report. I want to just receive it for information, and I'm really pleading with councillors, please do not throw these kind of motions on the floor of council. So we have to make massive decisions in a less than informed way. So I'll be voting to eventually get to a point where we just receive this for information. Thank you.
Point of procedure.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
I just wondered, to the mayor's point, if anyone wanted to do that, could they withdraw the motion? And what would that look like?
I think councillors know what's available to them, Councillor DiGenova, and we can't sort of suggest that. So I'll move on to Councillor Hardwick.
So you can't tell me what the vote threshold would be to withdraw a motion like that?
Oh, you're asking for the vote threshold.
I asked you what that would look like. I'm sorry if you need me to be more specific. Thank you.
I believe to withdraw a motion, it's a majority, but I'll have the clerks just confirm.
Chair Bligh is the clerk here, and withdrawal is unanimous.
Unanimous support. Okay. So thank you very much. All right. So we will move on to Councillor Hardwick. And Councillor Hardwick.
Here we are again with the Olympics discussion. I think we'll continue talking about this into the future unless it's nipped in the bud. And I think that's what Councillor Swanson is trying to accomplish here. When you look at the disadvantages of hosting major sports events like this in the city, they are significant. And I find it very interesting the way that it gets dressed up in supposedly making affordable housing when these events are designed to create inflation. So there are so many problems that are attendant with it. There are definitely some people that will be benefiting, but there are way more that won't benefit of the people that live here. And so I'm deeply concerned about this. I'm concerned also about the way that this was brought forward to us just to receive and not to have any kind of public dialogue. I've heard the rationale about that, but you know, it seems to me that this whole process has been designed just to move this further down the field. We are in a pandemic. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows they're making, you know, they're changing the rules at the IOC. But at the end of the day, is this a road that we want to continue to go down? Yes, staff are going to keep working on it. It's kind of self-evident. And every rationale that I've heard here, including the mayors, of keeping this going is because we would in some way, you know, be cutting off our noses to spite our face. When I look at the city, I watched what happened with Expo. I've watched what happened in 2010. And to me, the aggregate outcome has been a negative. And it's true that we can't really say that unequivocally because we can't get access to the records of VANOC for another 5 years. But that means that, you know, we can potentially be moving this ball further down the road over the next 5 years and then discover, oh, actually, there were some tremendous problems that were you know, obliterated because of our approach to transparency or the lack thereof. So this report, the way it was delivered without public content, just for being received, to me is a signal that it is the city's intention to move ahead with this, notwithstanding. So I appreciate Councillor Swanson's attempt to nip it in the bud at this stage, and all the dressing up of you know, boosterism generally for these kinds of events will not benefit the majority of the people of the city of Vancouver, in my view. So I'll support Councillor Swanson's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Over to Councillor Kirby Young. And
Yeah,
thank you. You have 3.5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to add my voice to this conversation because it's a really important one. And the mayor is right that this conversation is being highly watched. And the perspective in terms of openness from possible host cities, cities or regions is really critical and really important. And I feel probably uniquely qualified to speak to this, given a pretty solid diversity of Olympic experience. I worked for Tourism Vancouver when we launched the original bid for the 2010 Olympic and Winter Games and Paralympic Winter Games. I sat in Robson Square when we found out back, and I mean, that was 2003, you're working on these things like years, decades ahead of time. Sat in Robson Square when we found out that Vancouver had won the right for the Canadian bid when they traveled to Europe and won that. I attended the Beijing Olympic Games. I executed the plebiscite strategy when the previous mayor decided late in that particular Olympic cycle that they wanted to provide the public with an opportunity to weigh in. And the IOC watched that incredibly closely to see if there was a level of support from the host community. And that, quite honestly, was really problematic because of the timing. And the timing of these things is really important. This is such early days. There's been, I think, appropriate and full acknowledgement to the fact we're in a pandemic. There has been clarification with respect to the role of the COC to lead it. And I think that it's really dangerous for Vancouver to signal in a different environment with a different application process and a games construct defined by the IOC that we are not opening to listening to hear what that looks like. I think it's quite unique and potentially a significant opportunity that Vancouver, Whistler, Richmond, and beyond already have the Olympic venues built. So what has typically been the largest cost of the games could be funneled, for example, into a deeper and a broader legacy, whether that's in affordable housing or otherwise. I think that there is a lot, there are cautions with every games, and those should be carefully considered. There's also a lot to build on. And Vancouver was reputed and acknowledged for being, I think, the destination that actually stood up for the first time in the most significant way of involving its First Nations in the bid. And that was really significant with the 4 First Host Nations. And so I think we don't know what we don't know yet. It's incumbent upon us to keep an open mind and understand what this opportunity looks like, what benefits it would bring, what challenges or issues that it might have, who is interested, would it be a regional approach, would it be good for Vancouver? And honestly, we don't have any of that information. What we have now is the seed of an idea. that is planting a potential flame for future consideration. And I think for us to send a signal that we're not open to considering that is really problematic. And so I would, and I went to Beijing for their games and to sort of do reconnaissance as part of the team there. Saw here and participated as a resident and saw what happened in the city. And I think that there is a lot of experience that can bring forward really robust questions around the concerns of whether it's affordability or really significant legacies here. And I don't think that we would enter into a bid that we thought wasn't going to provide those benefits. But right now, we don't know what it is. There is no scope to this at this stage. There's no concept, there's no scope in terms of number of regions and partners, et cetera. And I think Councillor Dominetto referenced it well.
Councillor Kirby, I'll just bring your attention to your time.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of folks lining up for this. So I think it would be premature to shut this off. And I think it's incumbent on us to say that we're open to considering what the actual what, when we can define what that is.
Thank you very much. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. You know, I have not made up my mind about the Olympics because I don't have all the information. What I was asked to do by council was to approach potential partners and talk with them about this, to open a dialogue. That's what I did. And some with host nations and non-host nations. And we have just said that UNDRIP is a very important thing to us. To open a dialogue and then to say, well, we're going to cut it off now is not really how this should proceed. So for me, council can vote however they want on this. My office will continue the dialogue and come back with recommendations to council. But I would love to have staff support on that. But if council takes that away, fine. I'll just continue through my office. So again, disappointed we're having this type of conversation today. That is not informed and potentially has massive impacts, and also means that perhaps other senior governments might just take this our input away. So again, vote how you like, but I'll continue the work.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm really struggling with all that's going on. I did submit an amendment to this amendment, which is basically a strike and replace that I'm hoping kind of achieves a little bit of balance. I'm going to just reflect on the fact that I appreciate this is a very preliminary report based on a council member motion, but I do find that some of the substance in this report really talks in glowing terms around some of the benefits, neighborhoods, access to sporting facilities, but doesn't recognize some of the real challenges that many in our city feel the Olympics brought about. And I appreciate the deputy city manager articulating that these will be coming back to us in any subsequent approach and a regional approach. But I would feel more comfort in knowing that is some clear direction that we've given as a council. And so I do support receiving this report for information. I think it's important, and I think it's good for us to have that knowledge going forward. So I don't.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue, so anyone joining the queue can join the right queue.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Sure. So. Yeah. So it's a complete. This is thanks, Chair. And this is a complete strike and replace of Councillor Swanson's amendment, and it's that we receive this report for information, but further that we direct staff to prepare a critical cost-benefit analysis of the 2010 Olympics, and specifically any evidenced or assumed impacts on housing, affordability, environment, and climate, and that this critical analysis be extrapolated to inform any future regional Olympic bid consideration and reporting. So this is not asking staff to do this work right now. It's should we have this conversation down the line, that I will have the confidence knowing that past information is included in any, because I didn't see it in this preliminary report back, and I found that frustrating. So that's where I'm coming from on this.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Fry. So we are in an amendment queue, and Councillor DiGenova, you have 5 minutes. And I'll just bring council's attention to the time. It's 10 to noon when we break for lunch.
Hoping, Chair,
to move that we would break for lunch early. And the reason for that is then we could come back and discuss this. I'd have time to review it. Maybe others would too. And then we're not being so choppy with the conversation here, considering that we would be breaking in 10 minutes. Would that be okay? Could I move for a recess now and that we, or to recess early for lunch and then come back? We normally would.
Yeah, I only see 2 people on the queue, and I would prefer we actually extend and deal with this. We do have a lot to do after lunch.
I'd like to move that we do recess this because I think
Okay,
that this
there's a
is very
motion on the
thoughtful. What Councillor Fry has put forward, and I'd like to give it time and consideration.
Okay, I'll put it to council. There's a motion on the floor to recess 10 minutes early before lunch and come back and deal with this after 3 o'clock today. So I will ask council to vote on that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Any opposed? I see.
Yeah,
I see one opposed. So we're going to go to a recorded vote just to be explicitly clear on that result.
Point of information.
We're in the middle of a vote. Point of privilege, I will need to address that first, if that's okay, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Swan.
I've lost my panel.
So you can just ask for a vote assist and we're happy to record your vote.
Okay, opposed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, we're in the middle of a vote, so it's not a great time to have a.
I was not clear what we were voting on. It bounced around there. So if you could just.
It's clear that it's recessing now for lunch. That's what we're voting on. So Councillor Swanson has asked for a vote assist, clerk. So that motion passes with Councillors Bligh, Councillor Carr, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. So we will recess now, and we will come back at 3 o'clock after our in camera from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Have a good lunch, Council.
Enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Is the clerk there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Councillor DeGenova. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much, and welcome back, Council. So when we left off, there was a lot happening with our report. So I thought what I'll do is I'll just provide a quick recap as to where we landed, and then we can pick it up from there. We've got councillors on the queue, but just to recall where we got to. So we have a report, which is item 2, the report back on council motion beyond 2010, consideration for the City of Vancouver to participate in a future Olympic Winter Games bid. So this was a report to receive for information, so no motion was required. The main motion on the floor by Councillor Swanson, which is in order under section 5.16, which is if the recommendation in a report is to receive for information, no vote is necessary unless a council member moves a main motion in its place. So we had that motion. There was an amendment put forward by Councillor DiGenova to amend Councillor Swanson's motion with a strike and replace to receive for information, which was ruled out of order, as the same objective can be achieved by simply voting against the motion. And then we had another amendment to Councillor Swanson's main motion put forward by Councillor Fry, and this is currently on the floor under debate of council. So I'm going to leave it there, and I think that we've got a couple of councillors on the queue, so I think the best thing to do is to move to those councillors, and we can continue on. So, Councillor DiGenova, you do have the floor, and I think at that time you had moved the motion to recess. So we did that, but now you have the floor. So over to you.
Thanks, and I believe we're speaking to Councillor Fry's amendment to Councillor Swanson's motion at this point. So I reluctantly and cautiously will support this, as it will in fact allow this opportunity to move forward. I think that this is extremely important. It's an important consideration, and I won't debate or argue that there are things that could be done better from 2010. I'm not saying that we maybe should do this. I'm saying that we should keep our options open, and I too will vow to continue work on this, whatever council decides. I know that the mayor had said that earlier, and I appreciate the mayor's support of the earlier motion that I put forward to explore this. And council, you may remember that when I had put this forward, we weren't in the time of the pandemic. It was one of the most unusual times when our meeting actually was canceled. So it just lingered and it went on another agenda. As you'll remember, we had a lot of business that day. We referred it to staff. And what I do want to say, aside from in this time, to look at a cost analysis and costing this out, but costing out what part of it would be, relevant for the City of Vancouver. Because what I have heard from Michelle Collins and our staff and Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt is that right now they're not proposing doing more work on this. That being said, there could be opportunities where we're asked to do some work in partnership, with other levels of government, and that's really what I wanted to do, is bring people together and start a conversation here and see what we can do for the most marginalized people in our city and vulnerable people. And I know that I'd outlined that in my first motion, some of those opportunities that came to them because of the 2010 Olympics. I think it's so important also that we don't make any decisions without the, involving the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And as Michelle had noted, also perhaps other nations that would be included depending on, the regional, I suppose where in the region there may be consideration for hosting this. I really do think that it's important that we do find a way to move this forward. And again, I'd really like to thank the mayor for, his efforts in bringing people together, and also for his support of my earlier initiative to do this. Should this be coming forward quite like this? Well, I was happy to move to receive this for information in the first place. That's customarily, council, what we do when staff reports come back with our motions. If it's not going that way anymore, That's fine. I understand we don't have to do that. It's not in our procedure bylaw. But also, I did try and strike this recommendation, and that was called out of order. Still not sure why. Just to receive this for information, because I really, really do want to, thank and appreciate the hard work of our staff that Michelle and others have put into this. Karen, Paul, and our former city manager also. So for those reasons, I will be supporting Councillor Fry's amendment. It's not exactly what I'd like to see, but I do want to send a signal to Vancouver that we are considering every opportunity, and we will leave no stone unturned when it comes to considering economic recovery. And I also just noting, as I did earlier, it's unfortunate that Ian Waddell isn't here to see this today. I know that this would have really excited him, would have probably saddened him that he couldn't speak to it. But for those reasons, I will be supporting the amendment, and I hope that we can move forward, not overburdening our staff with work, but at the same time, finding ways to consider all opportunities. If not, I think that there could be some unintended consequences. So I will continue either way. I will support this amendment, but even if this fails and Councillor Swanson's motion passes, I will continue my work to consider opportunities to bring the Olympics to Vancouver if it's beneficial for our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And may I also thank the Chair for providing that helpful recap at the top. That was really, really great, actually. I think for folks who are tuning in, and even for those of us who are attending, it was quite thoughtful to give us a little recap of where we are. Now, all that said, I did get a helpful note back from the deputy city manager, and from the chair on a couple of elements to this motion. Number one, that the first clause would be out of order because it doesn't need to be stated that it's being received for information. And secondly, from the deputy city manager, that it might be helpful to really qualify that this work, as far as the critical cost benefit analysis, would only happen in the event that we were actually considering a 2030 bid, which at this point we are not. So what I was going to do, and with your assistance, Chair, was prepared to pull my amendment to the amendment and then resubmit the new amendment to the amendment with the Deputy City Manager's input, which I have submitted to the clerk.
Okay, Councillor Fry, I will stop your timer, and then we will consider your request to rescind your motion entirely. So that will require unanimous support from council. So I'll put that to a vote to allow Councillor Fry to withdraw his motion. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that passes, Councillor Fry. So I'll continue. You still have just under 4 minutes, so I'll continue your timer.
Sure, and council would have seen this with the reply back from Deputy City Manager Levitt. And it's basically just a slight adjustment. Number one, so clerk, if you have a copy of the new version.
Yes, the clerks, this looks like the old version.
Yeah. So the new version is now just one clause. And it begins that in the event of any future consideration for a 2030 bid. So it really just adds that qualifier, so that we're not tasking, so that the staff are not left with the impression that we are tasking them with work that would not be necessary otherwise.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. If that's all from you for now, I'll advance Councillor Swanson, who's on the queue to speak to the.
It might be helpful to have the piece up on the screen.
Yes, I believe clerks are working on.
Yes,
getting
Chair Bligh, it's the clerk here. We're just getting it up on the screen. If you could just give us a moment.
Sure. Okay. Okay, thank you, clerks. I see it up on the screen now, so I will advance Councillor Swanson if there's no further comments. Councillor Fry.
Good for me. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you. So this is I think better than just receiving it, but I still stick by my idea that we should stop work on getting an Olympics. And let me just explain why. There's a lot of talk about, and I agree, that we need a new normal coming out of COVID. We need a normal where we stop greenhouse gas emissions. We need a new normal where we end homelessness and have affordable housing for everybody. We need a new normal where we show our respect for workers with adequate wages and benefits. And a new normal where public money is spent to benefit the public equitably. We spend a lot of time on council, and our staff spends a lot of time on parking permitting, on how do we get heat pumps in more buildings? How do we incent electric cars? Do we want all this work wiped out by hundreds of thousands of spectators flying to the Olympics? Do we want our housing affordability work wiped out by escalating land prices? Can we afford a huge international spectacle in the new normal? I've been reading Seth Klein's book, A Good War, about what we have to do to really combat climate change. And we have to think of it seriously. We have to think of changing what we do seriously, and we have to start doing it fast. And then some people are saying, oh, but what about the legacies of the Olympics? I was on the Inner City Inclusivity Committee that was created for the 2010 Olympics by the IOC. Dave Eby was on that committee too, and a bunch of developers were on that committee, and we came up with the unanimous recommendation that we needed 3,200 units of social housing as a legacy of the Olympics, and that's when social housing was actually affordable to low-income people. And what did we get? Hardly any. That legacy is an important legacy that didn't materialize. So yeah, I like ice dancing, but I can watch it in other non-Olympic venues. And the other stuff, the housing, the climate, the putting money into what we really need, that's way more important to me. And I think if we're serious about a new normal, the time is to start now and not and put a stop to another world spectacle. That's it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. Over to Councillor Hardwick.
Well, very eloquently put, Councillor Swanson. The macroeconomics of these large-scale projects have a very colored past, and there's no question that they've had a fundamental impact on the city of Vancouver, going back to Expo 86, but more recently with the Olympics in 2010. The land inflation that has occurred as a result of this, and some other factors as well, has put us, through my assessment, in this affordability crisis. So to me, when I look at something like this, we're looking at putting out a fire with gasoline. So when I considered what Councillor Swanson had put forward, and now what I'm considering the amendment from Councillor Fry in its current form, but past form as well, is this leaves the door open to the Olympics, and it gives the boosters hope. And I think we should nip it in the bud and close the door. So that is the fundamental difference of opinion here. Should we leave it open and allow or encourage, because there's people out there that see these kinds of events that are cataclysmic to the local economy as a good thing. I'm concerned about our overall balance, recovering our balance, and part of that balance is affordability. So anything that we're going to do that is going to interfere with that balance and achieving affordability is not something that I'm going to support fundamentally. So again, this amendment leaves the door open, so I can't support it. Is it better than just receiving the report as is? Yes, because it was full of enthusiastic praise and support for moving forward with the Olympics in whatever form and bringing in whatever group supports that ultimate agenda. So I think that's the question that is in front of us fundamentally. Is this something we want to leave the door open to in the future? And I'd encourage us all to think very seriously about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. There was, I do appreciate, and I think that it would be appropriate due diligence to do an analysis on any benefits and any potential risks and impacts that would relate from a possible Olympic hosting and bid, whether that was Vancouver involved or a regional multi-city approach. There were a couple of words in here that, based on the tone and the tenor of this dialogue in this amendment, that concern me, and those are specifically "or assumed," because I think it's really important that we make a decision and any future decisions that might come forward to council, because that's not what today is about. We're not talking about whether or not we're going to actually host a games. We're receiving a report for information to understand the games process and how that works today. But it would worry me if we sort of factor that based on assumptions and not evidence. But I don't want to get pernickety and wordsmith right now. I want to focus on sort of the bigger picture here. And I think when I hear comments around the detrimental impact of people traveling for games and coming in, there's a lot of strategies in place and a huge commitment, I think, in the travel sector and with the games. Sustainability is one of the key tenets of the games in terms of mitigating environmental impact. But if I follow that line of reasoning through, then theoretically, Vancouver is not open for business for any large-scale events. Does that mean we don't want to have World Figure Skating? We don't want to have rugby? We don't want to have World Cup soccer? We don't want to invite international meetings and conferences into Vancouver, all of which support our tourism industry and the economic impact. And it is one of the biggest employers that we have in the entire provincially, in the entire province. And so it's really difficult for me to reconcile comments around needing to support our hotel workers, but at the same time, basically wanting to shut down all of the reasons that bring people in to the city to stay in our hotels. And I think it's a really interesting conversation for this council to have, because travel is a fundamental freedom. I think that with the COVID and the pandemic restrictions and the lockdowns, people are fundamentally missing that opportunity. I think that when people travel, it provides an opportunity to build cross-cultural engagement and understanding. And again, sort of that social legacy is sort of a piece of the Olympics, and it's really up to the host destinations how you shape it. I look at this from the point of view that Vancouver has a very positive legacy in hosting the 2010 Olympic Winter Games and Paralympic Winter Games. We were acknowledged for that, not just in terms of the operational sort of efficacy in the rollout and how smooth that was, but really for the legacy piece around being the first destination that truly and really embraced and put front and center in equal stature and honored our First Nations peoples. And that was significant. So I think that there's an opportunity to build on that through, for example, looking at legacy opportunities. And I think about things like people raise natural questions like an athlete's village. Well, there's some significant development opportunities coming forth in the city that our First Nations are leading, whether it's on the Heatherlands, whether it's on Jericho lands, the Sanok, and depending upon the timing of some of those coming online, they could potentially, we could probably harness a very significant legacy to deepen affordability on those projects if the timing works on those multi-year developments. So I am really interested to get information back and identify and see how that would work. I also think that you have to be practical because sport and performance standards evolve. And the longer the time that elapses, if this region determines it does want to consider an Olympic bid, the less sure venues are up to those Olympic competition standards. Part of the strength of Vancouver hosting another bid is that all of those legacy venues like Hillcrest, and when we use the PNE for skating, we had hockey down at GM Place, all of those other pieces are ready to, so the Richmond Olympic Oval for speed skating are ready to utilize. Again, the longer time that elapses, the performance standards change over time. And that becomes more expensive. So I think there is an interesting window to maximize legacy and minimize the expense on what is typically found in terms of the venue. So I think it would be wrong when opportunity is knocking to not answer the door and say, oh, no, thank you. We don't want to have a conversation about what that looks like. I think it would be wrong to not engage in a conversation with our First Nations and shut that down peremptorily because we've decided, Vancouver, not in partnership with them. And I do think the point was made well earlier that there'll be a lot of folks lining up to take on this opportunity if Vancouver sends a clear signal it doesn't want to. I've got a pretty deep history working the Olympics. I mentioned it earlier. And it's really important, I think, that we signal that we're open to having these conversations. And I also really want to point out that it has to be right for the city. It has to deliver significant legacies. You have to minimize risks. And if all of those things don't add up, then you wouldn't host it. But on the other hand, I would also point out that our tourism and hospitality industry is on its knees. It is so down and out. We've talked a lot in the last few days.
Yeah, we're just going to hear it
but I'll just say super quickly that there is no light on the horizon for this industry, and it's going to take years to come back, and we need to be planning for large scale events. So we can't shut the door on them. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Chair. First of all, I will be transparent and honest here. Actually, for the 2010 games, I played a key role in fighting against those games and promoting a no vote in the referendum. There was a referendum at that time to host the games because of primarily my concern around the displacement that might happen for people, especially those in low-income housing, and yeah, just in general, the negative impacts on those who are most vulnerable within the city. So that, as you know, the referendum did pass and we hosted the games. And I have to say, I stayed in the city every day at morning to night. I got to know a lot of sports bars in this city, I have to say, and found it was one of the most fabulous experiences in Vancouver of my life. And I was born here. And the community really did come together. We um, we know that there were negative outcomes, and certainly in terms of the costs and the housing that didn't end up being affordable for people who need it the most in this city, the legacy of housing. But we did get legacy community facilities for sure. Um, so, I see the potential for problems and I see the potential for some really good community building and just really good legacy outcomes. And I don't want to close the door to that. And I do appreciate this particular amended motion by Councillor Fry, which says, let's really analyze what happened. What really were the impacts so that we go in with eyes wide open if there is a potential bid coming forward, so that we know that, so that we can figure out how to minimize or alleviate entirely the potential negative outcomes and maximize the positive outcomes, because I do believe that there's a potential for both, and what we really want are the positive outcomes. And I am not going to support any effort to foreclose the discussion around whether or not we should proceed. Right now, I heard clearly from staff, they're not going to work on it. The Canadian Organizing Committee is not interested in working on it right now. So this is not a decision we need to make at this moment, but to prepare ourselves for the eventual potential discussion, I think this motion by Councillor Fry is perfect. That's why I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm back. Just to add a couple of comments. I wasn't supportive as just a regular Vancouverite when the Olympics came around the first time. I did see it as potential for a lot of problems, but nonetheless, it moved ahead. I want to acknowledge that just prior to the pandemic, Mario Canseco's polling firm pulled British Columbians around the Olympics and the possibility of a Summer Olympic. It came through with 62% approval for a Summer Olympics in Vancouver. Similar support for the infrastructure, for how the games went in 2010. So whereas I might not be a big sports guy, other people are. I note that Spotify just announced this morning they spent $50 million on a new audio sports chat app because even through the pandemic, folks who love sports want more sports. And so when we talk about the new normal and what this might look like, I think it's important to recognize it may be something completely different, and it may be something that may not have the same kind of impacts on climate or housing affordability or just affordability in general. So recognizing that this council, and it's clearly articulated in the report, this council likely won't be making the final decision on this anyway. It could be a regional decision. It could be an entirely different council. So I think it's important because what I didn't see in this report was any articulation of some of other impacts that the 2010 Olympics had on our city on affordability and those kind of things. And I think that's going to have to be articulated. So my sense through this motion is to ensure that we have a little bit of insurance around the notion that it's highly likely that there will be a strong support for revisiting, if should that opportunity come our way, for revisiting the bid for a 2030 bid. And I think that we need to do the due diligence and have the sort of yin to the yang, as it were. So that's why I'm putting this forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bligh.
Yeah, I first want to thank staff for kind of giving us the context and understanding that this is a different approach. It's a different way moving forward. I think that it's critical for us to understand that, and that the vote today kind of talks about, do we want to have a seat at the table so that we can decide and make the changes needed if it moves in certain directions, and that we can make sure that if it goes forward, that we have the right information and evidence to make the best decision possible, that we know that we can push this to be the greenest games we've ever seen. We can make sure we get the legacies we want. But this isn't a discussion about us voting yes or no. We have a lot of different players in the table, and I think it's fair that Vancouver have a seat at that table and we ensure that we get the games we're hoping to get, because there is a lot of positive legacies. I think staff, I don't might be speaking, weren't going to see the report at first because this has not been something staff has spent a lot of time on. I think it's being led by different organizations. I think we should see where that goes. And then I like the way this motion's set up, that if we start to move further, then our staff can work on something. But it's not a priority right now, as we have some big priorities as a city of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Weed. Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to advance you.
Thanks very much. I did speak to the previous amendment. This is slightly different. I'm still happy to support it, but considering some of the banter back and forth, I think that it really is important to some of the other points, and to remember perhaps some of the information that I added to the whereas section of the original motion that I'd put forward. That was, marked the 10-year anniversary of the Olympic Games. It came right on the heels of that. That was, as I'd mentioned, prior to the pandemic being announced, and the change that we're all experiencing. And I do agree with some of the comments that this could be very different. This could look different. This doesn't need to look like 2010. But what we do know is that there are benefits. And those benefits included, from 2010, 100 construction jobs in the Olympic Village that were given to inner city residents. And that was in addition to the construction training. The fabrication shop where Indigenous people and local groups, including disadvantaged youth, single mothers, and new immigrants, were provided training and jobs. And that's on top of the thousands of new jobs that were created and the boost in our economy. And not only right now, while our restaurants, while our venues, while the entertainment and hospitality sectors are devastated, they're looking for some leadership. They're looking for opportunities. This may not work out, but it may. And I would hate to send a negative message saying that this wasn't something Vancouver wanted. I think that it's very important that we do send a positive message. And as I'll remind council, I had put in my earlier motion on this topic that the premier, in fact, when asked about this, said it's up to Vancouver. We'd have to hear from Vancouver first. Now, as it was very well outlined by Michelle Collins, the structure of where the Canadian Olympic Committee is at, they don't want to hear that right now. That's fine. Like, as in, they're not going to do any work on this. We're not going to do any work on this. But if they heard that Vancouver wasn't in support of it, perhaps that would be a concern. That being said, I think that we need to do all that we can, and very much appreciate, the work that's been done, initiatives like temporary expedited patio permits. But I think that this shows some hope for the future. Also, to the comment made about watching ice dancing at home, maybe we will be, but maybe there's a flower shop, or maybe there's some individuals who are working in a social enterprise in the downtown east side who could make the bouquets, just as they did last time, who could benefit, where we could really, as a council, make this a made in Vancouver approach, and maybe even right some of the wrongs that, you know, you never see um, until you've gone down that road from 2020. Are there things we could have done better? Yes, but I think that we also have to acknowledge that there was some good done, there was benefit, and some of that did benefit those who were less fortunate. So I think we should start thinking about that in all that we do. The casino's not open right now, but the Park Casino has an agreement with the City of Vancouver as to a specific amount of people they hire, that perhaps they also have to train. And, I think that those kind of agreements really help to lift people up, and that's what I'd like to do. Also, again, it'll be over to Mayor Stewart in a moment, but thank you, Mayor Stewart, for the conversations, the effort that you have put into this, the meetings that we had together, and for your support of the earlier motion, and to refer it to staff, in fact, for this work to be done, because I think that it's important that we keep all the doors open. Why would we slam doors shut when the people who could benefit from this are people in our city? So I'm open to hearing any of your ideas as to how we might move forward for economic recovery. And even if I'm not sure, I think we should still hear all of them. So for that reason, I wholeheartedly support this. I appreciate the amendment that Councillor Fries put forward, and this really speaks to the sentiment of the motion that I brought forward, which is consider. I'm not saying let's do it, let's not do it, let's consider. Leave the door open, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Stewart.
Thank you, Chair Bligh. Yeah, so for me, this is, what a democratic forum does. It discusses tough issues, and that's what we've been doing today. I think we've actually, thanks to Council and Councillor Fry for your amendment. I do think that kind of gets us to a good place, and I really liked Councillor Weeb's metaphor of a seat at the table. And I think that is so important, because if you're not at the table, you might have things done to you that you don't have control over or any input in. So we have had senior governments, or the senior governments have not commented on this, as Councillor Dejanova pointed out. And I don't think they've had the time or information either to contemplate this. Very useful information from staff about the change in the bid process. I think those are really important for putting a plan together, but I do not think we can do this without senior government partners. I really think that that's not what happened last time, and that's not what's going to happen this time if this went ahead. And we also have to make sure the public, if this was going to go ahead, the public is with us. Now, what form that takes, I don't know, but it would certainly be good, and I'll be seeking, if this passes, to bring this information to the senior levels of government and say, give us some indication if you're willing to help us out here or not, because these regional requirements is a lot for us to handle. It's a lot for us. We have no jurisdiction or authority over, definitely not, of course, host nations. Now it seems to be many more nations added into the bid with the extension across the region, which is a good thing. Many other municipalities. And so I do think that this is a prudent way forward, but also allows me to continue with these discussions and then bring things back to council for consideration for informed votes. So thanks, council, for all your work today, and of course to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. And with no one else on the speaking queue, we can vote on the amendment to the motion. And I'll just ask for a vote assist, clerk. And so that amendment passes with 3 in opposition, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Boyle. So going back to the main queue, I'll just check with the clerks as to whether or not we will need to vote again, given there is nothing new to vote on, but just in its entirety. Yes. So we will be voting on the main motion as amended, and we do have some councillors on the queue to speak. So Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just to close a little bit on it, I guess. I think the future will tell if the Olympics even continue, whether or not we have a 2030 bid, or that's going to be the will of the region or of a future council. But I think it is going to be an important conversation moving forward, and obviously an opportunity to learn from the past 2010. So who knows? But interesting conversation that we've had today, and I do want to thank Michelle Collins for the work on preparing this, and yeah, that's all.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. So seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote on the main motion as amended. And clerks, thank you very much. So that motion passes with 3 in opposition, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Boyle. Thank you, staff, for your work on that, and council for the discussion. We are going to move now to our next item. So that is item 3. Just getting my place in my script here. So next item is item 3, Annual Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Union of British Columbia Municipalities and Lower Mainland Local Government Association membership fees for 2021 to 2022. And we have Rosemary Hagawara, Deputy City Clerk, on the line to answer questions. So I'm going to, Councillor Swanson, are you first? I see your timer has started and you've been advanced, but I'm not sure if it's to this item. Councillor Swanson, are you interested in speaking to this item?
No, that's a holdover.
Okay, thank you very much. I have Councillor Boyle up next.
Also a holdover, Chair.
Okay. So not seeing any questions from councillors. We did have a speaker on this report, so I'm going to check, and it looks like our speaker, Matthew Stewart, is not on the line and has been notified well in advance that his time to speak was coming up. So we will move ourselves to a vote on this item.
Do we need to move?
Oh, so thank you very much,
I'll move.
Councillor. Thank you.
I will move the recommendations.
Second, Councillor Weed.
Thank you. We don't need a second, but do appreciate it, Councillor Weed. So any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote.
Chair Bligh, I did see Councillor Boyle on the, was that a holdover?
I believe it was a holdover.
It is a holdover.
Okay.
I don't know how to remove
Okay.
it.
You wish to be moved to a vote? Okay.
Thank you. And I'll ask for a vote assist, please. And that passes. Oh, okay. Councillor Kirby Young. So that passes unanimously. So thank you very much to staff for bringing that report forward. Moving on to item number 4, solidarity with Indian farmers. At the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities, on March 10th, 2021, Council concluded hearing from speakers and began debate with an amendment moved by Councillor Fry that carried. Subsequently, a motion to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. was lost. Therefore, debate and decision on this item will continue today. Currently on the floor is the motion as amended, and it is also displayed on screen, or will be in just a moment. And so, Council, this is your time to put yourself on the queue if there's any discussion. Otherwise, we'll move to a vote. Seeing Councillor Swanson. Privilege? Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Well, I was just thinking, since you did such a helpful recap of what happened, I believe that Councillor Dominato had asked for that to happen at the beginning of the meeting. I'd like to ask Chair Bligh that you do a helpful recap for those who are watching as to exactly where we are on this motion, on Councillor Swanson's motion that we brought forward, the series of amendments that we've been going through. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to ask the clerks to actually help me there, because that meeting was actually chaired by Chair Carr, and I was actually at FCM, so I can't recall myself, and that's not prepared at this time. In the interest of time, I just wonder if Councillor DiGenova, would you be okay for, as I just summarized where we were at in terms of the amendment moved by Councillor Fry, if you would be comfortable getting that update emailed to you from the clerks so that we can proceed?
I just would prefer to have it. I think it's helpful for everyone, also those who are watching. And we've received so many emails on this motion from the public who are watching this that I think it is very important that we do actually hear it. And I'm not sure if you yourself, if you would like an update, or if you've watched the tape of that, Chair Bligh, but I would just think it would be helpful. And it's something that I always tried to do. So if you wouldn't mind, I would very much like to request that we do that.
So what we have on the screen right now is the full motion as amended. So having a look here in terms of where things were left. Yeah, I think what would be helpful, given your point there, is if clerks are able to recount where we got up to before this particular moment in the committee. So clerks, if I can have you come off of mute and advise whether or not you have the minutes there that you can read back where we got to exactly, with the request of Councillor DiGenova to have an exact recount of what happened, and that would probably be best found in the minutes. And if we need a recess, we'll have to call a recess, since that's been a request of Council or of Councillor DiGenova.
So this is the clerk here, Chair Bligh, and I myself was not in the meeting either, but what we do have on the screen that Council can see, as well as the public, is the changes that have been put forward. And if the vote goes through for the therefore be it resolved clause, then we would come back to the whereas clauses that you can see on the screen. Also have some amendments that would be made to them if the councillor who had put them forward wishes to put it on the floor. I'm afraid that's about the best I can do at the moment. If you need more than that, I could do, if there is a recess, I could pull together a summary.
I think that the motion on the... No, you may not. Just a second, Councillor DiGenova, I'm going to respond to the clerks. I see here that it clearly states where the motion was amended in the resolution at the bottom of the screen, what was deleted and what was added in its place. So if you could very clearly articulate what information you require, Councillor DiGenova, that's going to give the clerks an idea of whether or not they can get that for you, just so we don't have to delay as we've got a lot of work ahead of us.
I was just about to do that, but you asked me not to speak, so please let me know when you're ready to hear from me, Chair.
I'm ready now.
Okay, so perhaps I could have said that I thought that Tina had done it, or our clerk had done an excellent job summarizing. And it's really for the public that's watching this because we've received so many requests on it. I was here, I was participating as I did in all of the votes for this. So I will be voting on this. I'm not sure.
Councillor DeGenova, if you
So
can
I
just get
just
to your
wanted
point.
I did get to my point. I said that was very helpful and thank you. And I thought that what she said was helpful.
That's
Did you
not a
have
point
any
of privilege, Councillor DeGenova, so we just need to deal with what
you asked me a question. I'd rather you didn't scream at me, Chair Bligh.
Okay, I think what we need to do is hear
fine with
exactly what
this.
information you're looking for.
Oh, I just thanked the clerk and I said I'm fine with it. Did you not hear
Okay,
that?
great, perfect. So we're going to move on to hearing from, we're going to continue moving on, and my screen is frozen, so just give me a second here. Hearing from our next councillor on the queue. And clerks, if you can just give me, my screen is frozen, so if you can let me know who is the next councillor on the queue for discussion or debate.
Yes, Chair Bligh, it is Councillor Swanson, and I can advance her when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thank you. So we've had a lot of letters in support of the original form of this motion over the last few days. We had Khalsa Diwan Society, we had Sansad, we had farmers are also supported by New West City Council, all kinds of labor organizations, and all kinds of individuals. And I've learned a lot from the media links that these folks have sent. There was an incredible article in Time magazine that had a big story about the women farmers who are leading this struggle. Some of the local folks did a mini protest outside the city hall on Monday with shoes symbolizing the farmers who won't wear them again because they lost their lives during the protest. And a sign that said, "Don't kill the farmers to feed the rich." Some folks wrote in to say that the original motion is accurate, except for the one whereas, the last whereas about the BC government, which I apologize for not doing appropriate fact checking on. But they said the rest of it about not consulting meaningfully with farmers groups is right, and yeah, that the other one was accurate too. So they also said that this is an issue that has united religions in India, with farmers from at least 20 states participating and some states actually opposing the new laws. So I think it's really important to our Vancouver residents that have ties to India, that have ties to labor, that have ties to women's rights, ties to humanity, that we support this motion, what's left of it, and the hundreds of thousands of Indian farmers who are protesting for their rights to earn an adequate income. I wish the original motion survived. The original motion had opposition to the actual laws that have been passed in India, the actual laws that hundreds of thousands of Indian farmers are protesting. I think that the hundreds of thousands of farmers who are protesting these laws know what they're doing. They're not stupid, they're courageous, and we can and we should show our solidarity with them. One of the speakers, or one of the people who wrote in, quoted Desmond Tutu, who said, "If you're neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." So I wish we could vote on the original motion, because I think that was a way better motion, but this one is better than nothing.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
Well, just to highlight and refresh on why I submitted these amendments in the first place. When we're doing advocacy work as a city council, we need to be accurate. And this motion simply was not accurate. There was never, the Prime Minister nor the Premier spoke out against repressive measures. The language wasn't used. They spoke out in support of farmers' rights to protest. And I think that I also support that, and I believe most of council here does. Obviously, we are not in the role of international diplomacy. So everything we do is looked at through a lens of supporting our local Vancouver residents, of which many are indeed of Punjabi farming descent. And I think it is appropriate for us to show solidarity with them. And I think that with these amendments, it does indeed still show solidarity, but avoids the pitfalls of actually putting forward a motion with our stamp on it that is factually inaccurate. So obviously that would also eliminate clause 9 from the whereas. I think the other struck clause, which reflects on the depriving protesters of or violating their basic human rights. Basic human rights is not just a cavalier term to throw around. It's actually identified by the United Nations and articulated, and there's virtually 30 basic human rights, and everything from slavery, and I'm not going to list them off, but I think again it's important to avoid some of the language that may bring controversy to the gist of what this motion is intended to represent. So I think it still provides us the opportunity to show solidarity with Indian farmers without getting too much into stuff that, frankly, I don't think anybody on this council is really qualified to fully understand or comprehend, because we're not. I challenge anybody in this council who can say that they've read and understand the Indian legislation that's being proposed. So that's why I put these forward. It's about accuracy.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. So with that, I see Mayor Stewart, you're on the queue? No. Sorry, that must be there we go. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Can I just make sure I'm on the right page here as a point of information, Chair Bligh, that we have already voted on the therefore be it resolved statement, and we are now just voting on the proposed changes to the whereas statements?
No, my understanding is we actually need to vote on the motion as amended. That's displayed on the screen right now, and then we will, if the vote passes, move to amending whereas clauses.
Okay, I was unclear which stage. Thank you for that.
Okay, so you're welcome. Seeing nobody else on the queue, we can move to a vote on the main motion as amended.
Chair, I'll need a vote assist in favor, please.
Yes, vote assist in favor, and clerks, I will need a vote assist as well.
And point of privilege, it's Councillor Carr. I'll need a vote assist as well in favor.
Thank you very much.
I'll need a vote assist as well, and abstention.
Okay. So we've got a couple of folks not yet voted. Councillor Fry, Councillor Kirby Young.
Sorry, Chair, I'd asked for a vote assist in favor.
Oh, sorry about that. Missed that one. Okay, thank you. And is Councillor Kirby Young with us?
Chair, I think we had a bit of a technical glitch there where some of us may have been kicked
Sorry.
off.
Fair enough.
Leave of absence as well.
Okay, great. I see clerks have confirmed that Councillor Kirby Young is absent from the meeting, and so that motion passes with none in opposition. And I will note I have abstained because I was not present for the proceedings and did not watch the recording of that deliberation. Okay, so thank you very much, Council. And now we can deal with the whereas clauses. So I will ask for those interested in dealing with that to go on the queue. And I see Councillor Swanson on the queue. Please go ahead, Councillor
Point of
Swanson.
personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
Yes, for some reason, my complete screen is filled up with voting results, like it's fully across the screen, and I do not know why, but I can't access any of that, like getting on the speakers list, etc. So perhaps.
Okay, I have a note here that IT will be reaching out to you, Councillor Carr, and
Thank you.
perhaps a vote assist in the meantime.
Point of procedure.
Yes, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. It was my understanding that if we had missed any part of the proceedings, like for instance, I had been on the phone, but I was listening to the whole thing. If I had missed any part of the proceedings, I could not vote. Is that not the case? We can now abstain if we choose to.
Well, I know the rules of difference for public hearing versus committee, but I can check with the clerk.
That would be great. Thank you.
Clerk, would you mind confirming?
You are correct, Chair Bligh. If it is a public hearing, you need to hear the representations from the public. If it is an item in council or committee, it would be left to the councillor to make a decision if they had enough information to be able to vote.
Thank you very much. Correct. Satisfied? Okay, great. Moving on to, okay, so Councillor Carr, you've got IT calling in. So now we've got Councillor Swanson. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could we sever the different whereases that the motion wants to change?
I'm sure that would be fine. I see the clerk's bringing up the whereas. I'm not sure if we need them officially moved by a mover. We don't have that yet, to my knowledge.
Point
Perhaps.
of personal privilege, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
But based on the commentary that I just had, I missed some of the last item. The clerk can confirm this, but I recall that I was dealing with a family issue at the time. And in that case, given what I just heard, I would have to abstain from the last vote.
Well, it is your choice, Councillor Hardwick. So if it's your preference, we'll need to move to reconsider that vote, and I'll need a motion to do that.
Well, then I would so move with the indulgence of council.
Okay, so we need unanimous support to reconsider that vote. Clerks will correct me if I'm wrong. So Councillor Hardwick, if you move.
Sorry, Chair Bligh, I am jumping in. It is majority for reconsideration.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move to a vote to reconsider that last vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, so that passes. So we're going to redo the last vote on the motion as
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you for raising it. So we'll go to a vote and vote on screen if you can, and if you need a vote assist, you can ask me.
Can I get a vote assist and abstention, Councillor Weed?
Thank you very much. I'll need a vote assist as well, clerks.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor Carr.
I'm so sorry, I was dealing with IT staff. Could you please explain to me what we're voting on?
The main motion as amended.
Thank you very
So we're
much.
redoing the last vote. And Councillor DeGenova? And that motion passes with none in opposition. Okay, so now we can deal with the whereas clause. And clerks, if you can just prompt me if needed, do we need to have a councillor on the queue to move the changes?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, got it. So Councillor Swanson, you are on the queue. Is that a holdover? Councillor Swanson, is that a holdover?
Yes, it's a holdover.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, I've submitted 3 amendments to 3 whereas clauses, which if we could sever subsequent vote would be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I see clerks have it up on screen, and there are 3 changes, so we'll have 3 individual votes. And I will advance, Councillor Fry, if it's all from you. I've got Councillor Weed on the queue for debate before we go to a
Sure,
vote.
maybe I'll just quickly run through them just for the benefit of folks listening in. The addition of the word adequately to the whereas 1, which of course references consulting with farmers organizations. There was consultation. Arguably it wasn't done adequately, and so that's just adding a little bit of clarification. To whereas clause number 7, which is the characterization of the deprivation or violation of basic human rights and deprivation of protesters of basic necessities. That's a pretty complicated and anyway, striking that clause, and then striking clause number 9, the BC provincial government has joined all major federal political parties in speaking out against these legislative changes. In fact, that's not accurate, as we've discussed earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Over to Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Fry for taking the amount of time he did to ensure the accuracy of the whereases. This is a very critical conversation that really touches a lot of people and needs to be handled with respect. And I really appreciate the changes that we'll be voting in support.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Seeing no one else on the queue, we'll go to 3 consecutive votes, 1 for each clause. And we'll start with the first one in whereas clause 1. And that passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Swanson in opposition. Moving to the second vote, which is striking whereas clause 7. Sorry, clerks, I'm moving a little fast here. And that also passes with 2 in opposition, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle. And then finally, the third change, which is to strike whereas clause 9. And I'll ask clerks to set up the vote. Thank you very much. And Councillor DiGenova?
I voted. It says so on my screen. What would you like me to do?
Just let us know how you voted because it's not showing up.
Voted vote assist, please. I'd like to abstain.
Thank you. And that passes with nobody in opposition. So that completes item 4 on our agenda today. Thank you very much, Council. We'll move on to item 5, understanding COVID-19 recovery through economic and cultural stimulus projects. At the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on March 10th, 2021, a motion to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. and refer this item to a future meeting was lost, and therefore this motion is being considered today. The registered speakers for this item have since withdrawn, so Council can begin debate. And I'll note, Councillor Fry, your name is up on the queue, but maybe a holdover. Can I check with you, please?
I believe that would be a holdover, yes.
Thank you very much. So I will advance Councillor Kirby on for 5 minutes. You may be on mute, Councillor Kirby. Let's check here.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just rejoined the meeting because I'm actually participating simultaneously in the Vancouver Art Gallery board meeting, which is one of my liaison responsibilities. So just so that people were aware of that. But I just wanted to recap quickly, it might be helpful context for everyone that initially the mayor had brought forward, I think it was early February, around that time frame, a motion similarly titled to look at giving council a better understanding of what significant projects may be, potential projects may be in the pipeline, potentially for Vancouver. And during the course of that discussion, it was noted amongst council that it really focused only on housing and didn't also address potentially commercial or cultural projects that could be sort of boosts and stimulus projects to support our arts and culture sector, who have also been hard hit through the pandemic. And so for that reason, and I appreciate the mayor affirming that he had been a bit laser focused on housing and thought there was value in also getting information on those projects at the time. And we attempted to do that through an amendment, and it was conveyed that that was felt to be substantively different than housing at the time. And then that led to the process of having to submit a separate motion call notice. We ran out of time at various meetings. So here we are about a month and a half later, I believe, on these round timelines. And so hopefully it's a fairly straightforward motion for council. It mirrors the original one in February. The language takes into account the feedback that came from staff and the need to look at FIPA provisions there. And other than that, it should be, I'm hoping, fairly straightforward, but I just thought that recap might be helpful context for council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'm going to pause us here in our process.
Just a point of privilege, Chair Bligh, that I'm back now.
Thank you.
I'll start my video. Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, I'm just getting a note from the clerk that we need to actually vote on the main motion. I'm very sorry on the previous item because the whereas clauses were changed. And so when that happens, the entire motion needs to be voted on again. So I appreciate that intro. Can we pause this and go back to that item and do one whole complete vote? And then that will be fully reconciled before we move on. Sure.
Moved.
Sorry?
I didn't know if we had to vary the agenda to do that, to go back.
No, we don't. I'm just going to go back and make that request now to vote on that motion as amended with the whereas clause changes. Thank you. So clerks, if you don't mind pulling that up, and if council, you don't mind voting on screen.
Vote assist and abstention.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
And point of privilege, Chair, if you could mark me as absent for that, since I wasn't there to participate in it.
Yes, we will mark you as absent. And the clerks will, can you just make sure that Councillor Weeb is registered as voting in abstention? Great. So
Chair, could I also, I mean, I have just come back on that.
Yeah.
So marked as absent. Thank you, please. Thank you.
So that would be consistent with how the votes came through initially. So that motion passes, of course, with nobody in opposition. Okay, thank you very much, Council, for indulging on that quick adjustment. So back to the motion at hand. Councillor Kirby-Yung has just reintroduced and refreshed us on where it's coming from. Is there any, where are we today? Right, so the registered speakers have withdrawn. There's nobody else on the queue, so we could actually go to a vote. So we will do that. Please take us to a vote, clerks.
Sorry, Chair, this is not on, this is on the Councillor Kirby-Young's, okay.
Motion, understanding COVID-19 recovery through economic and cultural stimulus projects.
Thank you so much.
Point of privilege, can we get that up on the screen?
The entire motion? Yep, we could do that. It's also in. Clerks, are you able to pull that up on screen?
This is the clerk here. We're just doing it for you. Just if you could give us a moment, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry, oh, you may be waiting as well.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I thought we were waiting for the.
Yes, that's absolutely fair. Clerks, we're just waiting for the motion to be put up on screen. There we go.
It is the clerk here, Chair Bligh. It is fairly large, might be difficult to see. We can also email it out if required.
I will defer to a council request on that. It's also, of course, online on our agenda. Councillor Swanson, are you prepared to vote?
I'm good, yep.
Okay, can you please go ahead and vote on screen? If you need a vote assist, we can help. Okay, great. So that motion passes with nobody in opposition. Okay, thank you very much, Council. Councillor Kirby Young, I'm going to clear you from the queue. We are now moving to item 6. Councillor Hardwick, I see you're on the queue.
Chair?
Yes.
On a point of privilege, before you clear me, I'm going to return to the VAG board meeting now because I do have a scheduled LOA, so I won't be here for the next item.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Okay, so moving on to item 6, don't feed the wildlife. At the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on March 10th, 2021, a motion to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. and refer this item to a future meeting was lost, and therefore this motion is being considered today. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. And our first speaker is Seymour Blake, and I'll just be checking with clerks to see that we have the speaker on the line.
It is the clerk here, Chair Bligh. And I'm double checking, but it appears that we do not have any of the speakers on the line at the moment.
So we've just moved through 3, thank you, clerks. We've just moved through 3 items very quickly. And so I think what we ought to do is take a recess until 4:30 and give the clerks and our speakers a few minutes to get on the line. And we'll come back at 4:30 and check where we're at. So with that, we're on recess until 4:30. And Councillor DiGenovi, you have a point of procedure?
I do. I'm sorry, but I've made arrangements to pick up my child from childcare at our normal break time, and I was just wondering if you expected that we would be extending or not. It's just hard for me to plan for childcare otherwise, so I'm not sure if we'd make a decision on that now, Chair Bligh, but I'd like to be able to participate.
Okay, we'll see what we can do and get through. We've got 4 speakers total and only 1 on the line right now.
Thanks.
So we're going to move to speakers on this item. Item 6, Don't Feed the Wildlife. And we have our first speaker is Seymour Blake, who I believe is not on the line. Our second speaker is Jules Barkley, who I also believe is not on the line. Is that Jules Barkley? Okay, and then we have Leslie Fox, who's our third speaker on the line.
I'm here.
Yes, hi Leslie, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your timer starts now.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Bligh and council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Before I begin, I just wanted to also acknowledge and thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward. My name is Leslie Fox, and I am the Executive Director of the Fur Bearers. The Fur Bearers is a nonpartisan charitable organization that was founded in Vancouver in 1953. In fact, we're one of the oldest animal welfare groups in Canada. We work to protect fur-bearing animals in the wild and confinement. Our membership is really passionate about wildlife, and for relevance to this issue, we have nearly 2,000 active supporters in Vancouver who reside in Vancouver. We are in support of this motion to prohibit wildlife feeding. As tempting as it is to get close to nature by feeding wildlife, the negative effects and consequences can have far-reaching implications in our ecosystem. When a wild animal is directly or indirectly fed by people, it begins to change their behavior. Be they a squirrel, a raccoon, a coyote, or any one of the many wild animals who call Vancouver home, they start to take risks. Wildlife will cross busy roads that they would otherwise avoid because of a high-value reward. They will hang out and approach people expecting a reward because that's what people are teaching them to do. The pattern is the same as how we treat domestic animals in our homes. We provide food rewards with the expectation that they will continue this behavior. The trouble is that some people may not recognize the far-reaching implications of this action, and that's why a wildlife feeding bylaw is essential for the City of Vancouver. A wildlife feeding bylaw is a two-sided tool. In an educational context, it provides clear, consistent messaging about feeding wildlife throughout the city and the consequences of doing so. In an enforcement context, it gives the City of Vancouver a tool that can be used when necessary to curb behavior that is leading to public health and environmental health problems. Cities and towns of all sizes across North America have instituted wildlife feeding bylaws, which have allowed them to successfully prevent human-wildlife conflict from escalating. As you may have seen in the recent news, Stanley Park is experiencing conflict, and experts have agreed the most likely reason is the ongoing feeding of wildlife, including coyotes. But Stanley Park is simply a high-visible version of this, and it's an opportunity for progressive change. By understanding the pressures we place on wildlife in Vancouver and providing tools to city employees managing the impacts, we can ensure a healthier urban ecosystem for all who call the city home. At its core, feeding wildlife presents a health and safety issue for both people and animals. In closing, Vancouver has a desire to be the greenest city in the world. A goal we have at Fur Bearers is we also desire the same thing, and we believe it's honorable and achievable. We also believe that wildlife must be part of this goal, and that a step towards coexistence and safely sharing spaces can and will help Vancouver be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you for your consideration.
Next on the list, we have Sarah Dubois. And I'm not sure.
Chair Bligh, the clerk here, and I do believe speaker number 4 is on the line.
Great, I think I heard them just behind you there. So Sarah Dubois.
Hello, this is Sarah.
Great, thank you.
Hi,
We can
thank you.
just great, and you have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to just acknowledge the incredible work that the Councillor Fry and the Fur Bearers have done on this issue. This is a long-standing issue in the City of Vancouver, but across British Columbia, and it doesn't just pertain to dangerous wildlife, as we've seen in Stanley Park with coyotes. We've done extensive research into wildlife feeding at the BCSPCA through our partnership in the UBC Animal Welfare Program. And unfortunately, a minority of municipalities have addressed this through bylaws, but there are some that have been successful. And that really only happens when enforcement and education are paired together. So it's not just enough. We've seen it too many times in municipalities that have put in place signage and education as the main driver for change, but it hasn't resulted in the change that we are hoping to see for wildlife and for, of course, our community residents. So we would encourage council to consider this motion and see it as a template not only for the City of Vancouver, but of course the Parks Board as well, because systems, of course, are integrated here. And we would like to use this then to be really a leader in the area of human-animal conflict, as well as the animal welfare, and not just welfare, but also the health issues that are associated when wildlife and people get too close. So there is a really healthy balance, of course, that we need to achieve. We want to enjoy the animals in our backyards. We want to encourage people to have safe, distanced, physically distanced interactions with wild animals in order to keep them and ourselves and our pets safe. But of course, this has to come with leadership and good policy. So I don't have anything else to add because the Fur Bearers had a great summary of this, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, it's very good to hear from you. Thank you. We do have Councillor Fry on the queue for questions, so please go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Dubois, for joining us. You're a wildlife biologist with the SPCA, correct?
Yes, that is my training and actually one of my areas of research.
So I'm wondering if you could reflect a little bit on, oh, sorry, one of us is cutting in and out there. So I'm wondering if you could reflect a little bit on are we seeing an increase in opportunistic feeding amongst wildlife in interactions in urban areas, and why this is a problem?
So I think what we are seeing, yes, is an increase in human-animal interactions because we've seen this pendulum swing of people being afraid of wildlife to people actually wanting to be closer to wildlife, especially with the invention of smartphones. People are getting closer and closer for photography. And of course, with urban development and sprawl, we are encroaching into wild spaces more and more, which means wild animals have more encounters with us. And so, yes, absolutely, they're on the rise, not only in the City of Vancouver, but throughout British Columbia.
Okay, and I note that SPCA has published a toolkit for BC municipalities to consider bylaws, which I borrowed from for this motion, and that Victoria has recently implemented local bylaws around the feeding of wildlife that aren't otherwise covered by the Wildlife Act. Did the SPCA work with Victoria on this at all? Do you have any insights into Victoria's bylaws?
So I don't have them in front of me, unfortunately, but we did provide the model bylaw as a tool for all municipalities to use as a starting point. Now, we have seen some municipalities address specific species. So sometimes there are conflicts with urban deer. And so those policies, unfortunately, that target just one species haven't quite worked either, because, of course, if you're stopping people from putting out food for birds, that's one thing, but then they could continue to feed other animals. So it does need to be a holistic and comprehensive approach, and, our model bylaw provides that.
And so I note from your model bylaw that there's a pretty clear sort of articulation around an exemption for hummingbirds and songbirds, which obviously a lot of folks enjoy feeding, but it really does distinguish hummingbirds and songbirds. I'm wondering if you could just highlight sort of the importance of appropriate feeding for those birds, and why just those birds and not all birds, like say Canada geese or seagulls.
So the majority of conflict that we see with birds is actually around waterfowl. So of course that's geese and ducks, and sometimes crows. And so we would discourage, of course, feeding birds intentionally. But we understand that bird feeding of songbirds and hummingbirds can provide some resources in the wintertime, for example, for those animals. And that typically you can do this safely without attracting animals like rats or squirrels and causing neighborly issues.
Okay, that's your time, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Dubois.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dubois. Those are all your questions. So thank you very much for coming to speak to Council today.
My pleasure.
So I will now call the previous two speakers who were not on the line to see if they've since joined. Seymour Blake. Speaker 1, Seymour Blake.
The clerk here, Chair Bligh, I understand that speaker number 1 is not on the line.
Thank you. And speaker number 2, Jules Barkley.
Yes, the clerk here again, and likewise, speaker number 2 not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. And thank you to all speakers for both of our speakers to come and speak to council. So now's a time to ask any additional questions to staff. And if there's any discussion. Councillor DiGenova, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. I can ask a point of information.
That's exactly what you can
Great,
do.
thank you. I'd like to ask a point of information to staff as to any work that has been done across City Council and the Park Board on this issue specifically.
So is that perhaps?
So, thank you, Chair Bligh. It's Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager. I don't see any staff on the line that can respond to this question. So we can certainly get back to you by memo, but there's no one here to answer that right now.
Okay, and thank you very much. Just maybe another quick point of information on that, and that is, would staff be? I just didn't see this sort of in the staff responses on motions that this would in fact perhaps be something that our staff would want to consult with the park board on. Is that a high level enough question to ask, or do we?
I'm sorry. Could we just clarify the question?
The question specifically is, would this be sort of in the lane or in the realm of park board also, so that before we move forward with any specific actions, we'd be looking for their input as well? Or would staff just do that if this motion was passed? I'm looking at how you'd look at the recommendations of this motion if it were passed today. If you can't provide that info, I understand, and I am prepared to vote on it without it, but I would like to have
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you for that clarification. I think we could confidently say that we would consult with the park board to make sure that they're involved and on board with however we are going to implement the recommendations. But I wouldn't want to say anything more on their behalf.
Of course. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager and Councillor DiGenova. Over to Councillor Carr.
Sorry, that was just an error. My apologies.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will just say I really appreciate the direction of this. I know this is an important conversation. I appreciate the exemptions for hummingbirds and songbirds and the reasons stated why, in particular because I have gotten, and my children too, a lot of joy out of the hummingbird and songbird feeders that we have outside our window during this pandemic. Appreciate the work that Councillor Fry has done on this. My one concern, which I know is a topic Council has discussed, is about the amount of work that we have been directing toward this particular department and the workload of staff at this time. And so appreciated Councillor Fry taking my call this morning to talk that through and clarifying that there isn't a specific timeline on this, in recognition that staff have a lot of work on their plate. And so this motion would put it on the books, but that it would come up as staff are able to, is my understanding, rather than diverting attention away from the work that we have already prioritized for staff at this kind of critical moment in the backlog of so much important work. So all of that makes me feel more comfortable on that front in terms of the work that we are asking of staff. And like I said, appreciate in general the direction and always appreciate the thought that Councillor Fry brings to these issues related to animal welfare and safety across the city. So happy to support it.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to see this motion come forward. I am very concerned about the safety of residents and the safety of wildlife. And I live very close to Stanley Park in the West End. There is a lot of wildlife that migrate out of the park into our local neighborhood. Very commonly skunks and raccoons, but I've seen other wildlife as well. And you know, there are people who are very habitual in their feeding of the wildlife, and it's gotten actually even more difficult recently. Just the other week, somebody had left a raw chicken out for animals in the alley behind our condo, and um, it was really quite gross, and there was an accumulation of wildlife fighting each other over this. So I am particularly cognizant that that this is just a really humane motion that has come forward that does protect both wildlife and people. So thank you, Councillor Fry.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova, you're back on the queue.
I am. I just actually had one more point of information.
Okay.
Maybe it's through Councillor Fry. I don't want to put our deputy city manager on the spot, but I'm wondering, Councillor Fry, in putting this together, did you have any conversations with staff about enforcement and who you would suppose would be enforcing this?
Councillor Fry, would you like to respond?
Not specifically, no. They did highlight that there would likely need to be a conversation at some point around enforcement. But obviously the first step would be to enact some kind of bylaw and sort of consider some sort of framework and I think rightly do some of the work to get us to that place.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question to that.
You know, I think I would also just sort of, while I have the floor there, I would say that part of this is about education and signage, and obviously we need some kind of law in order to justify sort of that education and signage component. And hopefully it wouldn't have to be something that is really enforced.
So,
because people just know
Councillor
better.
Fry, thanks. I'm gonna ask though. Do you think that there may be some confusion or anger from people who actually do report, others who are participating in feeding wildlife? I mean, I share.
I just want to caution that we're not going into debate, Councillor DeGenova. So if you have a clear point of information to Councillor Fry, that would be appropriate. Otherwise, we'll have to move on.
Well, this is my time for debate, but it is a point of information. I just said follow up.
Yeah,
You
so go
remove
ahead.
my timer if you need to call a point of something.
No, I don't need to do anything. I just
Great,
would
thank
like you
you.
to.
Perhaps, yeah, I see that. So, Councillor Fry, we are in debate, but I'd like to ask a follow-up point of information, as I stated to you, and it's just, do you have any concerns that there are people out there that may, spend considerable time to call this in to try and, have their neighbor fined or, for doing things like this? And I agree with you on the subject matter. I'm just saying, do you think they might be disappointed when they find out that in fact that we don't have, a lot of resources or a plan for enforcement?
That's a pretty big what if. I think that a lot of this sort of feeding tends to be quite habitual. So, for instance, we got a letter from the Property Managers Association and another one from the Downtown BIA, both referencing chronic feeders of pigeons, certain individuals who feed the pigeons at Granville in Georgia, and the nuisance that that creates. And I think given that sort of habitual approach that some people take, similarly, there's people who regularly feed raccoons, or there's people who regularly feed the rats and seagulls.
Okay, Councillor Fry, I'm sorry, that's time, so we'll just have to pause it there.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. I support it.
So back over to Councillor Fry for closing comments.
Yeah, thanks. And try and keep it brief and get us out of here for our dinner break. Just to reflect that, yes, as many of my motions in the past have been inspired by animal welfare, there is also, I think, a very important kind of human safety element to consider with this. We obviously we have the ongoing issues with coyotes attacking folks in Stanley Park, recognizing fully that Stanley Park is not our jurisdiction, but I don't think coyotes necessarily know if they're in a park or if they're in city jurisdiction. The reality is that those coyotes are habituated to humans because they've been fed by humans, and we see that routinely. You know, and it's not lost on any of us that we are in a pandemic, and that there is still speculation that in fact COVID-19 may have been a zoonotic transmission. So when we have, and zoonotic is of course the transmission of some kind of disease from animals to humans, and or vice versa. And increasingly, as we have these kind of interactions in urban environments, where at least in my neighborhood, we have a number of chronic feeders who leave noodles, rice in the same place every day, and they literally attract rats, and we have rat burrows around these areas where folks are feeding. So it does create a human health risk in a pretty significant way. And I think given the context that we're experiencing right now and the struggles that we're having, I think this is something that ultimately is probably a prudent consideration on how we can manage these kind of interactions in a dense environment and ensuring the safety of our human residents and our wild animal transient residents.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. If those are all your comments, we can move to a vote on this motion. And clerks, I'll just ask that you mark Councillor Kirby Young as absent. And so that motion passes with none in opposition. Thank you very much, Council. We got through a lot of work there in the afternoon session, and so I believe we'll break for dinner now, just ahead of 5 o'clock, and come back and reconvene at 6 o'clock to continue the business of our agenda today. So have a good dinner.
Okay. Hi, councillors. This is Katrina here. We'll just do a sound check. Everyone's okay with that?
Thanks, Katrina.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear, Chair Bligh. Councillor Carr, I see you on there.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Swanson.
Hi, Katrina.
Hello, loud and clear. And who else is on? Councillor Wiebe.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I see Karen and Paul.
Hi, Katrina.
Hey, Paul.
Hi again, Katrina.
Hi, Karen. We're just waiting for a few more bodies till we have quorum here. Councillor Fry,
Whoa.
welcome.
Whoa, deja vu. Hi, everybody.
Councillor Hardwick, I see you've joined.
Good evening.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear. We do have quorum, Chair Bligh. It's up to you whether or not you want to wait a minute or proceed. We have this first speaker on the line or ready to go.
Great. Thank you very much, Katrina. Yeah, I think we'll start. So welcome back, Council. We are now on to our 3 motions on the agenda that were referred from yesterday's Council meeting to today's Standing Committee meeting in order to hear from speakers. After hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motions. I would like to remind Council members that their amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the Council member introduces them. Please ensure the City Clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. The first referred motion is item 7, increasing public access to information about False Creek South, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Hardwick. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first speaker is Richard Evans, Chairperson, Replan Committee of the False Creek South Neighborhood Association.
Hello, can you everybody hear me?
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for joining us. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council, and I'll start your timer now.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak. And as mentioned, I'm chairperson of the Replan Committee of the False Creek South Neighborhood Association. I speak in support of Councillor Swanson's motion from the point of view of False Creek South residents. We understand council and staff's need to protect the public interest from time to time by taking certain specific issues into confidence. However, when that tool is used beyond the need to protect financial or personal interests, then it limits public participation in the City of Vancouver public processes. This issue goes beyond False Creek South. If our experience is now the way that the City of Vancouver conducts business on public land, then every leaseholder of public land in the city can now expect the same behavior. However, I do not think that this is the intention. The City of Vancouver also holds transparency of processes and democratic principles as solid policy principles. I think that we are in a process of course correction and not adoption. Our experience dealing with the city over the past 15 years has yielded some benefit. We have experienced how different departments operate differently. In-camera protocols are a minor player in planning department processes, for example, whereas the protocols become everything when we deal with real estate and facilities management. Why is this? I think that it comes down to the city being both the landowner and regulator when it comes to dealing with leaseholders on publicly owned lands. The two roles are very different. On the one hand, the regulator, via policy, strives to support communities, foster connections within them, and increase social inclusion. The role of the landlord is to create mechanisms that enable these regulator responsibilities. The regulator tends to design engagement processes with my community that are collaborative and transparent, whereas the landlord tends towards secrecy via in-camera, non-collaborative decision-making processes with council. In-camera processes being necessary in some situations, which make the landlord role very different from that of the regulator. Over the past decade, the tendency has been toward this kind of disenabling of public processes, as opposed to enabling mechanisms to promote community building, foster connections, and increase social inclusion. In-camera processes provide council with information that cannot be challenged, creates considerable mistrust, and significantly impacts democratic decision-making. We have been told, as recently as this week, that in-camera privilege means that when real estate's report with respect to the use of Falls Creek South lands is to go to council, it cannot be shared with Falls Creek South residents, not even a ballpark estimate in terms of timing. We care about this because we've been told that leases cannot be looked at until the city decides on its real estate vision for the neighborhood. We continue to be in the dark, and our housing insecurity continues. The relationship between the landowner and regulator roles and the relative importance of each with respect to the implementation of policy needs to be balanced with the role of the landlord supporting and enabling the role of the regulator. I think that this is what Councillor Swanson's motion is all about. As with most things in life, discretion is key, and we join Councillor Swanson's appeal to ensure that a much higher degree of discretion be applied when it comes to deciding when to go in camera and when to not, when it comes to deciding the future of our Falls Creek South community. Again, I speak in support of Councillor Swanson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We do have a councillor on the queue to ask questions. Please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. You mentioned, Richard, in your statement or comments, a change in the city, the manner of dealing with in-camera in the past, prior to 10 years ago. I had conversations earlier today with councillors that predate that and had some interesting conversations about how things have changed, about what is in camera and what is not in camera. What specific experience can you share from where things were, say, pre-2008, which may be too earlier, but can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Well, my experience doesn't really predate 2008 in these terms. I go back to the planning department's work with our community back in 2018, and the kinds of engagement processes, et cetera. And the in-camera privilege issue never really came up at all with respect to dealing with changes within the neighborhood, et cetera. So I guess that's really my contrast point, is with that work by the planning department in 2018 and how very different that is when it comes to working with real estate and facilities management.
In just 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I was measuring things back procedurally to an earlier period, but thank you for clarifying. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you very much, Richard, for coming to speak to council. There's no more questions for you, but we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers queue, we have Nathan Edelson.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I'll start your timer now. Okay.
I'm speaking in support of taking more decision-making at City Hall out of in-camera, and I can speak to some of the longer-term issues as well. This is in part to help expedite the leases and development of much-needed affordable housing in Falls Creek South, but I also believe this will help bring more trust between the local government and the residents it serves, and help neighbors with different perspectives to work more closely with one another and with staff. As some of you may know, I was a community planner with the city for 25 years. I learned a community is not just the sticks, bricks, and stones. It's the design of spaces that help neighbors become friends and to share in raising of children, caring for seniors, and people facing challenges, and also sharing some of the joys in each other's lives. I was assigned many contentious issues, legalizing secondary suites across the city, densifying housing along the Expo SkyTrain line, regulating SRO hotels as the housing that they actually are. I found that I could encourage residents to find common ground, but failing that, I could commit to that my report would fairly represent their points of view, that they would be able to see those draft reports, and when appropriate, they could exchange ideas with members of council. This approach created opportunities for residents to work with staff to seek common ground in some neighborhoods like Joy Station, Riley Park, and the downtown east side. It led to some incredibly innovative ideas and an array of services for the entire community. I'd like to say a few words about Falls Creek South specifically. As you know, Falls Creek South is an important cornerstone in Vancouver's modern history. Learning from the challenges faced by large low-income housing projects, it demonstrated that people of different incomes can live together in a family-friendly, medium-density environment, and that residents can be empowered to make ongoing decisions about their community through an elected neighborhood association, one that was actually required and started by the city. For more than a decade, that association has worked with city staff not only to secure long-term leases, but to produce a community-based community plan that's consistent with provisional planning principles that were unanimously approved by council as recently as 2018. Those principles were created in close consultation with many departments, including real estate and the city manager's office. The resulting preliminary plan could more than double the area's density and help address key local and citywide issues: aging in community, cultural diversity, housing essential workers, and ending homelessness. Last November, community leaders were told that the in-camera process might override the unanimously approved planning principles. We just received results just now of the citywide survey, and I'd just like to make one brief comment, because without providing data, it indicates that many people would support building more condos to support more affordable housing. Our analysis, which we'll bring forward at another time, indicates that at the densities of the Olympic Village, the city would lose money, and even at North Shore of Falls Creek densities, they would just about break even, while there would result in a shift the tenure balance towards significantly more stratas. The process Falls Creek South residents are proposing would be more fiscally as well as socially, environmentally sustainable, and yield between $250 and $500 million in revenues to the city to help provide additional affordable housing in this community and beyond. So to conclude, we will provide more detailed information another time, but I would note that the recent process was so in camera that it is our understanding that members of council were not allowed to see recordings of the public sessions. On several occasions, members of council have told us that they can listen to the ideas of residents, but they cannot express their opinions. This is an unfortunate circumstance when dialogue is perhaps the best way to achieve new understandings and generate innovative ideas and common ground. By approving this motion, you have the ability to help unshackle this and, more importantly, perhaps future councils from unnecessary in-camera processes and to share your ideas with those of the people you serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick, so I will advance Councillor Hardwick for 3 minutes. Questions of speaker.
Thank you, Nathan. And thank you for your 25 years of service plus to the city. You and I got to know each other well during the Mayor's Task Force on Housing Affordability in 2012. You, as someone that's been on the inside of City Hall for a long time, operating through the very contentious files that you described, have been able to observe procedural changes in within staff operations at City Hall. As I mentioned in my earlier question, I'd spoken to a couple of former councillors that about their experiences and understanding of what should be in camera and what not ought to be in camera, particularly through the lens of establishing trust between Vancouverites and their government. Can you comment on your experience further about this? Because to me, this is largely a process question. Mr. Evans laid out well the conflict that council has between their two different roles, but I'd like to hear it from your perspective as having been an insider.
Well, this is the example is not exactly right, but it's close enough. When I was the planner for Joy Station, we had a unanimously approved plan for the former industrial areas right next to the station. You're dealing with some of the issues there now. And when we did that, the unanimous approval was for a medium density format. The community and councillors and staff sat down with residents and looked over alternatives. Dave Podmore, in this case, was with the Vancouver Land Corporation, which was an entity of the city, and they actually approved a major change to the development because the developer was offering virtually all the community amenities that we had talked about when we made the plan. So, in effect, I file it under, this was an example where that kind of process, the openness of the process, and willing to discuss the value of what was indirectly city-owned land, improved on the perfection of the plan that I worked on, and I think led to a great center for the neighborhood. But there are all sorts of other planning programs that affect the value of the assets of the city lands in different neighborhoods. There's lots of city lands in existing neighborhoods that are affected by our zoning decisions. In Falls Creek South, it's a large holding, but there's not a reason to put a cloak to not make it a transparent process.
I'm probably out of time, but
just at your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Nathan, for coming to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So that brings us to the end of our speakers list for this motion. So I'd like to thank our speakers for speaking to council and ask councillors, is there any other questions to staff? Seeing none, Councillor Weed, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my point of information, so question to staff is, what information do they see that they'd be able to provide the public that they don't currently provide through our current strategy that holds very few things in camera because we have jurisdictional rules on what can be and cannot be? So if this motion passes today, what information do we see would be able to be provided to the community that we currently don't provide?
Thank you. Through the chair, can we just clarify, are we talking about information pertaining to the Falls Creek South file?
Yes.
I guess the short answer to that is that everything that we can provide in public and with the community, we have been doing and we will continue to do. We absolutely, as landowner, there are certain aspects of this file that have to be conducted in camera with significant commercial interests. And we're very aware that the community wants to know what's going on and wants to be involved, and every moment we have where we can involve the community and release information, we will. I think Mr. Edelson gave a very important point about the distinction between the regulator and the landowner roles of council. And the reason why, as Mr. Evans said, much of the work that plan is done through our planning department is done in public because that is the regulatory work and that is the process we adhere to for conducting our regulatory work. When it comes to landowner work, that's council operating in their role as landowner and landlord. That typically is done in council. In fact, it's almost always, I would say close to almost, or we can ask Mr. Greenberg who's on the call, done in camera until it's ready to be brought to a regulatory process, at which point it goes through all the appropriate stakeholder and public engagement at that point. Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I would. The only Jeff Greenberg, Assistant Director of Legal. The only addition I would make is it's at the infancy in terms of the landowner's role presently, and that's why matters are being discussed and advised in camera. As decisions are made by council with respect to their landowner capacity, those will become public information, and the public will have the ability to assess and to comment and to go through the normal processes that they always have as those matters proceed through a development phase with the planning department. Nothing is changing in terms of the release of information as it is appropriate to be made public.
Okay, what is our current policy on releasing in-camera information to ensure transparency to the public?
Yeah, I can advise on that. There's set schedules in which all in-camera decisions are evaluated by CLT members, and those decisions get evaluated in terms of, is it an appropriate time now to release decisions that were made in camera? And routinely, that information does get released on a regular basis. What goes into that decision-making process is whether or not the reason why it went in camera is still applicable. So was it legal advice? Was it something that could be harmful to the city's interest? Is it something that is still at a preliminary negotiation stage for an activity or a facility? All of those things are analyzed routinely for every in-camera decision to determine when it's appropriate for it to be released. And you will see routinely that the city manager's office does release that information.
Thank you. I guess one final question. Does legal see any issue if this council does pass this, recognizing that we do want to ensure an open and transparent process where possible as we try to build a stronger relationship in these dealings?
Yeah, I would say no. I think staff are fully supportive of Councillor Swanson's motion. And we believe that we are adhering to it presently. And we find it beneficial to the point that she's raised it again to bring it to staff's attention that they want to ensure that it is properly followed. And I believe the city manager's office, the legal office, and real estate services are only benefited by the fact that Councillor Swanson brought this forward. And we will continue to release information as soon as possible when it is appropriate.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Swanson.
Point of information.
Point of information. You have
sorry,
to be.
sorry, point of privilege. I couldn't get on the queue, but now I can.
You are on the queue, yeah. You'll be right after Councillor Swanson, Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that this motion would be such a huge deal. I think it's a good reminder to everybody involved, councillors, staff, members of the public, that we should be trying to get everything that's out in public. It does mention in the motion consultation results, and I think it's good if those are out in public, and I think we got some out in public today, so that's good. And yeah, I don't think this is a huge deal, and I hope we can pass it unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I have a point of information through you to staff, if possible.
Please go ahead.
The point of information, it actually pertains to beyond this. So if council's expected to do it, I understand this isn't asking for a process for all types of projects or, city-owned land, but could this in fact affect, the requests of the public? Could this be something that's used against us to get information on other things that are in camera, very clearly stated under the Vancouver Charter? And I'll just leave it there. If staff need more clarification, I have the charter open here.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks very much. Go ahead, Karen.
Sure. Thanks. The short answer is that this motion, as Mr. Greenberg alluded to, it just affirms what we're already doing and what we would do with any file, real estate or otherwise. So I don't see this would have any implication for any other work that staff does or council does.
Okay, and a follow-up to that is, would there be a situation in the future where this would have us releasing information that, for instance, perhaps we couldn't release for a legal reason, or it wasn't our information to release, but we're releasing it because of that? Because
Jeff, do you
this
want to?
is an emotion?
Yeah.
Sorry to ask
Yeah.
for clarifying
Yeah.
follow-up on that, but I'm
No
just
problem.
worried about it being, setting a precedent as we move forward. Thank you.
Absolutely not. We would continue to follow the processes under the charter, and we would continue to release information appropriately and to continue to hold information in camera for whatever legal reasons, as you point out, might exist, whether it's confidential information about other companies, employees, the city's economic interests. Only under the headings in the charter that are applicable to us would we withhold the information until such time as it should be revealed. Some information is never revealable. Legal advice is never required to be released. It's always subject to solicitor client.
Thanks for clarifying that. That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. I'll be advancing Councillor Boyle for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bligh. Can I just clarify? Usually we don't have a separate section of questions to staff on member motions. Are we just in discussion on the motion? It's been moved. We've heard from speakers.
I
just want to make sure I understand where we are.
Yes, so I do have that this is questions to staff, and it is a good question. I flagged that earlier. I'm just going to ask the clerk to reaffirm we're in the right process here where we're asking questions and then we can discuss.
Yes, Chair Bligh, on members' motions, normally the motion has already been moved the previous day. So today you're in debate. Questions to staff would be through points of information at this point.
Okay. Thanks very much for the clarification and for flagging, Councillor Boyle. So this is part of the final debate. Questions to staff need to be directed as a point of information.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciate that clarification. So just wanted to say I am quite happy to support this motion. Of course, the issue at hand, as we all know, has been going on for a while, and it means a lot to a lot of people. And there are concerns about what information is shared where. So I appreciate the goal of strengthening trust between the city and residents through this reminder and commitment that we are sharing everything possible in public. I appreciate the staff response that has been the practice. And again, of course, there's just concerns on all sides. And so my read of this motion is that it is an important reminder in continuing that trust and that our staff will share what we can. We will share what we can. We're all looking forward to a good resolution on this soon. I think we're all antsy on that front. But in the meantime, as I said, very happy to support this motion from Councillor Swanson as we get to that good resolution.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to speak vociferously and wholeheartedly in support of the motion. I appreciate Councillor Swanson bringing it forward. I do recognize that materially, I don't think it's going to change because we have very sort of anything substantively in terms of the information that's released, because we have very clear guidelines around what can be released. However, I do want to signal loud and clear to the South Falls Creek community that transparency is really an important value. And I recognize that these are really significant discussions that are happening, and it relates to people's homes. And there's nothing, I think we've seen during the pandemic how critical having home bases for people and how meaningful that is. So I would never underestimate the impact that this has on individuals and people and families in terms of their individual place to sort of lay your head and to sort of ground yourself, and as well as the communities that have been forged down in South Falls Creek. And I think, in meeting a number of the co-ops, both prior to being on this council and during, the passion for those communities has really shone through. So I think, if nothing else, I'm happy to support this to send the message very clearly that I wish this process to be as transparent as it possibly can, given any legal constraints that we have. And I want to ensure that council affirms its full intent to do so. And so I think that that's really important. So for those reasons, I am happy to support this motion from Councillor Swanson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. So that does bring us to the end of our queue in terms of speaking to this motion. So I will take us to a vote.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Yes. And I'll just, Councillor Kirby Young. So that motion passes with unanimous support and one abstention from Councillor DiGenova. Okay, thank you very much, Council. So we will be moving now to our next referred motion, which is item 8, turning construction hoarding into a canvas for public art in Vancouver, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor DiGenova. So we will hear from, we do have some speakers on this motion. Our first speaker is Andrea Curtis, Executive Director from the Vancouver Mural Festival.
Hi there. I'm assuming it's good to go then. It's just a strange platform.
Yes, we can hear
Awesome.
you. Thank
Okay,
you very much. 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, great. Yeah, so hi, I'm Andrea Curtis, and as the chair mentioned, I'm the executive director for Vancouver Mural Festival. So when the pandemic first hit a year ago and shop windows were boarded up with raw plywood across downtown, we were quick to respond and reach out to BIA partners to launch the hashtag Make Art Well Apart campaign. We completed 60 murals on plywood hoardings over the space of 2 to 3 weeks with the support and approvals of the Integrated Graffiti Management Program. And I wanted to open by sharing this as a great example of how artists can take on hoarding projects independently and efficiently with the support of city staff. I want to speak briefly to a few hoarding projects which we currently have in progress in hopes that they'll serve as an example of how this policy might bring art to the streets in a big way and hopefully without a big impact to the city staff resources. Currently, we're looking at 3 hoarding projects, of which I've shared images with you in advance. They're all mock-ups, i.e. photoshopped images. They're not actual images. The first mock-up is of artwork on hoarding that we're doing at Bentall Central Property with BMO as client. As with many hoarding facades, the materials will be recycled if the developer sees no further use for the panels. And I should also mention that the hoarding is all built by construction crews, and depending on the type of surface, we're either adhering vinyl or chloroplast to plywood instead of, or installing printed scrim. Or in fewer instances, we're actually painting directly on the surface in situ. City staff will not need to oversee the safety of the installation, as this will already be assured by the contracted builders. Second, you'll find a mock-up of hoarding to be used at the Chinatown Foundation's development on East Hastings. The development will end up covering the Healing Quilt mural that we worked on in 2017. And so they asked for our support in honoring the work of artists and repurposing the much-loved design. And finally, the hoarding image provided with the graffiti was taken as an example of a project that we're hoping to pilot with BC Housing in the DTS. Hoarding in this area is likely to be tagged, so we're keen to work with and compensate skilled graffiti artists whose work is likely to receive more respect in this area and suffer less vandalism. So currently, VMF's curatorial program is, for all large projects, focuses on a minimum 50% BIPOC and 50% female identified artists, as well as 12 to 25% Coast Salish and other local Indigenous representation. This isn't enforced by the Mural Support Program. It's how we choose to operate our programs currently. The artists I've spoken with are over the moon for this opportunity, and given the amount of development in our city, it will create temporary billboards for artists' work and give the public something inspiring to look at while construction takes place. So I do want to encourage council and city staff to enable the policy without envisioning an overly regulated or educated program. Processes are in place for educating large and permanent public artworks, but in taking leadership from the Mural Support Program administered by Integrated Graffiti Management to the Engineering Department, staff only request to see an image of the artwork currently to ensure that all guidelines are being followed. So they don't require to see budgets, and they give no direction on the artwork or the artist selection. It's a great model which enables artwork to proliferate across the city, and I have spoken with city staff with whom we work closely, and they are in support of this program, particularly after demonstrating what we were capable of together with the hashtag Make Art While Apart campaign. So finally, why put this into policy? Art on hoarding will only happen rarely and sporadically at the impetus of developers, or potentially at scale as long as organizations like ours are around to push at it. Otherwise, we might not be leaving a legacy in creating more easy access for artist compensation and exhibition of their works in public. This opportunity to add personality and color to our city streets with this motion is significant. So thank you so much for your time. That's all I have for now.
Thank you very much, Andrea. You do have questions, so I will advance Councillor Boyle for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Andrea, for taking the time. I'm sure waiting a while to speak to us on this. I'm curious to hear any advice or thoughts you have on how we can make sure that these opportunities are available to underrepresented artists, to a broad diversity of artists. And kind of related to that question, I think about the community garden program that's happened on vacant developer sites, and how in many instances it's kind of met the lowest possible expectation for what that looks like, and how this might do better than what we've seen out of that model.
Thanks for your question. I'm not familiar with the community gardens program, so I can't really speak to that. But the thing that I do feel comfortable speaking to in terms of how we can ensure diversity of artists and emerging artists are selected for these programs is really only in how we manage our not-for-profit. And our not-for-profit quarterly puts out a call for submissions. And so we're constantly calling out to artists across the city and asking what neighborhood they're in and what they're up to, how we can support them further in their work. And we're always looking for new and emerging talent. We're applying for grants to support these artists and helping them professionalize in their practice. And so that's how we do what we do. Asking how the city might do it, I really wouldn't want to be prescriptive in what the city does, because I think they do a lot of work and do a lot of great work in some of the more established programs. But in terms of how the Mural Support Program actually works, there isn't anything prescriptive at this moment in time, and we've seen quite a great diversity of murals in terms of what has gone up with the support of that program.
Okay, appreciate that answer and the commitment the Mural Project, the Mural Festivals had to lifting up underrepresented artists. Those are all of my questions. Thanks, Andrea.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Kirby Young for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. Thanks so much for being here. And also thanks to Mural Festival for the amazing work that you did pivoting during the pandemic and still bringing us a festival this year, as well as some of the small events. That was a real bright spot, so I really appreciate that. In terms of the program that you mentioned, I just wanted to clarify, because I think in the ease of logistics and how it's worked is really important. So when you were describing the experience of, the construction sites are adhering to safety standards, they're putting up the hoarding. So what I'm hearing from you is that you're being flexible and adapting to the different materials available at the specific site, right? You're not going in and sort of requiring other materials. You're adapting to the environment to make that easy and make sure that existing safety processes are adhered to. Is that right?
Absolutely. We work in tandem with the construction crews that the developers have hired to oversee the safety and installation. And so whenever they're doing installation, we come on site and coordinate with them and make sure that, you know, all of our staff receive the required training, whether that's they're working on lifts or, you know, working, you know, with, heights and that kind of thing. But in terms of the actual installation, everything is pre-approved and overseen entirely by the construction companies.
Okay, so it folds into existing processes. It's not, you know, trying to create a sort of complex or additional layer there, right?
No, we're only doing the superficial application. It's very much the 2D application of paint or vinyl.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then another question for you. It was raised yesterday. A question was asked around, well, if you know, a few of these projects are happening anyway, why not just let it happen organically? Why is it important for the city to sort of stand up and put this policy in place?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fabulous question. And that's the piece that, you know, I wanted to speak to a little bit in terms of, you know, legacies that we might be able to leave in terms of creating more access for artists. And, you know, VMF might be able to access this space in knowing that, you know, all of a sudden we might have a requirement for developers to put public art on their hoarding. But we would also be able to facilitate and support artists in working with developers themselves. Not all of it will have to go through us, but we provide learning opportunities. And when artists are out there doing their own murals or doing their own work, they're calling us quite frequently, and we're hosting workshops and supporting them in like I mentioned, professionalizing their practice. And so I feel like if we leave this to chance, we'll see what we see now. And we don't see art on hoardings right now. Nothing's going to change. So we're pushing forward on a few projects, but those are few and far between right now.
Okay, that's super. I think that's my time, but thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Andrew, I've got a question. Recognizing we have a small graffiti management team and that some of these projects can be difficult for our team to kind of process, how much staff work is involved in implementing a process like this, or is most of the impetus on the developer to find the artist, and there's not a lot of work done by our city team?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I guess I have intimate knowledge of the mural support program, and I acknowledge there are so many programs at the city level that a number of councillors might not be aware. At this moment in time, the mural support program within integrated graffiti management they have in the past, but they do not do a lot of their own murals. They don't select the artists. And so when it would come to the hoarding projects, the developers would be responsible themselves for commissioning artworks. And so the only responsibility on behalf of the integrated graffiti management program would just be to oversee and ensure that all guidelines are being followed. So for when we do murals, we submit an image of the draft artwork to the integrated graffiti management program. They require 2 weeks of a review process. They have a look at what we've done. They send it out to the neighbors because these are much more permanent projects, and they make sure nobody has any problems with it. And it usually goes through really quickly. With a hoarding project, it probably wouldn't require neighbor approval because it's a very temporary in nature. But all they would need to do is have a look and make sure the guidelines are being followed, and that there's, you know, nothing indecent, or that there's no advertising within the public art. And so it's really kind of a rubber stamp process, actually.
So it'd be a pretty limited staff resources needed to implement a program like this.
It really is, and that's why. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor. That's why we were able to do 60 murals that quickly.
Yeah, I guess quickly, because I only have 45 more seconds. The graffiti management component of this, recognizing that I've heard there's opportunities to do some free walls and other work to try to move some of the graffiti artists into this artwork and to get into more professionalizing their art. I'm just wondering if you could quickly speak to how this program could support some of those youth that we're trying to move into more professional art stream.
Yeah, it's a big hope of ours to be able to support some of these artists who are, painting without sanctioning, to be able to go and find spaces to create their work. It's something that's really been challenging to do, especially with graffiti, but that's really been changing over the last number of years. And with the developers themselves, or with the people who have interest in the graffiti artwork, they're incredibly supportive. So I think there's a ton of opportunity here.
Thank you. That's all my time.
Chair, we can't hear you.
Apologies. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Just hoping to ask a question of the speaker, if Councillor Fry would allow me to relinquish the chair to you as vice chair.
Point of procedure, Chair, you can actually ask questions only in debate, so you can ask questions directly without turning the chair.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate that. Andrea, I just have a question around the economic opportunity or the modeling that you've seen be successful in terms of if the program like this was adopted for the local artists that could benefit.
That's an awesome question. Actually, just over 2 years ago, I learned about this bylaw as it exists in Toronto. And in speaking to some organizations, a not-for-profit, actually also a charity that administers hoarding art program in Toronto, and they actually see upwards of $1 million in revenue, of which, and similar to our program, 60 to 70% goes back to the artists.
And so who manages that? How does that work?
It's 100% managed between the not-for-profit and the developer. And then what would happen in our case, I'm not sure how it works in the city of Toronto, but in our case, it would happen between, say, VMS or the artist and the developer. And then what I would do is I would take an image of the artwork that's going to go up on the hoarding. I would send it in to Integrated Graffiti Management. They'd have a look at it and they'd stamp it and say, yeah, that's not obscene, good to go. And then we would put the artwork up.
Okay, great. And so just in more your experience or your take on this type of a program, what kind of relationship do you see formed between the developer, not-for-profit, and the artist when these programs are leveraged and taken advantage of in a positive way?
I think, yeah, that's an interesting one. And I think, we all know that, there's a lot of contention with some of the development with such a challenging housing scene in the city. And I've actually personally been finding quite a lot of bridge building and opportunities within my own world in working with a lot of developers and getting to learn a little bit more about their processes, talk to them a little bit more about street use, about placemaking, what happens when we bring murals into our city, and more than anything, the visibility of equity deserving artists. And so making sure that, we're focusing on BIPOC and Indigenous artists and the representation on their buildings. And so I've actually been building some really amazing relationships with most of the major developers in the city, and that's been amazing. I know a lot of the artists would probably be intimidated, but we're here to support them in all of that.
Okay, got it. Do you ever see a circumstance where there's sort of a desire to see the benefit being offered by the developer to work with not-for-profits and local artists as a trade-off in terms of negotiations with city development planning teams and such?
That's not something I know enough about in terms of development and what the benefits are and how they can work. I mean, I wouldn't see this program operating in a way that kind of touches on kind of like the public art subsidy that's required at a certain level of development. So great question, but I have no idea.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful. Thank you very much. Those are all of your questions, and thanks for coming to speak to council.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Up next, we have speaker number 2, Dwayne Drobot.
Hi, how are you today?
Hi, great. We can hear you. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your time starts now.
Thank you.
Mayor Stewart, members of council, my name is Dwayne Drobot, Senior Development Manager with ConWest. ConWest is a 35-year-old local company with experience in commercial, industrial, residential, and social purpose development in Vancouver and other cities in the Lower Mainland. In Vancouver, we have upcoming projects in early stages with cultural spaces, which we're excited to move forward with. We are in support of the motion to explore options for using portions of construction hoarding on private property construction and development sites in Vancouver for murals and public art in order to support local artists and the recovery of the cultural sector. The arts and culture are important to the local economy and a major component of Vancouver's vitality as a city. We would note that while we support the concept, the details moving forward will be important. So, for example, many of our sites are smaller sites where modular fencing is used and not permanent hoarding. This fencing gets taken apart and relocated daily to allow for equipment and supplies to enter and leave the site. Any requirements for public art also will need to be secondary to the requirements for construction safety and wayfinding. We'd be happy to work with staff as they move forward with more detailed analysis of the options for public art on construction hoarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council today. Okay, council, so that actually, we do have a speaker 3, but that speaker has withdrawn. So we are closing the speakers portion of this motion at this time. And thanks speakers for coming to speak to council. So this is where you can put yourself on the queue, council, for any discussion, including points of information if needed. Councillor Kirby Young, 5 minutes, and your timer starts now.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and appreciate the dialogue and discussion on this. I have sent in a simple amendment that I referenced during the introduction to the motion yesterday, and council should have that on their email. I sent it when we went for the dinner break, and I think it's a fairly straightforward one. I referenced it, but it's really to honor the goals of culture shift. I'm just hoping the clerk can bring that up on screen. Did you want to move this to the amendment queue first, Chair? Before.
Yes, and I'm also going to move us onto the main queue. So if you can both, Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor DiGenova, add your names back on, and then we'll go to an amendment queue.
Great, thank you.
There we go. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the amendment is on screen now, and as I said, it's a fairly straightforward one, but I think it's an important one to support the work that we've been doing in the City of Vancouver, whether that is to ensure greater representation of BIPOC artists, and that has manifested itself in a number of ways, whether it's the goals that we have through our granting program, and I think more broadly in the Culture Shift strategy. So it simply reads that consistent with the goals of Culture Shift, the report back on options give consideration to encouraging support for BIPOC artists to reflect the city's rich cultural diversity and ensure diverse representation. And I know that that might have been sort of inherent, but I did want to make it explicit because I think it's a really important goal for us to support and in terms of supporting arts and culture in the city, but also it results, I think, in a much richer expression in our public realm. So I've submitted that for council's consideration.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. I see that it is up on the screen. I'll advance Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Oh, I'm not speaking on the amendment. I was on to speak on the main queue. I'd removed myself from the list. I'm not sure how I got on there.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. So there are no other councillors to speak to this amendment, so we'll move to a vote on the amendment. And that amendment passes with unanimous support. So moving back to the main queue, Councillor Kirby Young, you still have the floor.
I'll wait to close on the motion. Thank you.
Great. And Councillor DiGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I just had a quick question. It's a point of information through you, Chair, to staff.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just wondering if staff might be able to offer, maybe this would be for the acting city manager, if you could answer. Regarding a motion that was made last term on material for the arts that was made by former Councillor Ball. And I understand that that was work that was ongoing with staff, and wondered if there was any way to incorporate sort of if this would complement the work that staff already have underway on that motion that looks at sort of, I understand that this motion is different than what was brought forward, which was instead kind of having a center where people could bring sort of supplies, in large quantities to sort of donate that for the arts or for artists in our city. So I'm just wondering if there's any way that staff would see sort of the work that you have been doing to execute those recommendations moving forward, hand in hand with these recommendations.
Thanks through you, Chair Bligh. Unfortunately, Councillor, I'm not able to speak to the current status of work on that particular motion. I just don't know offhand. So unfortunately, I can't give you a particularly helpful answer at this point. It would take a bit more work on my part in talking to staff about that.
Okay. And I'm so sorry if I, apologies. I guess it's best described as jumping the gun, but being on the liaison to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, it's something that I understood staff were working on. So, I'd really love to have that information, but I wholeheartedly support Councillor Kirby Young's motion, and we'll be voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. I have a point of information for the mover of the motion. I'll start by saying I am excited about the idea of this. I love the visual of all of this art, and particularly the amendment to ensure that in line with our culture shift priorities that we're lifting up underrepresented voices and seeing that art around the city. I'm excited about all of it. My question as a point of information is really, as council's heard me say many times, about a concern about the amount of work that we are directing towards staff. And again, it has been a few departments seeing a lot of it. So I'm curious to hear how any ideas around how we make sure that this doesn't add another layer of work to staff, as well as that it doesn't add another layer of policy to new development, when we've heard on that end too that we have so many overlapping policies and expectations that it really slows the work down. That's my point of information to Councillor Kirby Young, if you'll allow it, Chair Bligh.
Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Boyle. It's a great question, and one that I considered all the way through the research process on this motion, because the intent is not to sort of add an additional work. It's to, sort of set a priority for the city that we want to be an artful city. I think that Andrea Curtis from the Mural Festival really spoke to it around the process and how they will utilize existing hoarding and work through the developer and the construction company. And there are safety processes that govern that. And I know that she's had a lot of dialogue with city staff around, and she gave the example of the integrated graffiti management program, which is usually for a more, a longer lasting, a more permanent piece of art, but that they submit a piece and, there's a quick look and check and approval and it comes back, but not looking to add processes here, looking simply to set this as a priority and enabling policy. And I think that's really key. And that's really, I think, how it's worked in Toronto is that the city doesn't have to oversee and manage, that what we're facilitating is an expectation and then an opportunity for the local arts community. And sometimes there's nonprofits, sometimes developers go direct to artists, sometimes they'll work through a nonprofit like Mural Festival in Toronto. There's a group called Steps that plays that role to make it easy. And so it doesn't sort of place that undue burden, if you will, on staff. So and that was crafted. The other point that I would add before I forget was that I didn't want to send staff on a make work project if it wasn't something that was going to be really embraced by the development community, and there would be sort of hurdles or concerns around incremental costs for construction, those sorts of things. And I didn't hear any of that. It was great to hear sort of very enthusiastic support back from the community for it. And I think that's really important too, because part of the motion had reference of engaging with stakeholders. And so I think that, you know, the idea's already been shared with them, engaged in one of their feedback, and I wouldn't have brought it forward if I didn't think it was something that they were going to embrace, or they saw that as being detrimental to the process of, you know, kind of constructing and delivering on housing. And that I didn't get that message or that feedback at all.
Okay, thanks for that. And my other related question is just about timelines. Again, recognizing the workload that staff have, that the motion, I think, requests a report back in Q1 2022. I imagine that was part of a conversation to figure out how we prioritize the work we're about to discuss in the next motion, and also create, as you said, a kind of permissive and opportunity-based approach for this.
Yeah, so following up in response to that, I did push the timeline out from the original draft, which I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, I think might have been the fall that it asked for a report back. And so I did push it out into Q1 2022. And so that I think aspiring to provide a bit of breathing room here, but again, that doesn't say start it, that sort of says, you know, come back with some recommendations. And I was also really expecting and sort of anticipating that this discussion would be helpful for staff to hear from some folks like Andrew from the Mural Festival, how it has worked in other jurisdictions, and that it doesn't have to be something that is, you know, sort of overly managed or adjudicated.
Okay, I'm almost out of time, so I'm just going to say I think it's a worthwhile endeavor. It's not, you know, there's other work we've directed to the staff too, so I appreciate that flexibility to make sure we're getting that key work done, but I'm excited about the idea of more art and more artists represented across the city.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. Over to Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Chair, I'm going to take myself off the queue. Thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby Young, to close on your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm super excited about this. I think that I've always been a huge advocate for the public realm and for art, and I think this would add a really unique element that is quite distinct and different, for example, from our more permanent public art program, which are long-term installations. This is temporal and it's visceral, and it's sort of, it's, you know, I describe it sort of almost creating an organic outdoor art gallery that would evolve and change and ebb and flow over time as the city itself changes. And it's exciting to see some of the examples of what the art can be. I think that we got a taste of that during the pandemic. Not, you know, unfortunately difficult circumstances, but it was amazing to see how people reacted and responded so positively and vociferously. I also think too that there's another element that we haven't talked about as much here, and that's sort of in terms of economic recovery and how hard the arts and culture sector have been hit. We have a very high preponderance of artists in the city, many of whom, you know, have an average income in the 20,000s, and it's really difficult for them to make a go of it. And I think anytime we can create an opportunity for them to be profiled and showcase their art, but also to be appropriately compensated for it, I think is really important and significant. And so I think there's, you know, for me, this is sort of a win-win. There's opportunities to really reflect the neighborhoods and the different stories as projects are being brought forward in areas across Vancouver. So I do see this as a sort of a strong win-win. And I think that there are models that we can look to in crafting a program that's going to be sort of have some ease of administration from an operational point of view. So also wanted to acknowledge and thank the Mural Festival, who were very helpful during the research process and looking into Toronto and other programs and sharing some of their experience and reaching out to artists to get their feedback. That was really helpful as well. And so I'm very appreciative of everybody that came forward and the development community for stepping up, because I didn't hear a single no from anybody. I heard a lot of enthusiastic support. So it's nice to see such enthusiasm for new art in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. And with those closing comments, we can go to a vote.
Point of privilege, Chair?
Yes, Councillor Carr.
Somehow my screen has completely disappeared to vote, so could you vote for me in favor, please?
Yes, we can do that. I'll leave that to the clerk to register that vote. And Mayor Stewart? So that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much, Council. And we will be moving on now to item 9, the next referred motion, calling for a plan to clear Vancouver's permit and license backlog and revamp this critical city service, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. So we will now hear from speakers. And our first speaker for this motion is Fabio Scaldaferri. Give you the speaker a moment to come off of mute. And clerk, you can let me know if we need to move to the next speaker.
Chair Bligh, this is the clerk. We have speaker 2 on the line at this moment. I don't believe we have any others yet, but I'll check back with staff.
Great, thanks very much, clerk. So next speaker is speaker number 2, Joe Carrera.
Hello?
Joe Carrera.
Hello?
Hi, yes.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Can you guys
Thank you
hear
very
me?
much. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Gotta love this technology. Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of council. Here to speak on the motion B4. ConWest is a 35-year-old company with experience in commercial, industrial, residential, social purpose development in Vancouver and other cities in Lower Mainland. In Vancouver, we've been applicant on a range of permits from small-scale tenant improvements, DPs, rezonings, large-scale development all across the board. We've also had the privilege to participate in the regulation redesign process initiated by staff and through the development process redesign, which is currently underway. And we're basically in full support of the motion and anything that can speed things up in terms of permit issuance and the backlogs of the city. We've had, many positive experiences working collaboratively with staff on a number of projects, but recognize the challenges in the permitting system. And there definitely is an opportunity for improvement that's recognized across the board, I think. And a big part of it, I think, is, for example, simple development permit, we feel could be processed much quicker. If they're being held up by, the same kind of categories as the bigger projects, is probably a way to speed those up. And we feel like, creating maybe separate streams could be an idea for a quicker turnaround for these, and frees up staff to focus their time on the more complex projects. And, COVID-19, it's changed business, as we all know, through the use of technology like we're using tonight. Also, we've seen changes at the city where the technology has moved permits to increasingly paperless, which is a good thing. And so we just encourage the city to explore technology to its utmost. It's been working pretty well. It'd be nice to see some faces again, but overall quite well. But what we are still seeing is some of the smaller groups. And kind of my heart goes out, to be honest, to the less sophisticated applicants. We've had some tenants, being held up, paying rent and waiting for permits, and I'm wondering if there's a way to help them along a little more. And with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You do have questions, so I will advance councillors on the queue. First up is Councillor Dominato for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Joker. Thanks for calling in today. Just curious if you could give us your experience. You've had experience both in the public sector with BC Housing as well as the private sectors. In your estimation, you're hearing some of the stories and you're living it yourself. Is there urgency to dealing with our permitting system?
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing it a lot. I think there's definitely an urgency. It's what we do kind of full time, and I think one thing that's important to to think about is we're hearing about the urgency as the system is. And, but also, we've also all gotten used to the idea of, 3 months for a, tenant improvement permit or something like that. That's a very normal turnaround. That's probably considered quick in Vancouver. So something like that. So, and we have to have that conversation. So you kind of have to maybe think, we have to think about where the bar is as well. And not to say that, if it's 6 months, it's way too long, but maybe 3 months for the simple permits is too long. It's more normal for a more complex project. There are in other municipalities we are seeing turnaround a little quicker, but at the same time, like I say, staff have been wonderful in terms of responding to our urgent requests.
Thanks. And so, Joe, would you reflect that when you talk about setting that bar, it's about looking at sort of service standards?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's. I can harken back to the day when I was a young plan checker myself, right? And there's only so many hours in the day, but what's the best use of those hours? What is the service standard? Have we gotten away a little bit from the notion of service with the capital S? I don't think so entirely, but is there room for improvement? I think so. I think a good hard look at things and how we can streamline it, and part of it is the regulation itself, and it's complicated though, right? We've been in a number of task force and groups, and it is a complicated problem in a complicated world, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I'd agree. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Over to Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Carr, for being here. You mentioned that you've been on a number of task force and groups and have provided feedback. I guess I'm wondering, where's your thoughts right now on, yet another task force or more groups versus actually sort of a clear commitment to action at this point, and council standing up on that?
Well, a commitment to action is kind of sets the tone. And I think there has been some action, for sure through the process. We did get new regulations; they were simpler to understand, etc. I think that's a positive move forward. Some of the work through the process redesign was also coming up with some positive ideas and advancing non-market projects soon, on a bit of a fast track. However, as I say, it's not enough, and maybe a call to action is exactly what is needed, because otherwise it could just be more of this, which is kind of a slow improvement. I would define it as a kind of a slow improvement.
Okay, so having something like an open-ended call, because there's different components to this motion. One was a very clear recognition of the fact that staff are in deep right now for a number of different reasons. The pandemic, shift in workplaces, exacerbated that. And there's a backlog. So the motion has a couple of different components around just, taking action and identify timeframe to clear the backlog, as well as sort of medium-term improvements. Do you think that distinction is important as opposed to just focusing on modernizing processes?
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely important to make that distinction in order to get this, in order to clear the backlog and move things forward. I believe so.
Okay. And do you do work in other municipalities outside of Vancouver?
Absolutely, yeah. We're across the Lower Mainland.
Okay, and I know that you're being very appreciative of the good work that Vancouver staff do, but is it fair to say honestly, like we are pretty much ranking at the bottom of the list in terms of speed? Like we are slower?
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I hate to rank it or whatever. We recently went from application to first reading in 3 months in another municipality. So, it is different, and it's not probably fair to compare. It's a bit of an apple to an orange in some ways, but it can be done. And I think a call to action and really some focused attention on how to get this done and getting it done quick and soon would help move Vancouver up the list.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Huh?
Right, I was muted. Councillor DiGenova, I will reset your timer here and questions of speaker.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Joe. I had a quick question for you. If we keep kind of, we've been looking at different ways, and some of them have already worked, and our staff have delivered on ways to kind of look at how we can kind of eliminate some of this backlog and take some of these binders and not make them quite so tedious. Can you tell me, I know I'm putting you on the spot, you don't have to answer my question, what would you say is hands down in Metro Vancouver the best municipality for service and fastest? I have a motion that I brought forward called Setting New Standards. It was the first motion of the term, and it asked our staff to go out and look at other municipalities and how they deal with permit backlogs, what they're doing to expedite permits. So I'm just wondering, I'm not saying that you're not saying that Vancouver's not great, but next to Vancouver, if you had to pick another, tie, let's say it's a tie, who would you, like, what municipality would you say we should be looking at?
Yeah, I think Vancouver is doing a really good job with what they have with them right now. I think there's definitely I think they have it with some concerted effort. Vancouver will go from good to great, and then the other municipalities, it won't matter. That conversation.
Okay, so but there's no other Metro Vancouver municipalities that you think maybe we should borrow from some of them to incorporate some of their practices into ours when it comes to the permit and backlog issues? I'm not saying our staff aren't doing great work, but I'm just asking.
Absolutely no, and yeah, exactly. I think it's hard to pinpoint any one municipality for sure, Melissa. Councillor DiGenova. I think it's around this notion of service. Being a former public servant myself, I found when things really went well was when we really focused on the service and the applicant as the customer, if you like, and really try to empathize with them, but then those folks that are front line, they need support, up and down the organization, right? So that's what I think we have to look at, and I think there, if you look around at other municipalities or some of those groups, some of them are much smaller, so it's a little easier for them, but some of the small ones are not very cooperative either, right? So it's around look around municipalities and who's providing the service.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Yes, but we are at time.
No problem.
But you do have another speaker or councillor with questions. So Councillor Weed, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's great to hear that the redesign strategies and some of the work to increase the technology use here in Vancouver is working. When you do have conversations with our staff, it sounds like you are getting your feedback heard and you're starting to see some changes. Is that correct?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is we've had a lot of very good experiences, Councillor Weed, with staff, and but I put we're in a fortunate position to be a group that is sophisticated and have been around a long time and understand the ins and outs, as it were, and but really this motion is about all the other applicants, And we do see, like I say, some of our tenants, waiting months for what in other municipalities would be a quick tenant improvement turnaround, for example. And, they are entering into leases and the small operators and paying, and so is there a way to help out those small businesses and so they can, they can hire their people and those people have those jobs, in really economic development?
Okay, and obviously someone that deals with the city a lot, did you know that yesterday we launched a new service for an intake through 311 for permits and licensing, as well as updated our business office to help support some of those people?
I did not, to be honest. I'll look into that tomorrow, though, for sure.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you speaking today.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb, and thank you very much, Joe. Those are all your questions. We do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we have speaker number 7 is on the list, Robert Caper.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. Hi, so my name is Robert Caper. I own a small business in Vancouver for 25 years, focusing on renovation. I'm a past president for the Canadian Home Builders Association of British Columbia. I'm a current chair of the Renovation Council for British Columbia as well. And I do pretty much 100% of our work is in Vancouver. I've worked on and off with the city on many different things, including the regulation redesign currently. The big one was a number of years ago. They put together an energy portion with Greg McCall for all remittances for permits on smaller jobs, and I sat down and wrote that program with them, which was well received and has been really supported. So what I want to speak today is on the current system of policies that are delaying one specific area, and that's small projects and condo renos. One of the big things is there's really 3 big streams in putting forth a permit to the department. There's the big development ones that are out there and they're in a process for a year and a half. You've got residential permits that are in probably for a 10 to 12 week turnaround time generally. And then you got small renos that were in for 4 or 5 weeks. I just want to mention one project. I submitted a project in November, end of November, to the city for permitting. Typical turnaround time is 4 to 5 weeks. My staff were off for most of the month. The expectation was they'd be back at work second week of January. Fact was they didn't return to work until the second week of this month. That was just for processing. So one of the things we're looking at is the application went in, and while it sat there for over 11 weeks till the first person actually looked it over just to determine if the paperwork that was submitted was proper. In the days when the office was open and I was submitting a permit, I would be able to go to a desk. They'd know my permit packages were put together well, that we had all our paperwork together. We always do. And they would always waive that requirement to have that research done, and my projects will go directly in for review. So that would have been 11 weeks off of this project application. Then it sat in for another 4 weeks until it got looked at by a permit review. In that, I talked to the permit reviewer. She said, yep, took about 30 minutes to review it, and it was fine. Then it got put off to field review where the inspector came out to inspect the site. The whole concept of doing field review permits was that they would be passed through with eyes only on from the staff, moved through the field review from the inspector, and issue a permit. And the initial part when that was put together was processing permits in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it grew to 4 to 5 weeks, and now we've grown to 16 to 20 weeks for that same permit to process. So is there effect on small businesses? Yes. Obviously, I had 5 staff stay unemployed for 9 weeks while we waited for a permit to go ahead. I'm looking at 4 other permits to submit in the next week. Now, I don't know whether we're going to end up with a block where I'll have staff unemployed for a period of time again because we can't get permits through in a reasonable order to keep the business operating with staffing on a regular basis. Just to take note that there are other jurisdictions in the Lower Mainland, Surrey to mention one, and probably Burnaby, where I would see this permit go through in a week. So it's not that 20 weeks is a reasonable amount of time to go through. One of the things I think you ought to look at
is whether the focus is on rules or on the process of providing service. Service is one of the things that I don't think is getting recognition, but rules are being pushed more and more to the top to you hear all the rules, and the rules are being set for worst case scenarios. And yet there's so many simple permits that could be cleared out of the backlog and allow time for people to work on the bigger projects that take 6 and 8 months to process through permitting. If we could just take a different look to how to approach processing a permit and why are permits being done by the city? What's the purpose of them? And I think there needs to be some looking at why and how to get this process moving forward. And I think that would be the end of my comments at this point.
Thank you very much. You do have questions from councillors, so I'll advance Councillor Kirby Young for questions up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Robert, for being here, and I appreciate kind of the depth of experience you bring to it. That one example that you gave about the project you submitted in November sounds like you were a victim of the backlog that we currently have experienced, and you said that your staff are not working. So I want to just be clear, give some more details. So are you laying your staff off, or what are they doing when you're waiting for permits?
Well, luckily at this point in time, we've been getting our wage subsidies from the government. And so I was able to at least keep them getting 24 hours of pay a week to keep them on the payroll during that point in time. And so, yes.
And without that, like if you didn't have that pandemic relief, does that mean that those staff are simply not working? Like you lay them off and then you rehire them as you are able to move forward with projects? Is that right?
That would be correct, but of course you're always facing this issue. Most of my staff, I think that my youngest staff person has 3 years experience and most of my staff are 12 to 15. If I was to lay them off, the chance of being able to find them in another 3 or 4 weeks, the marketplace is very tight for staffing, and I think the small firms, we're all sitting in the same boat. Like I said, I do sit on the renovation council for the Lower Mainland, and I hear this over and over from the other one, is they're having to pay some staff just to sit around while they wait for permits.
Yeah, that's hard. That's really hard to cover if you're a small operator and you don't have the resources to do that, right? So I heard you mention backlog. I just want to zero in on that, and that's a key part of this motion is not just looking at the complexity longer term of the different policies that are add to the review time, but just getting that backlog out of the way and get it cleared with a timeline around it. You think that's an important element?
Clearing the backlog is really critical because, the word's spreading around now, and I can tell you that it's getting to be around that people are saying either they don't want to take a project in Vancouver, is really the only real backlog that exists is in Vancouver. All the other municipalities aren't suffering this, and they're looking for other areas, or they're being pushed to do the jobs without permits. So if the city's objective is to push people into underground economy where jobs aren't reported and permit work isn't recorded, then that's what the result that's happening.
I'm hearing that too. Are you getting asked that by clients? I'm hearing that about the underground economy, a lot more requests to, can you just do the work? Are you experiencing that yourself or hearing it?
2 of my clients in the past week have said, what happens if we just don't have you do a permit? Because we don't want to wait. And these are jobs in the $300,000 range, and so they involve substantial work of electrical, plumbing, things like that. And I won't do them without a permit. So then I support the permit process. I understand the need for it. I don't understand the system that's being put in place. And the system has been getting worse, not better, I have to say, from where it was.
Okay, thank you. That's my time. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Over to Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to take this opportunity to ask you the same question that I've asked others, which is, is there any particular municipality that you would suggest, if our staff aren't already looking at, that they have a thoughtful or creative way of doing things that maybe we wouldn't completely adopt their approach, but we might take pieces of it and it may help to, in fact, expedite the process. And I'm not talking about just standing at the counter or waiting in a lineup, because a lot of that's moved online, but eliminating certain pieces of our process that are onerous and tedious and add to
to the cost and your bottom line.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look to Surrey or Delta, certainly even Richmond, but Surrey probably leads the way. Surrey's come with ways of really establishing hierarchies of permits and then how much involvement they need. If you're redoing your bathroom and you want to take the bathtub out, put a shower in, does it really require $3,000 worth of professional involvement for drawings and submission or permit? Or could you just have it be as long as it's...
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
And a development permit. Yes. Yeah.
So could it just be a registered contractor who's got a license? I mean, I've got a certification and license. It's not recognized in Vancouver, but in Surrey, it's recognized. And therefore, if a project went into Surrey, I've got that certification. I fit basic plans. They'll just say, go ahead, just pull a plumbing and electrical, and I could be out of there in 2 days or 3 days with my permit. Because it's a simple job. It doesn't need all this staff time to process that bathroom rental. It's just such a colossal waste. I mean, those should be cleared out
Because I have
quick.
limited time, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I only have 1 minute left. Do you think, I'd put forward this, I appreciate the thoughtful motion that Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby Young have put forward. I put forward another one that has some similarities, and it looks at if we were to expedite our permits and, cut the red tape in our process, that in fact, housing would be more affordable because you'd be able to deliver it faster. My classic example is Little Mountain, right? How affordable would the housing be today? How affordable would it have been 10 years ago? And, how long did things sit there in the meantime? Do you agree with that? Would it be more affordable for you and what you'd be able to pass on?
And just 20 seconds for your response, if that's okay.
Yes, if I was doing a bathroom and it was $18,000, I wouldn't have to spend $3,000 on permitting process.
Thank you
That's
so much.
fine.
And I think I had 15 seconds because Councillor Bligh wanted to take 5 of them, or Chair Bligh took 5 of them to let you know that. Thanks.
Okay. You do have another councillor with questions, Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Robert. Thanks for calling in. I'm curious. I've had a councillor who is expressing curiosity as to whether the motive behind this motion was just to support the development community. And I'm curious about your thoughts on that, because that's certainly not who I'm hearing from all the time, but curious about your experience. You were doing home renos, you said, and if you could speak to that.
Again, I want to point out that there's really 3 different permitting processes. And I think the problem is most lay people say permit and think the permit means the same thing. It does not. A permit to build a 60-story tower is a long process, takes time and effort. A process to build a house takes a certain amount of work because there's other work to do it. Process to go in and do renovation work is people own it. They are paying for the time for professionals to take it through. These are people who are working hard to try and cover the cost. They need a new kitchen, the sink broke through, or the cabinets have worn out. I mean, this is work that can be done on a house, and it's not just this isn't talking big development. But those same permits are taking almost half the time that it's taking to process something else. I mean, you go back 10 years ago, those were just signed off on the counter by the person reviewing it, and you walked out the door. Now that same process I'm saying on the previous project just took 16 weeks of time through the system. I can't imagine that during those 16 weeks, that helped expedite the time on other projects.
Appreciate that. So I guess it wouldn't surprise you then that the majority of people I'm hearing, probably most queries I get are actually from residents, nonprofits, small businesses. It's actually probably the top query I get from the public in general, have since I got elected.
Yeah, I mean, the big developers know there's a timeline to process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato, and thank you very much to the speaker for coming to address council. Those are all your questions.
Thank you.
Next on the speakers list, we have speaker number 9, Carrie Bonis, on the line.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us tonight. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I'll start your timer now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me the opportunity to speak on this important issue. My name's Kirby. I'm a landlord developer with approximately 4 decades of experience, pretty much exclusively working in the city of Vancouver. I think we have a major issue with the permits, and I'm going to try to condense as much as possible into this 5 minutes. The impact of the delays in permits impacts everybody who lives and visits Vancouver, from consumers to small business to people wishing to renovate their properties to big projects. And I'm going to give you a few examples. This one example happened years ago, and it's only worsened since. We had a property on West Broadway. There was all-risk insurance, was half a block away, not our tenant, in business for 100 years approximately. And that building was redeveloped for housing and mixed use. They wanted to move into our building, which was a retail store. The retail store moved out their product, and it was just basically a box. All Risk Insurance wanted to move in their desk and just open up as an insurance, as they had about 150 feet away for 100 years. It took over 3 months to get the permit. There was not even a screw to be changed. So that delayed their business. This has exponential and a domino effect. Our development on Seymour and Robson, we submitted as a very 66,000 square foot office building. No relaxation in height or density, 100% compliant with zoning. Took us 2.5 years to get the permit. We asked to divide a commercial space on 526 Granville into 2, to put a wall and divide into 2 stores. We had 2 international tenants wishing to move in and establish their first stores in Canada. One of them walked. It took us over a year to get a permit for one wall to divide the space in 2. Small businesses are being blocked out, as one of the prior speakers said. In the same example on West Broadway, optical store wanted to open up in what was formerly the insurance store. They're required to get permits under our offer to lease. They knew that would take long. They started work without us knowing. An inspector caught them. They left their $20,000 deposit, said change of use would take 6 months to a year, and they left. The processing time in Vancouver is inexcusable, and it is costing billions and billions of dollars in revenue to small business, to large business, to the economy, to tax revenue, to job creation. I don't think anyone's really realized how important this issue is. I think it's wrong for the city to self-diagnose itself with the staff. I think this should be out to a third party. We shouldn't be striving to be as good as other suburban areas in Metro Vancouver. We should have set timelines, establishing what is the correct amount of time. When one asks for a car part or anything to be done, a computer fixed or anything, we're all given timelines, even on wait times when we call into stores. Why can't this be the case with permits? A sign permit, the difference for a sign that complies, that should be passed within an hour. It can take up to 3 to 6 months to get an entirely 100% compliant sign. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. We need to hire a third party to establish what would be the ideal times to speed up this process. All the delays cost millions and billions of dollars, which all end up impacting all housing, including social housing, affordable housing. All the holding costs amount to billions of dollars. The end consumer, whether it's for social housing or for market or just opening a business, they all pay the price. People, they won't take the risk to open up small business. Canada, as a country, out of all the developed countries, the greatest amount of small business for the economy out of any other country. And these delays in the permit processing time don't allow small business to thrive. So it impacts everybody. We need immediate action. Third parties should be hired to make the recommendations for city to enact, and council needs to be the one that's honest, not like the prior councils that have failed miserably for several decades. My 5 minutes is up. I'm open to a million questions.
You do have questions from Councillor Kirby Young. Please go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Hi, Mr. Bonas. Thanks for being here. You covered a lot of ground and touched on a lot of content. And I just want to go back on a few points. When you were talking about sort of understanding the time that something would take, to me, you're really talking about service standards, which is also something that was referenced in the motion as important to identify. How important is that in terms of planning or predictability? Like you said, for example, if you're trying to lease to a tenant or a tenant's trying to plan and figure out how long they can hold a space because they have carrying costs. Can you comment on that?
Well, right now we have 2 vacancies on West 4th Avenue, and we have 2 multinational tenants that just wrote offers that we've been negotiating for 5-6 months. And one place went bankrupt, and the other, so we've had vacancies in these spots. Now, because they've heard how terrible the reputation is in Vancouver in terms of permit processing time, they've both asked for to take delivery in the beginning of 2022, and we've been negotiating since 2020. So because of their fear and the reputation that Vancouver has for how terrible they are in the processing of permits, they're asking to take the location a year from now to be certain they'll have permits. So these stores will sit vacant, which is not good for all the other small businesses that are suffering, not only during COVID time, but in general. And, all the jobs that would be hired, to work those stores and so forth, the impact is immense. And even the taxable revenue that these companies would have earned, they'd pay taxes on a federal basis, they'd pay taxes on a provincial basis. All that money comes back to fund social housing and everything else we need in our province and city. So I don't think that people have understood the exponential impact of something as basic as processing something in a timely manner. It boggles my mind how something as simple as a sign can take 3 to 6 months, especially when small businesses aren't even opening up. So it's catastrophic, and there should be an economic impact study on top of this by a third party as well.
Okay, thank you. I think you've really very helpfully kind of laid out the knockoff impacts on this on the economy, whether it's jobs or leasing costs and space. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Over to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Carrie, for phoning in. I just wanted to follow up. Could you just expand for me? You mentioned the use of a third party and what you were thinking there.
Sorry.
You had referenced use of a third party. I'm just curious about what you meant by that.
Well, I think that, I don't think it should be up to the staff to suggest what's a healthy processing time. I mean, I think there should be some, I don't know if I imagine to hire consultants to establish how much time to actually analyze and be unbiased and analyze, okay, how long should a sign permit take? How long should a change of use permit require when nothing is changed physically and the use is permitted in the zone? I mean, this should take 5 minutes. Why should it take 3 to 6 months to have a change of use when not a single thing is changed physically in a space? And I think there should be, for every type of permit application that's a normal application, nothing unusual, there should be a set amount of time for how long it would take to process such a permit. Like if we want to change the snow tires, we know, if you call up Cal Tire and you ask them, okay, how long will it take me? Well, that's a 20-minute job, and we're booked until then, and we can get you in and get you out by that time frame. Why can't this be done? I think there can be policies set in place that establish what is the proper time to do the thing, and based on historic volume, they have all the statistics. They can analyze how many submissions are being made of that type of thing. And I think it would be far more efficient to hire consultants to do this analysis and make the recommendations, and then just really it's up to council to vote this in policy, direct the city manager, and pass it down to the city staff to do that. And also, of course, supplement this with the technology that can make all this possible, right? And what will happen is we'll have a much more vibrant economy faster. And I mean, this will be exponential growth for our city. But we should strive to be the best, not to reach at best mediocre.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. And I think, I know I've been speaking with a number of mayors and councillors in the region, and certainly some of those municipalities have engaged consultants for that purpose. I guess my last question would be is in the context of backlog, we've heard from a couple of speakers.
Just 10 seconds, Councillor Dominato.
Have a deadline around that and a time frame?
Okay, we're right at the 3 minutes, so if you can answer in a second, that would be great, Carrie.
Sorry, it didn't come clear. I think there should be deadlines, absolutely. Fixed time, and that a permit that is 100% compliant should be issued within a certain deadline.
Yeah, I think the question is more in the context of clearing our backlog, Carrie.
Thanks very much. That's all the time we have. Thank you very much, Carrie, for coming to speak to council.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Next on the queue, or next speaker we have on the line, I believe is speaker 1, Fabio Scaldaferri.
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
Please go ahead.
Hello, council, and thank you so much for having me and for all the good work you guys do. And really, thank you to these speakers who've just outlined so many important points, especially trying to achieve to become the best instead of just sort of best mediocre, and also things like it's inexcusable how long the permits are taking. So I'm speaking in support of the motion. I'm a resident. I'm not a developer. I just a regular resident of East Vancouver, and I have a few examples of my neighbors here, and then I'll go into my own quickly. My neighbors, they took about 3.5 years to get their permit to demolish their house and build a very simple duplex on the property. The other ones in our alley just across from us, it took them 4 years to get to the point of starting just about a month ago. A business neighbor down the alley, a coffee roaster, he's still in the thick of it, and the poor guy's paying for 2 leases. And it's so far, he thought it was going to take less than a year. It's been 2.5 years. As I was leaving for work this morning, one neighbor said, I mean, it's a 3-month process to receive a response. And that's just sort of understood, which is absolutely mind-boggling. I mean, in business, if you wait 3 days for a response, it's usually a little bit too long. So it's troubling. So I strongly support clearing the backlog and dramatically increasing staff as a possible alternative. Also, possibly just privatizing the whole department. There's also that tech focus, which maybe the planners could lean on heavily, sort of farming as much as they can out to other outside organizations. I'll quickly just talk about my project. I have a family of 3, one's on the way, and we're just trying to do a simple project on the house. It's 117 years old. The floors like brutally creak and move. We have active knob and tube. The basement fills with water. And those are just sort of the main points. We're trying to put in just basically a proper basement and do a 2-car garage at the back, which we live quite close to the huge slum that is Strathcona Park. So I met with city staff that recently just about how this process is taking us so long, and basically we're still a year out from being allowed to start, even though we have all these safety issues and like frustrations. He did mention too that he has between 100 and 300 cases on his desk, and quite kind of kindly said like he's not proud of the situation, and it's frustrating for them too. And also, sort of to complicate the issue, is contractor and their journeyman carpenters are basically retiring next year. So it's sort of compounds the frustration about how, you know, we started this quite a while ago, and it would be very helpful to not have this sort of situation where it's probably the worst in, I'm not sure exactly, but probably pretty down there in North America. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Fabio. You do have questions from Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato, for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Fabio. I'm just, thank you for sharing your story and your personal experience with this. And sorry, could you just reiterate for me, did you say that you've been told it'll be upwards of a year before you can get any permits to do the safety changes in your home?
Yeah, it was told to me that our process will start next spring.
Next spring, okay.
Building process,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. I appreciate sharing that, and appreciate you're got a growing family there. You're trying to accommodate. Thank you for making the time to call in. I know it's hard when you're working full time and you're juggling a family, so it's very appreciated.
For sure, yeah. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Those are all of your questions. We do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you, yeah.
So council, we do have a number of speakers who have not joined us, and they were emailed some time ago, more than 20 minutes ago, I would say, at least, and still not joined us on the line. So I think at this point, it's safe to say that we do not have any more speakers to this item. And we can move to debate. First up is Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Really appreciate all the speakers that came in tonight. Sorry, Chair Carr, Chair Bligh. I appreciate the speakers that come in tonight. I think it's great to have more information about where things are going, and you really sense the frustration. I have submitted an amendment to this motion that I'm hoping council will support. It's been a long day and council's done a lot of work, but to compound it, we hit 1,000 cases today. It's our highest COVID number yet since the pandemic, and so we really just have to keep this in mind as we move on with the other work. Just the incredible strain this is putting on everybody, and Ontario has just announced, you know, a very long lockdown. So hopefully not. Here we go again, but that's possible. On this issue, just wanted to thank council for all their attention to this particular issue. Perhaps start.
Can I just pause you for a second and move us to an amendment queue?
Sure.
Thank you. So we're on the amendment queue, and I'll just ask the clerk to advance the mayor. And Mayor, if you could continue with your preamble, that would be great.
Thanks so much. So really want to thank council for all their attention to this. It perhaps started with Councillor Dejanova's 2018 motion, and I did see the note from the city managers saying that this work on that motion has proceeded well. So thanks very much to Councillor Dejanova for getting this rolling. And we've had a litany of other motions, including from me, from Councillor Kirby Young today, and prior to this one from Councillor Dominato tonight, and a number of others. Then we had an excellent briefing on Monday from staff who showed us all their work to date. And remember, staff, we have an acting city manager, we have an interim head of planning, we have a brand new head of permits, and other, you know, our head of engineering hasn't been in this role for that long. So I think the work that has been accomplished by especially Jessie Adcock and her team has been very impressive and helpful. And with the whole moving to electronic overnight from COVID, even more so. So now I think it's time to pull all this work together. I think that we need to give staff the room and authority and resources they need to make this all happen. To pull, I think council's direction is very, very clear. I think everybody knows what we need to have happen. I'm very grateful for staff that daylight everything that they did in their presentation. So why a task force is important is because it elevates this work. It takes it right to the top with the city manager and with the team of GMs to make things happen and to come to us with not only kind of long-term changes, but quick starts. So I think that really is in the spirit of what's been put forward here, but recognizes that COVID, for example, has changed completely the nature of what's happening with our permitting system, and doesn't lock us into things like we'd have to have this done in 30 days, because who knows where we'll be in 30 days with COVID. And we certainly wouldn't want to, for example, you know, have this work do things like interfere with any other emergency measures we might have to take. So this motion would place, this amendment would place the work firmly in the hands of the city manager and general managers and provide regular check-ins.
City moderator, just to inform you that you can continue to use the YouTube link to
Clerk, wonder, just let the TELUS moderator know that line is live.
So thank you, Chair. This is not a mayor's task force. This is an internal task force. We don't have one of these operating at the moment. The reason I settled on this is because I had a big city mayor's call on Friday. All mayors reported that all their municipalities are, from the big cities across BC, are all facing stress. And some have brought in external consultants and stuff to help them with this, but we have reached out to the province for additional help for all municipalities, just because of the changing nature of this. So I think it's time to elevate this work beyond that to a series of council motions, and we need all our best folks on this, and this is what this task force will do. This task force, this amendment also provides immediate resources to kickstart this work. So if if the task force decides tomorrow they have to go out and get some consultants and stuff, it does that for them. So I have, you know, taken all the best, tried to take of all the best of all the work that council and staff have done and roll it into one place. So I hope that council will support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Over to Councillor Dominato speaking to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of information to you, and then one through you to the mayor. The first one is, do we have speakers waiting on the line? Because we did hear the operator. So I'm just wondering if the clerk.
I'll just stop your timer to clarify. Thank you. That was actually our TELUS operator helping to disconnect the last speaker who spoke to council, and got confirmation from clerks through the TELUS moderator that was the activity on that line.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my second question through you to the mayor is, if we could get some clarification, the amendments to the motion propose allocation of 1 million from contingency immediately. And I'm just curious if the mayor could expand on what that would be used for, since this is the first time I'm seeing this and it's outside of our budget process.
Sure. I'm sorry, Chair, if I...
No, let's go ahead, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I had checked with staff, and we have special projects like this. So what resources do we have available to us? And this is one source of revenue, I think, or one source of possible funding. And that might be, if you want more details, perhaps that's a question for staff, but this fund is available and would be great for this kind of work.
Maybe that question then would go to staff, is what would the $1 million be used for?
Over to you, staff.
Again, that's, so this is a broadly designed motion. And so it's in the event that staff feels they need to do it, to remember that there is a basis to this task force, and it's the motions that have all come forward already. So there is a ton of direction, plus the internal staff work that was outlined at our Monday briefing.
Councillor Dominato, I'll defer to you if
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'm going to move an amendment at this time, and I'll circulate it now.
Okay.
And I apologize for getting it to council late, but I only received the motion late this afternoon, or the amendments this afternoon. So there are two. The first is just to strike B1, simply because.
So, Councillor Dominato, I'll move us over to an amendment Q2. I do see that you've emailed it in, and that will give the clerks also a chance to bring that up on screen, and councillors can move their request to speak to this queue. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
And I'll ask the clerk to add Councillor Dominato to the top of the queue so I can continue her time. Or start her time.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so the first is simply to remove B1, simply because we understand that much of council-related motion work is already underway, and so it's a bit redundant. And then the second is, and I don't know if you have it up on the screen there, just going to pull it up, is to add a new letter, which, and we heard from a number of speakers this evening about the ongoing backlog, but specifically the issue related to smaller scale projects. So this gives some direction around the task force endeavoring to substantially reduce that existing backlog of permits and licenses for smaller scale projects. Because as we heard, there is a real difference between some of the larger developments that are, 60-story buildings versus some of the smaller kind of home renos, gentle infill. And I would hope that that would be entertained by council, because I do think it's a really important part of what we've heard, but also I received a lot of correspondence on this topic, and it is often from residents, from small business owners, nonprofits who are dealing with some of the smaller scale projects. They're not the big box, big developers, and they're really struggling and wrestling. So those are the two amendments at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, we did clear the queue to make sure Councillor Dominato could get on it. And so Councillor Kirby Young was after Councillor Dominato. If you are okay with that, I'd like to advance Councillor Kirby Young as she was next in queue.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to assist in rearranging the queue, and Councillor Kirby Young, in the meantime, you can please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have comments on the amendment, sort of the substantive amendment by Mayor Stewart overall, but I'm just going to focus first on this amendment. And I think this is, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I think this is fundamental and critical to what we are hearing in the city, that the backlog is excruciating and is stalling so much in terms of small business, in terms of safe home renovations, in terms of jobs, in terms of economic recovery. And we are 98% small business in the city of Vancouver. We're not large, big conglomerates, so this impacts people very significantly. We heard from speakers about the impact on the ability to lease space, or to actually have tenants either bring them in or have them stay with their space. They'd rather abandon the lease and the money they had put down than if they have to wait for a period of time. And I think that the intent of this motion overall was certainly to modernize and streamline the complexity and the processes that we have, but it was also in recognition that we're at a crisis point now, at a moment in time. And I think there's an expectation from so many. We heard just a sampling tonight, and I know council hears from them all the time, but I think there's an expectation for accountability and a strong signal from council. And I know that the mayor said in his comments that, and this is speaking a bit to the broader amendment, that the task force would take it right to the top, but council are the top. Like, we set the tone. This is the direction. And I think there's an expectation that there's going to be some action and some relief for people in the short term. When we hear from someone that they have a simple house project that's not going to start till next spring, or somebody had told me recently that they have to wait 16 weeks before they can get an application intake appointment to take something in. If we don't think that we need to take action quickly, I think it's very crystal clear. And I think that was really the spirit of the motion. So to strip that out of it, I think would do a disservice to the people that we serve, whether it's the residents, the small business, and so on. And honestly, in terms of economic health and recovery, which has been exacerbated and I think it's just highlighted during the pandemic. So I think it's really critical that this focus be put in, and it does really, I think, zero in on those small scale projects, and it does provide sort of an expectation to the public that council is prepared to kind of, put its muscle here and stand up and make a statement that we're going to commit to making this better. So I wholeheartedly support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Over to Councillor Carr.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like you to sever when we vote on the amendment to the amendment. And I will not support the first, which is striking B1. The reason I will not support that is because I think the whole point of this task force is to integrate the myriad of motions that councillors have brought forward, asking staff to work on a variety of different elements related to the city's development application, permitting, and licensing systems. The problem is that they are so diverse, and I've heard clearly, I think we all have heard clearly from staff, that they are frustrated by not understanding which of those things are council's priorities. So in the face of not knowing which of those individual councillor motions are priorities, they're trying to do them all, and they're getting overwhelmed with that work. The whole point in my mind of this task force is to allow them to integrate this work and to see exactly what's going on as a result of each individual councillor motions, as well as their own ongoing work and priorities, and bring it all together. I want them to have the opportunity to do that and to sort it out, because the individualistic approach that we've got so far is not working. So no to striking B1 or BI. Regarding the new letter, I actually have a question, if it's possible through you, Chair, to ask of staff, if staff are present, whether or not actually having that particular new letter with a definite deadline, Q2 2022, is A, realistic, and B, whether or not it undermines the ability of this task force of staff to be able to in a cohesive manner determine what the actual priorities are and the deadlines are for getting certain work done. So does it undermine the freedom of this task force of staff to be able to concentrate on this work, knowing they've already got all of this input through motions from council, but to be able to start to integrate and prioritize that work? So does it interfere with that process, and is that deadline realistic and helpful or not helpful?
City Manager.
Thanks, through the chair. So I think the deadline in the manner that it's framed, there's a time frame there, obviously, at the end of next year. The deliverable is framed in relatively broad terms, so it substantially reduced the existing backlogs of permits and licenses. So I think in that respect, it's not inconsistent with what we're aiming to do. I think it does obviously set a line in the sand in terms of time frame. So, as a commitment, there's clear direction. It does specify smaller scale projects, which I think is helpful. There's some prioritization in that, if that's what council's looking for us to do. And I think that clarity is actually helpful, to be honest, in terms of that's what we're looking to, that particular backlog is a real concern. So I don't, at this point, it's obviously very difficult for us to commit to a specific percentage reduction or something like that. And obviously this amendment doesn't call for that. but I don't see it as inconsistent with what, as staff, we would be looking to achieve over the next year.
Okay, that's super helpful. And I will need the separation of those two clauses to vote on, but will support the second clause. And thank you very much, Acting City Manager, for that input. That's helpful to me. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And noted, we will sever when we get to a vote. Mayor Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Carr. That's exactly what I was thinking. The first clause, don't want to strike that because it pulls everything together, including things, for example, like Councillor Dejanova's excellent very first motion. But I do actually think the addition is a great addition. So so I would like to sever. I would vote against the first part, but I would definitely vote for the second. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Can I ask a point of information? And it's actually to Mayor Stewart, as I saw your strike and replace to actually include my motion, and the motion, the reason that I feel that it kind of is so important, and we've just as you've mentioned received an update on it, is it's all of council's motion. We all supported this unanimously. It was one of the first decisions we made, so maybe that's why I see it as kind of monumental. And I know that staff are still doing work on that, so I'm just wondering if you might be able to share how you think that if by not striking B1, that this motion wouldn't maybe get lumped into a task force.
Well,
point of privilege, Swanson here.
Yes, Councillor Swanson.
Could we get the amendment to the amendment integrated into the amendment up on the screen? Does that make sense?
I will check with clerks, but it's a little tricky to do until we've voted on it. But I'll see if they can delineate between the two. Also, perhaps helpful if the clerks were to email Councillor Swanson the amendment, Mayor Stewart's amendment. Is it okay, Councillor Swanson, if we continue with Councillor Dejanova's remarks, and then we'll clerks just let me know that they are working to get that up on the screen. It'll just take a minute.
Yeah, sure.
Thank
and
you.
you'll give me back my time, maybe a few seconds there if I need it. Thanks.
You bet.
Chair. So I was just wondering if Mayor Stewart could answer.
Yeah. So, Councillor Dejanova, when you put your motion forward and we support it, I call it your motion, but we did all vote for it. In 2018, it was pre-COVID, and so as we've heard in the presentations, we've gone from a paper-based system and forced into an online system. So there's probably some things in that motion that would work in the current circumstances that the work should continue, but there's now new things that have been added and expanded. So for example, my motion looking at the the inventory and with the planning department working on how to perhaps speed up some of those projects. So I do think it's time for probably a virtual roundtable of all involved departments to sit down, look at our direction as it's been prescribed, and make sure they continue on the good past work, and credit where credit's due, and then come back to us as soon as they can with both kind of a plan of attack across departments, but then some quick starts. And we've heard from in the presentation that there's some policy elimination that we're going to have to do, and that's only council can do that. But but it might go cross departments as well.
I understand that, and I'm so sorry. I know that I'm cutting you off, but it's my
That's okay.
time, and you're right. I mentioned it as my motion, but as you rightly said, it's all of council's motion. I wanted to make sure that I said that in my comments. Now, just another point of information through you, Mayor, to you, Mayor Stewart, through the chair. I mean, I have to say, we move forward with this public drinking, plazas, and unfortunately, at some point, I think staff had sort of lost the motion maybe that I'd done on piazzas, and we learned about that. So just being very concerned that the reason I've done this was for affordability, much like what you had done for inventory. You know, if we didn't strike B, would you be able to support something in there that affirmed that, you know, this was still work that would move forward? I mean, my motion basically is looking at best practices at other municipalities and affordability. It says nothing here that would not fit even better now in COVID. So would that be something that you could support just to try and save us some time on process here? If I were to put something together so we don't have an amendment to the amendments, the amendments, the amendment.
Perhaps you know, the work that staff could do to begin with is when they come back, if we approve this, is to actually list you know, all the motions that they'd be incorporating into their work, and that shouldn't take too long. And that, I imagine, would include the work that you've put forward in the past and we've approved. I don't, and so I do think more broadly it allows them to do that early work. And then you know, an appendix or something as they go along, as the reports come out, those
Well, thanks.
motions are listed.
I just know I'm closing in on the end of my time, but I will prepare something to send in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Seeing no other councillors on the queue for comment, we'll move us to a vote on the amendment. And just to flag for the clerks, if we can sever the vote, we'll first vote on striking B, I, or B1, and then the second vote will be the addition of a new letter. So voting on the first, striking B1. And that fails with councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, Weave, Boyle, and Mayor Stewart, and myself in opposition. Moving to the next vote, which is adding a letter and the additional language. Councillor Fry, looking for a vote. Thank you. And that passes with unanimous support. So I'll take us back to our amendment Q1, which is now going to show us the amendment from Mayor Stewart, the amended amendment. And Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor. Do you have any further comments?
Sorry, Chair, not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
So procedure-wise, Chair, are we in the amendment queue, or have we completed this now?
We're in the amendment Q1, so we're dealing, and the clerks are going to make the necessary adjustments on the display. We have an amended amendment.
Do we still have, so have we finished this then, and we're now speaking to the original amendment?
We're speaking to the amended amendment. So we're speaking to Mayor Stewart's amended amendment.
Okay, I'll speak to that. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I have to admit I'm a bit perplexed and befuddled by this process and where we are. We had, I think, a very comprehensive motion that had, with the exception of formalizing it and calling an internal development task force or whatever the terminology is, a motion that essentially called for dealing with the really short-term issues and sort of significant backlog in front of us, as well as medium-term plans, talked about simplification of regulations, has the leveraging the opportunity for funding through the recently announced provincial government program, and so on and so forth. Then we had this sort of substantive amendment from Mayor Stewart to strike a large part of pieces, and essentially, in my view, watered it down and took out the accountability piece on a time frame on clearing the backlog and sort of the real pressure points there. And I think that that's what, again, what people were looking for, is that accountability and time frame and leadership from council. So now we have an amendment that's put that back in as an original clause for the motion, and it just feels to me that we've watered down a lot of the information for very little gain. I'm not seeing substantively here what we're trying to achieve over what was, I think, a really well-articulated plan that balanced short-term action, medium-term improvement, and really, instead of studying it, identified the fact that I think we know what a lot of the solutions are, but we need to put the weight behind empowering staff to go ahead and bring those recommendations forward quickly. So to me, there isn't any sort of substantive improvement that's made over the original motion as it was put forth, which I think was well researched and done thoughtfully. And I think that we heard loud and clear support for how it was framed from a number of the speakers that we've heard tonight, a lot of the correspondence that we have received, and through all those general feedback channels that we hear all the time. So from my perspective, and I do believe in sort of having some integrity around a process and what we're doing here. I just have to be honest to sort of about sharing that perspective that I'm not sure why we're going through this exercise, to be honest. And so I have a difficulty supporting the amendment for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Over to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. I am happy to speak in support of this amended amendment. In particular, I appreciate that it brings together the effort that many folks have been raising and making on this issue, and as well, I think it's important how it recognizes the work that staff have already been undergoing. I am conscious that our staff take a lot of heat publicly for this backlog, and it's a significant problem that's been many years in the making, many years, and that our staff are working incredibly hard to attempt to address it. And I appreciate the recognition of that work underway and the way that this task force supports the work and expertise of our staff in getting to what I think is a shared goal both across council and across staff, that staff also would like to see this backlog lessened and improved systems in place to be able to deal with it. So really appreciate all of those pieces. I'm just also, while I have the floor, going to speak more broadly to the issue and the work to say that I share this priority. It's something I hear like others from small businesses across the city. I hear about the challenges that these backlogs present in terms of meeting our housing goals and what that means for residents, renters, and others across the city. So absolutely appreciate seeing this move forward. And I just want to lift up in this conversation also that I hope that we continue to weave together and move forward our significant and important climate goals, particularly as they relate to buildings. I know there are numerous overlapping priorities and policies that the city has, and hear from staff that at some point those will need to come back to council, and we're going to need to make some decisions about how we prioritize those issues. And so I will say now, while we're having this discussion, that both of those pieces, the very important climate goals, as well as creating smoother systems that make it easier for folks to do renovations and build housing, both of those are priorities for me. And I want to continue to see that climate conversation move forward, not in conflict with this, but with solutions that smooth out that process and make it easier to meet those important goals in the short and long term. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair Bligh.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. And I'm just juggling a few parenting responsibilities here at the same time, so I'm going to try and send this in right now to meeting amendments. And I just wanted to just before I do that, actually, before I talk about an amendment, since we're on the main motion, can I ask a point of information?
We're actually speaking. We're speaking to the amended amendment from Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, no, I understand, but we're back to the main motion. This is a main
Okay.
motion. So is it not? And since
We're
this is
in
a
the
point of
amendment Q1.
okay, and if you're going to interrupt me, Chair Bligh, during my allotted time, unless I'm doing something wrong, could you turn off my timer, please? Thanks. I had that problem with a chair last term too. So, could I please ask a point of information to staff?
You can every time.
Great. Well, you say point of
Go ahead,
information. So
Councillor
to the acting city manager, if I could ask on that motion that Mayor Stewart had mentioned, that was my first of the term, because I thought actually at the time, I mean, that was the most important issue. And even in times of COVID, it might be more important. And it talked about best practices, looking at other municipalities, looking at fees and permits. And I know work's been done on that, but I'm just wondering, is there, considering, sorry to bring it up, but staff did kind of miss the piazza motion that came forward that would look at sort of public drinking in that way, and that still hasn't moved forward. I'm just wondering, is this going to get lost in a task force too? Or will this be separated out in a way that you can tell me what sort of the targets and the goals and the delivery on that are as we move forward? Because I personally vowed to take responsibility for that, and I will. I know it's council's motion. I appreciate that everyone supported it unanimously, but have to ask those questions, much like Councillor Carr has done for the Vancouver plan.
Through the chair, I guess couple of things there. With respect to the motion from 2018, staff certainly haven't forgot it. Two of the 4 sections have been completed. The other 2 are underway, and in fact, I would say Part D has been. There has actually been deliverables, as kind of indicated to council. I think, again, a bit of a concern, Councillor. Chair, I should say, with respect to the reference to the Piazza motion, and that staff have done a significant amount of work on that motion, an immense amount of work, I should say. The success of that motion turns on there being a third party who's willing to take it up, and to that date, that hasn't happened. So, just to reassure council, because obviously these are council motions, we certainly didn't ignore or forget them. At all. So I think in this case, the motion from 2018 stands. We're super clear on that direction. We are continuing it. We see it as, I think, consistent with the topic that council's talking about here today. We can continue to report on progress on that, but it definitely does dovetail in. So I think from my perspective, it's my understanding of the intent of that 2018 motion and the motion that and amendments that council's considering tonight is they really do all turn on or speak to the same issue, which is providing kind of expedited access to building and development approvals.
So I'm so sorry to do this, acting city manager, but because of my time running short, not knowing how much I actually have with the point of procedure or whatever it was that was being answered that I didn't ask at the beginning, I'd just like to move to an amendment queue, and perhaps I can ask you another question there about my amendment. So I have an amendment. I've sent it in to the clerk. I've sent it in. So if we can move over to a different queue, and I think I was at 3:30. If I give myself back those 20 seconds, just hope you'll go by that, Chair Bligh.
Okay, so we're in an amendment Q2. And if you'd like to continue to speak to this, Councillor DeGenova, can you go on the queue, please?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
And if I can just ask a point of information to the acting city manager, and in doing so, I just wanted to note that, when I had brought this up to staff about the piazza, that was my understanding. It's not that it was completely forgotten, but I understand also that the staff have a lot of work. I want to be very complimentary in the way that staff have consulted and worked, especially considering the amount of work that they've been given. It was just maybe there was some confusion about if the third party was to come to staff or if staff were to find the third party. And I know that maybe moving forward after COVID, that'll be a little bit different
for that project. So I just wanted to clarify that because I really do think that we have world-class staff here, and I hope you know, the acting city manager will pass that on and know that I was not noting any concern. It was just more about the process and my concern that, you know, sometimes there's unintended consequences that council doesn't consider. So with that being said, I mean, this may offer me more comfort. Do you see any issues specifically with this amendment I've submitted? Acting city manager, the amendment just says that this work, as you said, and this is why I really want to be a cheerleader for our staff. I know that there is ongoing work, and sometimes when council makes these motions, there's big concern for you know, whether or not this is reinventing the wheel and counts, and we're going to stop one thing and start another. So do you think that this could help with communication on that, or just offer that certainty that that ongoing work will be complete? If I can ask that first, and then maybe also I'm hoping council understood my intent in trying to do this. And my apologies. I wasn't sure where we'd be in the evening considering the speakers list, and I know a number of them didn't show up, and I am in a situation where unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 restrictions, I can't have as many child caregivers as I used to. So I am juggling parenting responsibilities here. Thanks.
So I guess, Chair, was there a, I understood there was
My
a point of
apologies.
information
I
there,
did
or-
put it in there. Would staff have any issue with this amendment specifically? Would there be any issue with this? My
Well,
apologies.
yeah, I guess it's a bit challenging, Chair, in that it appears to direct staff to do something we've already been directed to do. So it wouldn't be typical for staff to recommend that council issue direction that we've previously received. Again, we've acknowledged the direction and we're working on it. So I take the question and the concern that you know, wanting to ensure that staff are working on the direction that was issued in 2018, and I can assure council that we are. We're cognizant of it, and like I say, have actioned most of what's in that motion and continue to work on the remainder and would see it as aligned. So I don't. Again, for us as staff, we don't need additional direction on this. I think we're clear on the direction we were issued in November 2018. I hope that helps.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually then just going to withdraw this, and my apologies to the acting city manager. I know I lumped a question and my debate in there as well, but I'll just withdraw the amendment as I've just been given the certainty that this will not be lost, and staff will continue to do and report back on the ongoing work that they're doing specifically, that we all directed them to in one of our very first meetings. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiGenova, you have 1.5 minutes left. In Amendment Q1, would you like to use that now?
No, not at the moment, thanks.
Okay, great. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to speak in support of the mayor's amendment and Councillor Dominato's subsequent amendment to his amendment. I think this really does kind of strike a lot of where we need to land on this, and I'll try not to echo too many of Councillor Boyle's comments from earlier, but I think one of the things that unfortunately through our processes, the public and folks who are listening don't often get an opportunity to know what we know, and so I think every single one of us on council receive a significant amount of emails and concerns from folks who are frustrated, and rightly so, by the delays in the process. And for many more recent requests, we've been told that there's a report coming back, a pretty significant report from staff in May. So of course we knew that this was coming. And we also had a pretty substantial update on Monday from our staff, which really highlighted a lot of the systemic problems that they're grappling with. Not the least of which is a decade of policies from the previous elected governments that had layered on a multitude of very complex intersecting policies, too many touch points, far too many issues that further compound the system. And we have a new manager who is actively come on board to handle a lot of these things that were articulated in the original member motion that Councillors Kirby Young and Dominato had put forward. That was the task. That is the task that is underway. Obviously, it's been further complicated by COVID-19, which has complicated all sorts of things because quite literally a lot of these systems are based in a physical face-to-face kind of way, coming to a service center or what have you, and we just don't have the ability to scale all those things. So it is frustrating, but it is top of mind. And I think where the mayor's thoughtful amendment to this really captures that is recognizing that there is this work going on. This is not new work that we are having to task. We can't set arbitrary deadlines for people who are legitimately working very hard to solve these problems and have timelines already set and established. So I think this amendment captures the frustration that we all have, captures the urgency that we need to solve these issues, but recognizes that our staff are overworked, close to burning out, and are trying as hard as they can. And how can we support them better to get us there? How can we fix some of these problems that we've inherited from the past government? I think these are all important and valid considerations. So I'm really appreciative that this amendment that the mayor supplied has really, it will help get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Over to Councillor Wade.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this amendment. I'm supportive of the amendment to the amendment. I think that we're doing good work here. I think we are really lifting up the work of staff. I know that since we've got elected, this has been one of the biggest issues we've worked on. Yesterday was a change in our intake system, which was great to hear that we've moved it online. I think that there's a lot of work to be done. I remember one of the first things that really shocked me is when Gil put up the fact that we have 13 binders of permits and we used to have one. And so we need to clean up our permits and licensing. And I know that we have new climate ones. I've got water ones, there's heritage. We got all these ideas of how we need to change things, but we really need to ensure we first clean up what we have, simplify what we have, make sure that they are digitized and simple. We can get to the point where we could have bots just look through them and move this as quickly as we possibly can. We need to make sure that in our paradigm shift of working with our smaller and medium-sized businesses, that change of use is easy, that life and safety is taken care of, but we are really finding ways to lift this economy and find ways to be able to deal with some of the new permits and licensing that we're going to have to do as we look at zero emission buildings and we look at the circular economy and other things that are going to change the way we do business. We are going to be building back different, but we need to get up there and bring our system up to where it needs to go. So really appreciate the mayor adding funding in this and making sure that staff have all the resources necessary. And now one of the things we need to do as council is not be bringing forward more motions to put more permits and licensing strain on this department. We need to move ahead, collectively recognizing the importance of us all collectively working together, supporting staff through this work, and connecting with the community and hearing from our businesses and small renos on ways that we can improve. Because collectively, I think that we can be in a much better place and we can start to really deliver on the needs and wants of our residents as well as our small businesses. So really appreciate the way council's gone to this point. Really appreciate all of staff's work to get us to where we are and really look forward to what we deliver coming out of this.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. And if I can, I see that Councillor Dominato's comment after me, but I'm happy to just provide a couple quick comments. Councillor Fry, if I can see the chair to you.
Sure thing.
And just as, thank you, just to speak in support of the amendment, but first of all, just want to express thanks, gratitude to Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby Young for bringing this motion forward in the sense that it is a very real issue that we're dealing with in the city. And I think that when I listen to those speakers, I you know, that they're sort of daylighting their personal experience that this is a problem. And so it really, for me, underscored that staff are working on this problem. And that is briefing that Councillor Fry was alluding to. Sadly, we didn't have the opportunity to sort of bring that forward ahead of this public discussion. So there's a lot of information that perhaps the public doesn't have access to right now just by sequencing of this motion coming forward ahead of a council report in May. But I think that that's really what we're here to do. It's difficult to ask the public to sort of trust that improvements are coming. But I would say that we saw and have seen we've got incredibly hardworking staff and leadership, new leadership in that department that is making transformational change and has been since reporting up to council what the work was, the E-plan, transitioning a lot of our systems online and focusing on that work and having done a ton of work, tremendous amount of work in the last year. And the reality is what we know around transformational change is often sustainable change and solving root cause problems often makes it look like a situation is getting temporarily worse before it gets better. And I've seen that in my experience in different organizations where there are huge amounts of changes that need to be done in order to improve systems. So you know, I believe going into the briefing on Monday to hear from staff was with sort of bated breath. Are we going to get a sense that we're on the right track? And I would say that I can speak for myself that we are. I think this amendment keeps us out of the weeds and out of operational decisions in that department and resources the department to continue doing the work that they need to be doing. So I support dealing with this as a priority for this council 100%. It's just a matter of how we get there. And given these two options before us today, I do feel like this is a good option to go with in this amendment and we'll be supporting.
All right, then back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll speak to the amendment. And I also echo my colleagues' support around staff and the great teams that we do have across the city, and we certainly do a stellar team, both at DVL and planning and across the board. I will say, though, I've wrestled with these amendments, particularly because what I heard the public demanding is leadership and accountability when it comes to permitting our permitting process and our systems. And what I see in these amendments is it really strips all of that out. Well, we've talked this evening about it, taking it to the top, to the city manager. In fact, the governance role sits with this council and the buck stops with this council. And we are held accountable, and we are accountable to the public and the electors. And yes, our staff are doing fantastic work, and it was great to get an update this week around that. But from my perspective, this was about really focusing on getting to better outcomes and doing that together in that alignment of council really reflecting that this is a strategic priority. This is the what, these are the timeframes. And, you know, we did have updates in 2018 when we were first elected, and then again in 2019 and in 2020. And we didn't give any formalized direction during those times. I have concerns that more delays will have a significant impact on housing, and that is an area that this council has been unified on and saying is a priority. So I don't think that we need more study. I think that what we've heard categorically is that we need more action and boldness. And so that is where my struggles and reservations lie. And I reflected on this, and it reminded me very much of a motion that we dealt with at school board in my year there. We had just hired a new superintendent. The school board had been fired. We had a very challenged situation. We had a mixed political party system there. And we knew we needed to deal with our governance and do a significant overhaul. And while the ministry had put on in paper that we had to do something, there was no time frames, there was no parameters. And I went to the superintendent and said, we need to really, as a board, articulate that this is a priority and we're going to get this work done. We're going to get it done this year to set a new course for the organization, and do that before another board gets elected. And I actually think it's a very similar in this case is that we deliver on better outcomes, and we do that and set some goalposts of when we want to see some change by. And this honors and recognizes the fantastic and excellent staff that we have. And I want to reiterate that. But to me, it's also about reflecting the accountability that we have to the public and to the residents that elect us to be here and to represent their interests. And so, you know, I really have wrestled with this and what is different about these amendments. And so I'm not supportive of them.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Over to Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask a point of procedure first before I begin? Can you confirm, Chair? First, we will have, in terms of votes, we'll have one vote on this amended amendment, and then we'll have a final vote on the motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. It's been a long day. Okay, I'm going to go ahead with comments on this. I think, again, it's really important.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Terribly sorry. I just want to make sure that you haven't already spoken to this amended amendment.
I have not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can I begin?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I think it's really important to be clear here about what is happening and what the intention is. And I think there's some misrepresentation or misconveying of the difference between this amendment and the original one. I hear a lot of comments from councillors around the importance of systemic change, of technology, of all these pieces. That's all in the original motion. It talks about all of those pieces in terms of technology and systemic change in that. This is not about if we have good people. We have excellent people. It's about the fact that we have really complex regulations, probably one of the most complex municipalities anywhere, which is what we consistently hear. Competing regulations, not necessarily a hierarchy of those. We don't have the technology infrastructure. We haven't defined service standards and those pieces. And so, you know, I hear all these glowing comments around this amendment, but I look at it and I think what has been lost and what's not in here, and what I don't see, for example, is service standards, which was in the original amendment. And that is, we heard from some speakers that, you know, service is required with a capital S in terms of providing some certainty, because we've heard and we will continue to hear about the impact on small business, on housing delivery, on affordability, on all of those pieces. And it hits the nonprofit sector, it hits the small business, it hits the homeowner. There is an underground economy that is being created right under our feet. We received a letter from the Home Builders Association of Vancouver that said a lot of their members are being approached for that work and pushed into, you know, significant enough circumstances that will happen. And people are either going to set up their business in another municipality, they're going to go underground with their renovations. There's going to be safety issues. These are very real concerns. So I don't see service standards in this. And I want to point out something else that I do see that worries me a little bit in terms of the philosophy around this amendment. And I look at B3 and it says, you know, that the terminology on this task force that provide recommendations as related to user fee adjustments. And that to me says probably fee increases and adjustments. So all of a sudden we're throwing $1 million at a problem before we've got the recommendations back to know what the money's going to go towards. And it is important to resource work, but we're going to do that. We're going to intimate, and I think that's the subtext for me that I'm concerned about, that fees may go up, but we're not saying you're going to get service standards as a result of it, or we're going to delineate in terms of streams. Like, it's not tied to specific outcomes and that. So I really struggle with this amendment in terms of trying to identify any improvement over what was in the original motion. And I don't think it is a better alternative, quite frankly, for those reasons. I think that we are daylighting and having a really important discussion in the public eye around this significant, enduring, systemic, and significant problem that is facing the city of Vancouver. And anytime you pull a task force together or study it, worries me. It's a mechanism, it's a vehicle to come back But we want those recommendations back explicitly. So I worry about what's not in it. I worry about sort of, the putting a bow on it and wrapping it up and suggesting that this is wonderful, because it's not entirely wonderful. And I think that we do have to be a bit honest about the fact that we've got some real issues here. And accountability and leadership does stop at the top, and we are the top. And I think that we are under delivering as a council in accepting a watered down amendment as this has been proposed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I just have to disagree with some of the comments made by some of my fellow councillors. I don't see this as not providing direction for action. Quick starts are actions. I mean, it's stated right in this amended motion that there will be quick starts on how to modernize our application and permitting processes. And I don't think that fees may go up; they may go down. I do not know the conclusion of what staff will come up with, and I really appreciate the fact that the work is being resourced, because we have heard over and over that staff are overwhelmed, that they have so much on their plate, some of which has been not just because there are more development permits going on during COVID. I think we all know there was just an absolute surfeit of people doing and wanting to do home renovations as they spend more time at home. But that there, that we know that there is the need for a comprehensive approach, and that I think that pulls not just the sort of urgency of the work because of current circumstances of pressures around how many more applications there are and the difficulty of COVID related processes, which are quite different than somebody walking up to a service counter and be able to get something done very quickly. So there are some significant challenges that our staff have expressed to us. I think this bringing under the city manager a task force together of staff to actually come up with the plan and action it in terms of quick starts and fund it is a good approach. I think it'll be an approach that leads us to some very concrete outcomes that we are all looking for, which is indeed reducing the backlog of the permits and making the whole permitting process and development process one that is easier to navigate, that is quicker and more effective for everyone involved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. So those are all of our speakers. So we can go to a vote on this amendment. And Councillor DiGenova, you could please vote. And just noting somebody may not be on mute. Councillor DiGenova, let me see. Clerks, I wonder, I don't see Councillor DiGenova in the meeting. Did she leave the meeting at some point?
Chair, we're not aware of her leaving the meeting.
What? What's wrong with my mic?
Well, we are in a, okay. Councillor DiGenova has been recorded as absent, as I understand.
Chair, sorry, we're not aware of Councillor DiGenova being in the meeting anymore. She also didn't alert us to her leaving, but we've marked her as absent.
Okay. So that motion passes with Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Kirby Young in opposition. And so we'll go back to the main queue with the motion as amended. And I am on the queue to move an amendment. So Councillor Fry, if I can cede the chair to you, please.
Sure thing.
And so the amendment that I have circulated to council is reflective of much of the debate that we've heard so far tonight. And I'll just allow a bit of time there for staff to, for our clerks to bring it up on screen.
And maybe if we can move to an amendment queue.
Yes, thank you very much. The motion reads that council affirm its unequivocal support to prioritize the work currently underway in development, permitting, and licensing by initiating a moratorium on any new member motions put on notice that would otherwise result in new work for the staff involved in issuing development and building permits and business licenses until the end of 2021. And I move this motion. I mean, I've heard some you know, quite salient comments tonight, words like accountability, leadership, boldness, and I recognize that moving motions is an important role that council plays in governing the city. But what we've also heard is that this department is completely overwhelmed, and it also intersects many other departments and work being done by the city, and they have I think it's upwards of 200 motions from this council since the beginning of our term, of which we still have at least 18 months to go. So, you know, this is not to sort of fetter council's ability to govern at all. For instance, in the example of last night's motion by the mayor related to the COVID numbers being announced and the restrictions, we had an emergency motion come forward. This is simply for motions on notice, and so we would be able to deal with any emergency issues, and it as well wouldn't fetter council's ability to amend staff reports to council. And so the language has been written as such to simply ensure that we are not putting new work on the plates of the staff that we're asking to deal with this enormous issue. As we know, is a legacy of previous levels of government that we have inherited as a council, and we do have a responsibility in our 4-year term to deal with. So I feel quite strongly, I know we all joke about how many motions get moved, but at the end of the day, the weight of the world is on our staff shoulders, and the risk is that we lose staff that are currently working so hard to resolve these issues because they're already almost a year down the road in doing so. So I'd like council to consider this in an open mind, not to feel restricted, but to sort of say, let's band together and share the responsibility and share the accountability with staff to make the situation better for all of those that we have talked about tonight that are seriously impacted by the challenges related to specifically delays, but the work that comes out of DBL as a whole. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak in opposition to the amendment, and I'll tell you why. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and we have to preserve flexibility to respond to that in an emergency situation. We may well be moving with more shutdowns to literally an outdoor society. I think of the mayor's motion recently in terms of it's been some work over the past number of months, but during COVID around aligning liquor capacities so that the Vancouver code aligned with the BC provincial fire code, and this would preclude amendments or motions like that. It would preclude motions that we had, such as patios, and if we need to pivot and switch gears in response to that. I know that in speaking to it, Councillor Bligh said it wouldn't preclude emergency motions. Well, this language just says a member motion, and an emergency motion is also a member motion. So to me, that's contradictory. And then we'll just end up potentially with bringing everything forward as an emergency motion, which would, I think, also undermine public process if that was the only mechanism to bring something forward, where council or the public actually really gets to see something ahead of time when there is an opportunity to provide notice. Sometimes there are situations where something has to be dealt with very quickly, as we saw this week with the mayor's motion, because we had to respond to the very immediate shutdown of dine-in services. But I think that this would hamstring our ability to be responsive during COVID and during a pandemic. I think that council have sufficient judgment to have listened to this conversation, to understand the severity and the magnitude of the issues that we are facing. But to shut down that avenue for us to be responsive when we're literally in a state of emergency in a pandemic does not make sense to me. And I think, you know, and again, I think that the example of the expanded liquor capacity recently that council dealt with would be a prime one for me. So for that reason, I will not support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young, and I didn't have an opportunity to time you, so I guessed that at about 2 minutes.
Point of privilege?
Next. Yes, Councillor
It's
DiGenova.
Councillor DiGenova. I'd like to be added to the queue, please, to speak to this.
Sure, Clerk, if you could add Councillor DiGenova to the queue, please. Next is Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair Fry. I will speak in support of this. I also had a question around emergency motions and wanting to make sure that we were able to still be responsive and adaptive, especially during the pandemic. So I just want to note the language around motions put on notice, which felt clear to me in distinguishing between emergency or urgent motions and our standard member motion process of giving notice for future motions. So I just want to name, I also I share that question, and the language I'm comfortable with, but someone could ask staff their interpretation if that's helpful. I want to speak more broadly to the importance of this, I think, and I think it's captured in what it means in terms of supporting the work that is underway and the priority for that work in terms of addressing the significant backlog in permitting and licensing. Council heard very clearly from staff this week about the amount of work on their shoulders, the impact that that's having on deliverables and on addressing these issues, and the significant impact that it has on staff morale. All of those are concerns, and you know, we have been a minority governing council for 2 and a bit years now, and we have seen a significant number of motions. And you know, I've heard people describe it as a kind of a prisoner's dilemma, like everybody is bringing forward motions, and so we all feel like we need to bring forward motions. That seems to be how we're governing, and at some point we do need to slow down and let the staff do the work. But again, because everybody keeps doing it, it's sort of self-perpetuating, and having not seen us on our own step back a bit on that, on those motions, and let staff do the work. I think this is a reasonable approach, particularly focused on development, permitting, and licensing, and particularly in line with the shared council concern and commitment about addressing this backlog. So I do think this is appropriate. It's just until the end of the year. It still allows space for emergency motions. I appreciate the recommendation, and I'm quite comfortable supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair Fry. And I'm wondering if through you I can ask several questions of staff.
You may.
Thank you. My first question is really to ask the acting city manager if there is a difference in his mind between a new member motion versus the potential for an emergency motion that might arise.
Thanks to the chair. I want to make sure, are you saying, is the question pertaining to procedural or?
Just whether or not this language on any new member motions put on notice, if that language prohibits even the idea of a possible emergency motion that might come up as a, you know, at the end of a council agenda under new business.
Right. Thanks. Appreciate the clarification. Yeah, I think what we've heard is that's not the intention in terms of the wording, so I understand that. Maybe if I could ask the clerk to provide any additional advice kind of procedurally on the meaning of that as she reads it.
Chair, I think the way I would interpret that is that council could deal with any urgent matters that come up through a special council meeting.
Right. Great. Okay. Thank you. That's exactly what I had hoped for. Secondly, second question to staff. Are there opportunities as this task force does its work where the task force may well report out to council on progress on its actions and activities? It might be through a more informal briefing session, but it might be in a council meeting. And are there opportunities at that point where staff may seek input from council, or in fact, council may even offer direction if it is in the form of an actual council meeting with some recommendations? Do you anticipate that there could be possibilities like that?
Through the chair, there could be. I mean, certainly if staff are seeking or need council direction for to advance this agenda, we would definitely come back and would be making recommendations to that effect. Again, I would see that as outside the scope of the restriction that's contemplated here. In that case, council would be responding to a staff recommendation. So I don't see that as precluding that. And we do, I think in many cases, there's lots of work we can do here that we've got sufficient council direction for sure.
And the motion itself does talk about quick starts. Is a normal way for quick starts to actually be enacted through a report to council with recommendations?
Well, I think in this case, there's a lot of operational changes, council, as you've heard, that we're already making, and we don't need council approval, and we'll continue to proceed with those. Certainly, if there are changes that require bylaw amendments or changes to council approved policy, then we would be coming back, obviously, to council for those types of authorizations. But otherwise, we're pretty clear on what council is looking for us to do here. So we would be making whatever changes we could make without further direction to ensure that that's expedited.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to support this amendment by Councillor Bligh. And I just want to reflect for council. It's a number of members' motions that have been the style of governance of this council is incredibly unusual in my experience of 3 years on council. And I really, and in many other cases, changes or the input of council has been through amendments to staff reports and recommendations of staff reports. That's been more common. But the degree to which it's individual member motions, I just sort of astonished at times at just how many we have at each council meeting. And I can absolutely feel the stress of staff and hear that stress being expressed to us with feeling that there's so many different directions with lack of prioritization between each of those directions or how they all fit together. So I am perfectly comfortable with saying, look, like just give staff a breather, get this work done. There's been a lot of direction already provided. There is an opportunity for emergency type motions to come forward if need be under urgent motions at every council meeting or every regular council meeting. So I just want to see this this work being done and being done with less hindrance from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova to the amendment.
Oh, hi. Just how much time do I have left?
You have 1 minute.
Thanks. Just a quick question. A point of information.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, actually, it's a new
Councillor
amendment.
DeGenova, wait. You have 5 minutes. I
Thank
apologize.
I have been following along, but I don't have my queue right in front of me for the reasons I described before. Thank you so much. I'm just wondering, can I ask a point of information for you, City Manager?
You may.
Are we still in a state of emergency in the province of BC and operating under a state of emergency bylaws right now?
Acting City
At
Manager?
the city?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair.
So would that mean that every motion and every piece of business that council is technically doing right now is an emergency?
No, we wouldn't interpret that way. No.
No, but could it be interpreted legally that way? Because technically, if we're meeting under special bylaws that had to be put together, where the mayor had to call us to a special council meeting. We had other meetings, our regular meetings were canceled. So technically, my understanding was these are all special meetings.
I'll do, through the chair, maybe if I could defer to the clerk on that. That's not my understanding, but
okay, it's very important to me just to interpret through emergency meetings and special meetings, and actually looking at what constitutes this meeting and the preamble that each chair has to read at the beginning of the meeting.
Perhaps if the clerk has some thoughts on this.
So maybe that's a point of procedure then, and my timer could be stopped if you're asking the clerk for those questions, Chair Fry.
Sure. If we can stop Councillor DeGenova's clock and ask the clerk for an impression on whether or not this would constitute under the Emergency Act.
Chair Fry, in regards to special council meetings, urgent business means that it requires the attention of council in connection with public health or safety, a financial or legal matter, or significance to the city, or a request for leave of absence.
Okay, thank you. That was a very comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Thanks. Just further to that, point of parliamentary procedure would be, what about under the ministerial order number that we're meeting under? Is this constituted as a special emergency, or are these constituted as meetings under the state of emergency? Or are we still meeting under that? And therefore, could it be argued that everything we're discussing is an emergency?
I'm going to hazard a guess that would be a legal interpretation.
It's provincial. Yeah. It's a question provincially, but that's what allows us to meet right now.
Yeah, my understanding is the provincial order sets out the procedural rules for conducting the meeting, but the meeting is otherwise conducted under the city's procedure bylaw and charter. Okay. So no, this is not an emergency meeting. This is a regular council meeting. Actually, tonight's a standing committee meeting.
It's just because, exactly, we have committee meetings, but they all have to have the ministerial orders read out at the beginning of them. So for that reason, I would request that I could have follow-up information emailed to me on this and all of council. Maybe after asking law, if they would interpret it that way. Is that possible, Acting City Manager?
Yeah, that's not our understanding. We can confirm that in writing, though, certainly.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I do appreciate that. And then I will speak to the amendment.
Sure. And if we can have the clerk turn your clock back on, please.
Thank you. And just to confirm, this is Councillor Bligh's amendment that I'm speaking to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I cannot think of a more irresponsible thing that we could do right now than to put a moratorium on this. I agree with others who have said, you know, the stops at us. We're the leaders in this, and I refuse to use my staff as a shield and put them out front and say there's a moratorium on this. Council spent a lot of time on moving forward with decisions brought to us by staff because we had a moratorium on liquor primaries that literally had them on their knees, and they weren't able to meet some of our COVID guidelines. So for that reason, we had to have a special meeting. Staff had to go through a bunch of process because of a moratorium. I've seen moratoriums in my many terms here on council, but also on park board in my many terms as an elected official. And I think more harm than good. You know, I would trust that as a council, if we work things through together, and you have to trust that there are enough people that believe that something's urgent and it needs to move forward in the time frame that it needs to move forward in, that we need to respect that. We need to not only consider that, But I guess we have to ask ourselves if, for instance, an example would be the, work that's on DBL now to look at, or Development, Buildings and Licensing Department to look at lowering the fees for cannabis dispensaries, which is a motion that Councillor Bligh, who's bringing this amendment, got through. So I guess it's on any motions going forward. So I'm not sure if she proposes that work should be stopped, so that, I don't know if BC Housing came to us and wanted something and our staff maybe weren't aware, or for whatever reason. Sometimes member motions do amount in work that's being done that's essential, that's vital, and that's urgent. And I think that this speaks to democracy. So I absolutely will not be supporting it. This is something I would have expected to see from the previous government. And yeah, please mark me not only as in opposition to this, but I promise that if any other motion comes forward from a councillor who supports this, that even slightly touches on DBL business, I will be bringing this up, because the rules have to be the same for everyone. And it seems that, some councillors just got motions in then under the wire and are putting this amendment forward. That being said, it also means that we have less power when we're talking to people out there. We're in COVID-19. We don't know what might come forward. And I also realize that there's motions that have been valuable out there about tiny homes, about other things that we're not moving forward with. So please consider those when you're voting on this, council. I will be voting in opposition. And Chair Fry, if I could get a vote assist in opposition.
Sure,
please.
and that's
Thank
your
you.
time. You're welcome. Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief.
And if we could, I'm sorry, 1 second, Councillor Dominato. Clerk, if we could advance the queue and turn on Councillor Dominato's clock, please. Thank you. Please, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Just be brief. I appreciate the spirit in which this amendment is coming forward, and I really see it as trying to honor and recognize our staff, both in terms of the workload that they're managing, but also the retention of those staff and teams. And as I said previously, and I have said since I've been on council, is that we do have fantastic staff and we do need to support them. And that's critically important. There's different ways of doing that. And so I just want to be, again, very crystal clear on that. And I've worn all the hats. I've been a public servant. I've been in the shoes and having to deliver on public policy defined by political leaders under two different governments, two different political parties. And I appreciate that sometimes there's really tight timeframes and things that come out of nowhere, and it is challenging to navigate as a public servant. And I think probably even harder at the civic level, because you're so close to the public, not just the council, but so just want to recognize that. But I don't support the motion as it's presented, because I don't believe in fettering council's ability to govern and to bring forward motions that may be of public interest and concern. And when I was developing public policy provincially, one of the best public policy I saw was that triad of the staff sometimes would identify issues for the elected leaders to say, hey, red flag, we've got to deal with this issue and we need to mobilize and do something. The elected leaders saying, we have a vision, we have a strategy, something we want to deal with because it's a priority and it's what we've heard from the public. And then the grassroots, where it's the public, the residents, the stakeholder groups saying, this is a priority. We need to deal with this issue, and bringing it forward to both the staff and the elected leaders. And it's that triad, and it's the alignment and working together that is really critical to delivering on really strong public policy. But I do not want to put us in a position where we're fettering our ability to exercise our role as elected officials. And so I respect the spirit in which it's coming forward, but I don't support the amendment as it's presented. I would have preferred this to be a different kind of conversation in the context of council strategic plan and things like that. So for those reasons, I won't support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Wiebe to the amendment.
Yeah, I will be supportive. I know that this will be difficult. I know that the Food Policy Council wants to bring policy forward to deregulate and reduce the permitting and licensing needed for urban farming. I know the Person with Disability Advisory Committee has some ideas that they would like to bring forward as well on different opportunities to make this more of an accessible city, as well as some of the permits and licensing needed for washrooms and new facilities. And so this is going to be difficult, but we have shown as a council that most of our Wednesdays are spent with councillor motions. And instead of hearing report backs that we're waiting for, we spend most of our time on motions that range all over the place. And I would rather be getting staff report back with expert evidence and having evidence-based decision making where we do make amendments to staff reports that have gone out and consulted with the public and make real decisions that really change the city. I find we spend a lot of time deliberating on our council motions. And I think we're not spending enough time dealing with report backs from staff that can really move forward with implementation and action, which is what this council continues to talk about. So I don't think this will be easy. I think it's something that needs to be done. And I think it's going to be a breath of fresh air for the permits and development and licensing team to know that they can focus on the work that we want them to. And so I look forward to us really moving that forward because I think it's a significant piece of work and will be a legacy piece for this council. And I think we should all get behind it. So we'll be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Kirby Young, you we did set your clock on the last time around, so I'm estimating you have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, I think I was pretty brief. I won't be long. I think that moratoriums, this is not my first rodeo, and I've, served on the park board last term and council here. And in my experience, moratoriums are detrimental to democracy and they fetter council's ability to move forward. To the comments around, we spend most of our Wednesdays on council motions, we do. But the bulk and the majority has not been motions hitting DBL. Specifically, it has been a lot on social policy and a lot of advocacy, quite frankly, that hits foreign policy or different levels of government that is not lasering in on the core issues that we have in the city. But I want to sort of laser in on this one. And I fundamentally think that the key component here is that you need to retain the ability for your elected officials to respond to situations in their city, regardless of whether you're in an emergency situation, a pandemic, and that's incredibly significant, or you are not, because that is our job to be respondent to emerging circumstances that come forward. And it will fetter council's ability, I believe, significantly to do that. And I think that that point around fundamentally retaining the independent roles of your governance, it's sort of, you look at it, the analogy of you have your judiciary and then you have your legislature, and that there are different roles that staff execute and there are different roles that the elected officials have. And that is structured that way for a reason. And when you start to fetter one of those, either of them, but when you fetter one of those, you are doing a disservice to the construct and of why, we are elected to sit here. I think it is more incumbent on council to have those early conversations and really consider what we're bringing forward. I know that I've tried very thoughtfully to focus on things that are specifics, like restaurant patios. I know the mayor has with the liquor moratoria, that are significant to make a difference, that are relevant at a point and a moment in time. And I think those are probably some of the most recent examples. But to cut off that ability, to me, is detrimental. I think it is a reaction to, and a human one, to what we're hearing tonight. But I think it has unintended and probably not fully considered consequences to what that would really result in and what that would mean. And if there is a significant situation where there might be sometimes a difference in perspective between your staff and your electeds, and that's healthy, and then to leave any elected member of council without the ability to respond to that, to the constituency and something they see that is important, I think is a huge challenge. And we have those different roles to provide that system, and is intended to work together for those reasons. So I want to be really clear about that, and emphasize this significantly, because I hope the council will think that through, and not lament this decision, and look back when we are in situations where we find ourselves unable to react and respond when we appropriately should. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Chair Fry. I just want to close on my motion and just reflect a couple of points that I heard. I'm just starting my timer as well. So, you know, I think that the points being raised are valid, and you know, I think it's important to say that this is not reactionary to what we've heard tonight. This actually came after the briefing on Monday, and it was very clear from hearing from our GM of this department, with a look of desperation, truly through the video is what I saw, to stop putting more work on their plate and let them deliver. And so I went through staff, I checked, is this at all going to hinder our ability when push comes to shove, and we absolutely need to govern and do our job? And the language is specifically worded such that we will have to coalesce. We will have to collaborate as a council, like the mayor's motion yesterday was a clear, absolutely nobody's going to call notice. It has to be done. That is part of responding to a pandemic. We need to work together more so in an emergency, in this pandemic emergency, than we have demonstrated we are able to in the past 2 years. And we still are bringing forward many motions that have nothing to do with COVID related, nothing to do with pandemic response. And we're still doing it. So, you know, I joked in the past a year ago, what would it take for us just to pause moving motions as sort of just an acknowledgement that it's out of control? And now we're at a point where we see a department, if we lose staff that are critical to the advancement of the work that's already 12 months in a 4-year term, we will be back at square one. So I just want to be explicitly clear, this doesn't come as a reaction tonight. It comes with a very thoughtful process and conversations as to whether or not this is actually, yes, it's bold. Yes, it's stepping outside of what we would normally do, but we're asking for that kind of deliverable from this department. So it would seem only fair, natural, with contingency, which we have with this motion, to say we're willing to press pause on the added work that we're going to bring. New work doesn't affect tiny homes, doesn't affect washrooms, doesn't affect any existing work in place, so that staff can actually deliver.
That's
so
your time, Councillor Bligh.
I do believe that's my time.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Sure,
Or
and that was your
Chair
time.
Bligh.
Yes.
I just wonder if perhaps it would be appropriate to caution not discussing HR matters or stress of individuals or worry about losing staff in a public forum, if that's appropriate. Perhaps we should be cautious about that.
I agree that would be grounds for some caution. I think it is germane to the conversation, but given that Councillor Bligh's time is now up, she can take that caution to heart.
I think particularly when we're identifying specific individuals and state of mind, I think that's a concern.
Okay, duly noted.
Point of order.
Councillor DeGenova?
Just whenever you're ready. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yep.
But my
Nope.
apologies.
Yep. Acknowledging it.
I would like to ask Chair Fry that under section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw, that you rule this out of order for the reason that it is against the good rule of government.
8.7, do you have a letter?
8.7,
Go
I believe the section number is my
8.7A.
understanding. I believe it's A, but if you could help me out while I'm not right in front of, while I'm trying to get my laptop going and
Yeah, no, I see it there. 8.7A is not compatible with the purpose and objects of the Vancouver Charter, including the good rule and government of the city or the health, safety, and welfare of its inhabitants.
And the reason is because this is what we've been elected to do and oversee. And this, you know, I was almost debating whether it was this or this was so ingermane to the actual motion that it just shouldn't be here. Maybe Councillor Bligh should bring this as a
Okay,
separate
no,
motion.
you've asked me for a point of order, so I'm going to say that I don't believe this motion is out of order, insofar as that it can be reconsidered or reversed through another act of council at any time. And it does leave concessions for obviously emergencies, and the clerk informs me that it is in order, in fact. So it's in order.
But for the reason that I said, the good rule of government and what we're elected to do.
That's how I'm ruling on this one, yeah. And I have the clerk picking up on it as well.
And if I may ask, has legal weighed in on that?
I have not gotten a memo from legal. I did get a memo from the clerk. And I'm prepared to wear this one as the chair. I'm prepared to wear this as the chair and say that I believe it is in order. So we'll move on. I see Councillor Kirby Young is also on the queue. Now your time is up, Councillor Kirby Young. Unless you had a...
I have a point of procedure.
Sure.
And I would like to request a legal recess and review of this to see if this does better council's elected ability under the Vancouver Charter.
Okay.
And because I still have time and I have a point of order, I will request that if I need to.
Okay.
Point of procedure, Chair. There's no such thing as a legal recess. It's just a ruling by the chair. And it's up to the chair's discretion to decide whether a point's in order or not, whether or not they have advice from legal or clerks.
Well, actually, I'm just going to respond to the mayor's point there, and I did indicate that I was willing to wear this as a point of order and as a decision of the chair, and I'm in the interest of time and understanding that we can always, should a legal consideration come back that would force us to reconsider this, I think that we have the tools at our disposal to do so. So this isn't an absolute deal breaker for us. So I'm prepared to stand with my original ruling on the point of order, and I appreciate the mayor's clarification around there's no such thing as a legal recess. So I'm prepared to, unless there's anybody else.
I asked for a recess, but I asked for, just to clarify, I asked for legal review and a recess to accommodate that, not a legal recess. And we have afforded that opportunity in the past. So I wonder if you can advise why the practice would differ. We would have afforded it sometimes previously and we would not do so now.
Chair Fry, if I might, we did provide council with a memo in the last couple of months indicating that we do not have legal staff now as a matter of course on for the processing council motions, just as a matter of workload for our legal department. So we don't actually have legal on the call. As indicated, our advice to council and to the chairs is that this is the responsibility of the chair to make these decisions, and we have the clerk available to assist.
Okay, I'd like to ask while I still have the floor, I'd like to ask a follow-up point of procedure. And I'd like to ask the clerk if it is possible to call notice.
Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Kirby Young has the floor, please.
I'd like to, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the clerk through you, Chair, if council have the ability to call notice on a member amendment.
Sure. Clerk, if you could answer that, if there is the ability to call notice on a member amendment.
Chair Fry, no, it is not a member's motion, so there's no ability to call notice. It's just moving through the amendment process on the main motion.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Point of procedure?